Section 0 of The Man in the Panther's Skin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Man in the Panther's Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. Introductory Quatrains. He who created the firmament by that mighty power made beings inspired from on high with souls celestial. To us men he has given the world, infinite in variety we possess it. From him is every monarch in his likeness. O one God, thou didst create the face of every form. Shield me, give me mastery to trample on Satan. Give me the longing of lovers lasting even unto death. Lightening of the burden of sins I must bear thither with me. Of that lion whom the use of lance, shield, and sword adorns, of the king, the sun, Tamara, the ruby-cheeked, the jet-haired, of her I know not how I shall dare to sing the manifold praise. They who look upon her must offer the sweets for which she hungers. By shedding tears of blood we praise King Tamara, whose praises I, not ill-chosen, have told forth. For ink I have used a lake of jet, and for pen a pliant crystal. Whoever hears, a jagged spear will pierce his heart. She bade me indite sweet verses in her praise, laud her eyebrows and lashes, her hair, her lips and teeth, cut crystal and ruby arrayed in ranks. An anvil of soft lead breaks even hard stone. Now want I tongue, heart, and skill for utterance. Grant me strength. And if I have aid from thee, I shall have understanding, so we may succour Tariel. Tenderly indeed should we cherish his memory, and that of the three star-like heroes wont to serve one another. Come, sit ye down, ye who have been born under the same fate. Let us shed a never-drying tear for Tariel's sake. I sat me down, I, Rustaveli, indited a poem, my heart pierced with a lance. Hitherto the tale has been told as a tale, now it is a pearl of measured poesy. To a lover, beauty, glorious beauty, wisdom, wealth, generosity, youth, and leisure are fitting. He must be eloquent, intelligent, patient, an overcomer of mighty adversaries. Who has not all these qualities lacks the character of a lover. Love is tender, a thing hard to be known. True love is something apart from lust, and cannot be likened thereto. It is one thing. Lust is quite another thing, and between them lies a broad boundary. In no way do they mingle. Hear my saying. The lover must be constant, not lewd, impure, and faithless. When he is far from his beloved, he must heave sigh upon sigh. His heart must be fixed on one from whom he endures wrath or sorrow if need be. I hate heartless love, embracing, kissing, noisy bussing. Lovers call not this thing love. When any longs for one today and another tomorrow, lightly bearing parting's pain. Such base sport is like mere boyish trifling. The good lover is he who suffers a world's woe. There is a first, noblest love. It does not show, but hides its woes. The lover thinks of it when he is alone, and always seeks solitude. His fainting, dying, burning, flaming are all from afar. He may face the wrath of kings, yet will he be fearful of her. He must betray his secret to none. He must not basely groan and put his beloved to shame. In naught should he manifest his love. Nowhere must he reveal it. For her sake he looks upon sorrow as joy. For her sake he would willingly be burned with love. How can the sane trust him who noises his love abroad? And what shall it profit to do this? He makes her suffer, and he himself suffers. How should he glorify her if he shame her with words? What a chance of one hurt not his beloved's heart? I, Rustaveli, have composed this work by my art. For her whom a multitude of hosts obey, I lose my wits. I die. I am sick of love, and for me there is no cure from anywhere, unless she give me healing, or the earth a grave. This Persian tale, now done into Georgian, has hitherto been like a pearl of great price, cast in play from hand to hand. Now I have found it, and mounted it in a setting of verse. I have done a praiseworthy deed. The ravisher of my reason, proud and beautiful, willed me to do it. Eyes that have lost their light through her, long to look on her anew. Lo, my heart is mad with love, and it is my lot to run about the fields. Who will pray for me? The burning of the body sufficeth. Let her give soul comfort. In praise of threefold hue, the verse must needs fall short. With what fate gives to a man, therewithal should he be content, and so contentedly speak of it. The labourer should ever work, the warrior be brave. So also should the lover love love, and recognize it. Who judges not will not be judged by others. Minstrelsy is first of all a branch of wisdom, divinely intelligible to the godlike, very wholesome to them that hearken. It is pleasant too if the listener be a worthy man. In few words he utters a long discourse. Herein lies the excellence of poetry. Like a horse running a great race on a long course, like a ball player in the lists striking the ball fairly and aiming adroitly at the mark, even so it is with the poet who composes and indites long poems, when utterance is hard for him, and verse begins to fail. Then indeed behold the poet, and his poesy shall be manifest. When he is at lost for Georgian words and verse begins to fail, he will not weaken Georgian, nor will he let it grow poor in words. Let him strike the ball cunningly, he will show great virtue. He who utters somewhere 1 or 2 verses cannot be called a poet. Let him not think himself equal to great singers. Even if they compose a few discrepant verses from time to time, yet if they say, "Mine are of the best," they are stiff-necked mules. Secondly, lyrics which are but a small part of poetry and cannot command heart-piercing words, I may liken them to the bad bows of young hunters who cannot kill big game. They are able only to slay the small. Thirdly, lyrics are fit for the festive, the joyous, the amorous, the merry, for pleasantries of comrades. They please us when they are rightly sung. Those are not called poets who cannot compose a long work. The poet must not spend his toil in vain. One should seem to him worthy of love. He must be devoted to one. He must employ all his art for her. He must praise her. He must set forth the glory of his beloved. He must wish for naught else. For her alone must his tongue be tuneful. Now let all know that I praise her, whom I erstwhile praised. In this I have great glory. I feel no shame. She is my life. Merciless as a leopard is she. Her name I pronounce hereafter with triumph and praise. I speak of the highest love, divine in its kind. It is difficult to discourse thereon, ill to tell forth with tongues. It is heavenly, upraising the soul on pinions. Whoever strives thereafter must indeed have endurance of many griefs. Sages cannot comprehend that one love. The tongue will tire, the ears of the listeners will become wearied. I must tell of lower frenzies which befall human beings. They imitate it when they wanton not, but faint from afar. In the Arabic tongue they call the lover madman, because by non-fruition he loses his wits. Some have nearness to God, but they weary in the flight. Then again, to others it is natural to pursue beauty. I wonder why men show that they love the beloved. Why shame they her whom they love, her who slaves herself for them, who is covered with wounds? If they love her not, why do they not manifest to her feelings of hatred? Why do they disgrace what they hate? But an evil man loves an evil word more than his soul or heart. If the lover weep for his beloved, tears are her due. Wandering and solitude befit him, and must be esteemed as roaming. He will have time for nothing but to think of her. If he be among men, it is better that he manifest not his love. End of section 0. Chapter 1 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Story of Rostavan, King of the Arabians. There was in Arabia Rostavan, a king by the grace of God, happy, exalted, generous, modest, lord of many hosts and knights, just and gracious, powerful, far-seeing, himself a peerless warrior, moreover fluent in speech. No other child had the king save one only daughter, the shining light of the world, to be ranked with naught but the sunny group. Whoever looked on her, she bereft him of heart, mind, and soul. It needs a wise man to praise her, and a very eloquent tongue. Her name is Tinatin. Let it be famous. When she had grown up to full womanhood, she contemned even the sun. The king called his viziers, seated himself, proud yet gentle, and placing them by his side, began to talk graciously to them. He said, I will declare to you the matter on which we are to take counsel together. When the flower of the rose is dried and withered, it falls, and another blooms in the lovely garden. The sun is set for us. We are gazing on a dark, moonless night. My day is done. Old age, most grievous of all ills, weighs on me. If not today, then tomorrow I die. This is the way of the world. What light is that on which darkness attends? Let us instate as sovereign my daughter, of whom the sun is not worthy. The viziers said, O king, why do you speak of your age? Even when the rose fades, we must needs give it its due. It still excels all in scent and fair colour. How can a star declare enmity even to the waning moon? Speak not then thus, O king. Your rose is not yet faded. Even bad counsel from you is better than good counsel from another. 'Twas certainly fitting to speak out what your heart desires. It is better. Give the kingdom to her who prevails against the sun. Though indeed she be a woman, still as sovereign she is begotten of God. She knows how to rule. We say not this to flatter you. We ourselves, in your absence, often say so. Her deeds, like her radiance, are revealed bright as sunshine. The lion's whelps equal, be they male or female. Avtandil was general, son of the commander-in-chief. He was more graceful than the cypress. His presence was like sun and moon. Still beardless, he was to be likened to famous crystal and glass. The beauty of Tinatin and the host of her eyelashes was slaying him. He kept his love hidden in his heart. When he was absent and saw her not, his rose faded. When he saw her, the fires were renewed, his wounds smarted more. Love is pitiable. It makes man heart-slain. When the king commanded that his daughter should be enthroned as king, gladness came upon Avtandil. The extinction of that jewel irksome. He said to himself, Often will it now fall to my lot to gaze upon her crystal face. Perchance I may thus find a cure for my pallor. The great sovereign of the Arabs published throughout Arabia an edict. I, her father, appoint my Tinatin king. She shall illumine all, even as the shining sun. Come and see, all ye who praise and extol." All the Arabians came. The crowd of courtiers increased. The sun-faced Avtandil, chief of 10,000 times 1,000 soldiers, the Vizier Sograt, the nearest to the king of all his attendants. When they placed the throne, the people said, "It is worth beyond words." Tinatin, radiant in countenance, was led in by her sire. He seated her, and with his own hands set the crown upon her head. He gave her the scepter and clad her in the royal robes. The maiden looks on with understanding, all-seeing, like the sun. The king and his armies retired and did homage. They blessed her and established her as king. Many from many places told forth her praises. The trumpets were blown and the cymbals sounded sweetly. The maiden wept. She shed many tears. She drooped her raven eyelashes, the tail feathers of the raven. She deemed herself unworthy to sit on her father's throne. Therefore she weeps, filling the rose garden of her cheeks with tears. The king admonishes her. "Every father hath a peer in his child," quoth he. "Until now the raging fire in my bosom has not been extinguished." He said, "Weep not, daughter, but hearken to my counsel. Today thou art king of Arabia, appointed sovereign by me. Henceforth this kingdom is entrusted to thee. Mayest thou be discreet in thy doings, be modest and discerning. Since the sun shines alike on roses and middens, be not thou weary of mercy to great and small. The generous binds the free, and he who was already bound will willingly obey. Scatter liberally as the seas pour forth again the floods they have received. Munificence in kings is like the aloe planted in Eden. All, even the traitor, are obedient to the generous. It is very wholesome to eat and drink, but what profits it to hoard? What thou givest away is thine, what thou keepest is lost." The maiden hearkened discreetly to this her father's advice. She lent ear, she heard, she wearied not of instruction. The king drank and sported. He was exceedingly joyful. Tinatin contemned the sun, but the sun aped Tinatin. She sent for her faithful trusty tutor, and said, "Bring hither all my treasure sealed by thee, all the wealth belonging to me as king's daughter." He brought it. She gave without measure, without count, untiringly. That day she gave away all she had gathered since her childhood. She enriched both small folk and great. Then she said, "I do the deed my father taught me. Let none keep back any of my hoarded treasure." She said, "Go, open whatever treasure there is. Master of the horse, lead in the droves of asses, mules, and horses." He brought them. She gave them away without measure. She wearied not of generosity. The soldiers gathered together stuff like pirates. They pillaged her treasury as 'twere booty from Turks. They carried off her fine, sleek Arab steeds. Her munificence was like a snowstorm whirling down from the sky. None remained empty, neither youth nor maiden. One day passed. There was a banquet, food and drink, a feast of fruit. A great gathering of warriors sat there to make merry. The king hung his head, and his brow was furrowed with sadness. They began to discuss this one with another. What weighs upon him, and why grieves he? At the head sat the sun-faced Avtandil, desirable to them that look upon him, the agile leader of the hosts. Like a panther and a lion is he. The old vizier Sograt sat by his side. They said one to the other, "What ails the king, and why has he grown pale?" They said, "Some unpleasant thought has come into the king's mind, for nothing has happened here to make him sad." Quoth Avtandil, Let us inquire, O Sograt. Let him tell us why he is displeased with us. Let us venture on some pleasantry. Why hath he shamed us? Sograt and the graceful Avtandil arose, each filled his wine-cup, and with meek mien drew nigh. Then with smiling faces they cast themselves on their knees before the king. The vizier sportively spoke thus with eloquent words. You look sad, O king. There is no longer a smile on your face. Thou art right, for lo, your daughter with lavish hand has given away all your rich and costly treasure. Make her not king at all, why bring grief on thyself? When the king heard him, he looked up with a smile. He marvelled how he had ventured thus, how he dared to speak such words. Well hast thou done, he thanked his vizier. He confirmed this by what he said. He who lays avarice to my charge is a lying chatterer. That afflicts me not, O vizier. This it is that troubles me. Old age draws nigh. I have spent the days of youth, and nowhere in our dominions is there a man who has learned from me the knightly arts. It is true, I have a daughter tenderly nurtured, but God has given me no son. I suffer in this fleeting life. There is none to be compared with me in archery or at the game of ball. 'Tis true that Avtandil resembles me somewhat, thanks to my teaching. The proud youth hearkened modestly to these words of the king. With bent head he smiled. Well did a smile befit him. His shining white teeth gleamed like sunshine on a mead. The king asked, Why smilest thou, or why wert thou shy of me? Yet again he said, Why dost thou smile at me? What is laughable in me? The youth replied, I shall tell you if you grant me leave to speak. With what I say be not offended, be not wroth, blame me not, call me not bold, ruin me not for this. He answered, How can I take aught thou sayest as displeasing? He took an oath by the sun, in other words life, of Tinatin, that contemner of the sun. Avtandil said, Then will I speak boldly. Vaunt not yourself of your archery. 'Tis better to speak modestly. I, Avtandil, earth beneath your feet, am an archer before you. Let us lay a wager. Let your armies attend as witnesses. Who is like me in the lists, said you? Vain indeed is denial. That is decided by the ball and the field. I will not let thee thus dispute with me. Say the word, let us draw the bow, do not shirk. Let us make good men witnesses of our rivalry. Then in the field will be manifest whose praises should be sung. Avtandil obeyed. They ceased their discourse. They laughed. They sported like children. Lovingly and becomingly they behaved. They fixed the wager and laid down this condition. Whoever shall be beaten, let him go bareheaded for 3 days. The king commanded, moreover, Let 12 slaves be chosen to attend us, 12 to give me arrows and wait upon me. Shermidin alone is for thee, he is equal to them, my retinue. Let them count the shots and the hits, and give a faithful, unerring report. To the huntsman he said, Travel over the plain, beat in many droves, go yourselves to do this, invite the soldiers to look on, bid them assemble and close round. The wassail and banquet broke up. There were we pleasantly merry. Early in the morning he, Avtandil, came forth like a well-grown lily. He was clad in crimson. His face was of crystal and ruby. Over his face was a golden veil. He was fair in huntsman's apparel. He rode upon a white steed. He invited the king to come forth. The king was arrayed. He mounted. They set out for the chase. The people surrounded the field. They made a ring around it. There was much mirth and excitement. The armies kept the ground. For their wager, they were shooting and striving together. The king commanded the 12 slaves. Come, accompany us. Bring us the swift bows, prepare the arrows, compare what is struck, and keep count of the shots. Game began to come in from every corner of the plain. Herds of game, innumerable, flocked in. Stags, goats, wild asses, high-leaping chamois. Lord and vassal pursued them. What sight could be fairer? Behold the bow, the arrow, and the untiring arm. The dust from their horses' tracks cut off the sun's rays. They slew, their arrows sped, blood flowed through the field. As the shafts were shot away, the slaves brought more of them. The beasts wounded by them could not take another step. They ran through that field. They drove the herd before them. They slew and exterminated. They made wrath the god of the heavens. The fields were dyed crimson with the blood they shed from the beasts. Those who watched Avtandil said, "He is like an aloe tree planted in Eden." They coursed over the whole of that plain only they had travelled over. There on the farther edge of the plain flows a stream. On the bank of the stream are rocks. The game fled into the wood where horse could not follow. Rostavan and Avtandil were both fatigued, yet how spirited they were. Each laughingly said to the other, "'Tis I that have won." Merry were they sported, hither and thither they frolicked. Then came the slaves who had tarried, and the king said, "Tell the truth, we seek not flattery from you." The slave said, "We shall speak the truth. Think not that we shall deceive you, O king. We may by no means liken you to him. Slay us at once if you will, it matters not. This cannot help you in any way. We observed the beasts stricken by him. They could not move forward a step. Together ye have slain in all 100 score, but Avtandil killed more by a score. He missed not even one at which he aimed his bow, but of yours we cleaned up many which left blots on the earth." The king heard this with as little concern as if it had been the result of a game of backgammon. He rejoiced so at the victory of his foster son. He loved him as the rose loves the nightingale. Smiling, he made merry. All grief was gone from his heart. There they both sat to cool themselves at the foot of the trees. The soldiers assembled and stood round them, countless as chaff. Near them were the 12 slaves, bravest of the brave. As they sported, they gazed at the stream and the edge of the glens. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. How the King of the Arabians saw the knight clad in the panther skin. They saw a certain stranger knight. He sat weeping on the bank of the stream. He held his black horse by the rein. He looked like a lion and a hero. His bridle, armour, and saddle were thickly bedight with pearls. The rose of his cheek was frozen in tears that welled up from his woe-stricken heart. His form was clad in a long coat, over which was thrown a panther's skin. His head, too, was covered in a cap of panther skin. In his head he held a whip thicker than a man's arm. They looked and liked to look at that wondrous sight. A slave went forth to speak to the knight of the woe-stricken heart, who, weeping with downcast head, seems not a spectacle for jesting. From a channel of jet, his eyelashes, rains a crystal shower. When the slave approached, he could by no means bring himself to speak a word to Tariel. The slave was much perturbed. He dared not address him. A long time he gazed and wondered till his heart was strengthened. Then he said, "The king commands thee to attend him." He came near and greeted him gently. He wept on and heard not. He knew not that the slave was there. He heard not a word of the slave, nor what he said. He was wholly unconscious of the shouting of the soldiers. He was sobbing strangely, his heart burnt up with fires. Tears were mingled with blood and flowed forth as from floodgates. Else whither his mind was wafted by the weight of his head. Once again the slave uttered the king's message, but Tariel ceased not from weeping and heard him not, nor was the rose bouquet of speech plucked from his lips. Since he answered not, the slave went back and said to Rostam, "I have told him what you said, but he will not listen. Mine eyes were dazzled as by the sun. My heart was sorely troubled. I could not make him hear a word, though I have tarried there so long." The king wondered. He was wroth. He was vexed in heart against him. He sent the 12 slaves standing before him. He commanded, "Take weapons of war in your hands. Go and bring hither him who sits yonder." The slaves went forth. They drew nigh to him, their armour clanked. Then indeed the knight started up. He wept still more woefully. He raised his eyes, looked around. He saw the band of warriors. But once he said, "Woe is me," and spoke no word more. He passed his hands over his eyes. He wiped away the hot tears. He made fast his sabre and quiver, and braced his strong arms. He mounted his horse. Why should he heed the word of slaves? He wended his way elsewhither, and healed not their troubles. The slaves stretched forth their hands to seize that knight. He fell upon them. Alas, even their enemies would have pitied them. He beat one against another. He slew them without raising on high his hand. Some with the whip he smote, cleaving them down to the breast. Wrathful was the king and annoyed. He shouted to the slaves. The youth looked not back, nor heeded his pursuers until they were upon him. As many as overtook him he made to look like dead men. He threw down man on man. Rostin lamented thereat. The king and Aftandil mounted to follow the youth. Proud and haughty, his form swayed to and fro. His steed was like Merani. The sun shone brightly on the field. He perceived that the king pursued him. When he saw that the king was come, he struck his horse with his whip. In that very moment he was lost. Our eyes see him not. He seemed to have sunk into an abyss or flown to heaven. They sought, but could find no trace of his course. His footprints they sought, and marvelled to find no trace. Thus, leaving no vestige, the man passed away like a Devi. The soldiers mourned for their dead. They hastened to bind up the wounded. The king said, "I have seen cause for loss of joy." He said, "God is weary of the happiness I have had hitherto. Therefore he turns my pleasure into the gall of bitterness. He has wounded me unto death. None can cure me. Such by his grace is his will and desire." Thus he spoke and returned. He went frowning away. They summoned not to the lists. Groan was mingled with groan. Each ceased from the chase wherever he was following it. Some said, "He is right." Others said, "O God." The king went into his bedchamber, sad and frowning. Aftandil watched like a son that none save himself should follow. All went away. The household dispersed. Merriment ceased, the castanet and the sweet harp. Tinatin heard of her father's great sadness. She rose and came to the door. She with whom the son strove asked the chamberlain, "Sleeps he or wakes he?" He answered, "He sits brooding. His colour has suffered a change. Aftandil alone is present. He sits in a chair before him. They have seen a certain stranger knight. This is the cause of his melancholy." Tinatin said, "I will now depart. It is not time for me to go in. When he asks for me, say, 'She was here but now.'" Time passed. He inquired, "What doth the maiden, my solace and jewel, my water of life?" The chamberlain replied, "She came, pale-faced, but now. She learned of your sadness and went away, but she is ready to come to your presence." He said, "Go, call her. How can I bear absence from her? Say unto her, Why dost thou turn back, O life of thy father? Come, drive away my grief, heal my wounded heart. I will tell thee wherefore my joy is fled." Tinatin rose and came. She did as her father wished. The light of her face is like the splendour of the moon. Her father set her by his side, and kissing her tenderly, gently, said, "Why camest thou not to me? Wert thou waiting till I sent for thee?" The maiden said, "O king, who, however venturesome, would dare to approach you aware that you are frowning? This sadness of yours upsets even the lights of heaven. Let a man seek to solve this difficulty. This, I think, would be better than grieving." He answered, "O my child, However much this sad affair grieves me, thy sight and life cause me joy. My grief is dissipated as if I had taken an electuary. I believe that when thou knowest, thou too wilt justify my sighing and groaning. I met a certain beautiful, wondrous youth. His ray enlightened the firmament and the bounds of the earth. I could not find out why he was afflicted, nor for whom he wept. He came not to see me. I was irritated and quarrelled with him. When he saw me, he mounted his horse and wiped the tears from his eyes. I cried out that he must be seized. He utterly destroyed my men. Like an evil spirit he was lost to me. He saluted me not like a man. Even now I know not whether he was real or a vision. God's tender mercies at length have become thus bitter to me. I have forgotten the past days of my joy. Every one will make me sad and comfort me no more. However long my days may be, I can no more rejoice. The maid replied, Deign to hearken to my uttered words. O king, why repine at God or fate? Why accuse of bitterness the all-seeing, who is tender to all? And why should the Creator of good make evil? If this knight was indeed a man of flesh, wandering over the earth, others must have seen him. They will appear to instruct you. If not, it is a devil who has appeared to you to disturb your joys. Refrain from sadness. Why art thou become cheerless? This is my advice. Thou art king, ruler over kings. Wide is your boundary, boundless is your power. Send everywhere men with news of this story. Soon shall you know whether this youth be a mortal or not. He commanded men, and sent them forth even to the four corners of the heavens, saying, Go, spare yourselves no pains. Search, hunt for that youth. Let nothing hinder you. Send a letter whither you cannot go nor attain. The men went. They wandered about for a year. They looked, they sought that youth. They inquired again and again. They could find none of God's creatures who had seen him. Wearied and vain, they returned, dissatisfied with themselves. The slave said, O king, we have wandered over the lands, yet we could not find that youth. So we could not rejoice. We could meet no living man who had seen him. We have not been able to serve you. Now devise some other plan. The king replied, My daughter, my child spoke truth. I have seen a hideous unclean spirit. He has been sent as my foe flying down from heaven. Grief has fled from me. I care nothing for all that. Thus he spoke, and sporting was increased with rejoicing. They called the minstrel and the acrobat wherever they were found. Many gifts were distributed. He summoned all to the throne room. What other did God create with generosity like unto his? Audiobooks sat alone in his chamber, clad only in an undergarment. He was singing and making merry. Before him stood a harp. To him came Tinatin's black slave, and said, She of the aloe form, the moon-faced one, sends for thee. Audiobooks was glad to hear this joyful news. He rose and donned his best and brightest coat. He rejoiced to meet the rose. They had never yet met alone. Pleasant is it to gaze on beauty, and be near one beloved. Proudly and boldly Audiobooks came to her. He was ashamed of none. He will see her for whom the tear of woe full oft had flowed. The peerless one sat mournful. She shone like lightning. Her rays eclipsed the moon. Her fair form was clad in unlined ermine. She wore negligently veils whose price it was hard to tell, but her black, heart-piercing eyelashes and the thick, long tresses which embraced her white throat were her real adornments. Pensive, she sat in her red veil. She quietly greeted Audiobooks and gently bade him be seated. The slave placed a seat. He sat down modestly and respectfully. Face to face, he gazed on her, full of great joy. The knight said, How indeed can I speak to one so dread? If the moon meet the sun, it is consumed, it fades away. I am no longer at leisure to think. I fear for myself. Tell me then why you are sad, and what will relieve you." The maiden replied with elegant words, not ill-chosen, saying, "Although thou hast hitherto remained far from me, yet I wonder thou shouldst be timid even for a moment. But first I must tell thee of the malady which afflicts me as a plague. Dost thou remember when thou and Rostan killed game in the plain, how ye saw a certain stranger youth who wiped his tears away? Since then I have been a prey to thoughts of him. I beg thee to search for him, to seek him even to the bounds of the earth. Although I have been unable to hold converse with thee hitherto, yet from afar have I perceived thy love for me. I know that without pause the hail has fallen from thine eyes upon thy cheek. Thou art made prisoner by love. Thy heart is taken captive. This service of mine which I bid thee do befits thee for these 2 reasons. First, thou art a knight. Among all flesh there is none like unto thee. Secondly, thou art in love with me. This is true and no slander. Go, seek that brother in arms, be he near or far. Thereby shalt thou strengthen my love for thee. By delivering me from sadness, thou shalt cripple the foul demon, plant the violet of hope in my heart, strew roses, and then come, O lion, I shall meet thee like a son. Meet thou me. Seek 3 years him whom thou hast to seek. If thou find him, come gaily, telling thy victory. If thou find him not, I shall believe he was a vision. Thou shalt meet the rosebud, unwithered, unfaded. I swear, if I wed any husband but thee, even should the Son become man, incarnate for my sake, may I be cut off forever from paradise. May I be swallowed up in hell. Love for thee would slay me, piercing my heart with a knife." The knight replied, "O son, who causest the jet to blink, what have I said to thee, and what have I done to make thee suspect me? I awaited death. Thou hast renewed my will to live. I shall certainly obey thee like a slave in service." Again he spoke, "O son, since God has created thee a son, so that the heavenly planets obey thee wherever they may be, I have heard from you that which has overwhelmed me with grace. My rose shall not wither, thy ray shines generously upon it." Once more they made an oath together. They promised each other, they confirmed it, and discoursed much, with many a word. What grief they had borne until now became easy. Their white teeth flashed white lightning, as if transparent. They sat together, they made merry, they talked simply of 100 things. They talked with their crystal and ruby and jet. The knight said, "Those who gaze upon thee become mad. My heart is burned to ashes by the fire that comes from thee." The youth went away, but he could not bear parting from her. He looked back. His eyes were dazed. Crystal hails down and freezes the rose. His graceful form was trembling. He had heart for heart. He had lent his to love. He said to himself, "O son, separation from thee is thus early manifested on the rose. My crystal and ruby have faded, and become yellower than amber. What shall I do then when I cannot see thee for a long time? This shall be my law. Death for the beloved is fitting." He lay down on his bed. He weeps. It is difficult for him to wipe away the tears. He shivered and swayed like an aspen in the wind. When he fell into a slumber, he dreamed his beloved was near. He starts, he cries aloud. His suffering increases 20-fold. Separation from his beloved made him jealous. Tears like pearls were shed upon the rose, making it tender. When day dawned, he apparelled himself, fair to look upon. He mounted his horse, set out, and came to court for an audience. He sent a chamberlain into the hall of audience, with a message from him to the king, saying, "O king, I venture to tell you what I have thought. All the face of the earth is subjected to you by your sword. Now, if it be better, I shall make known these tidings to all the vicinage. I shall go, I shall travel, I shall wage war, I shall go the rounds of the marches. I shall, by piercing the heart of your enemies, announce Tinatin's accession. I shall cause the obedient to rejoice. The disobedient will I make to weep. I shall send you gifts incessantly. I shall not be sparing of greeting." The king expressed his great gratitude. He said, "O lion, stretching thine arm in battle irks thee not. Behold, this thy counsel is matched by thy valour. Thou mayest go, but what shall I do if it happen that thou tarry long?" The knight came in. He did homage, and spoke some words of thanks. "O monarch, I wonder that you should deign to praise me. Now God will perchance lighten for me the darkness of separation, and let me see again in joy your joyful face." The king hung upon his neck, and kissed him like a son, like unto them that have none been neither upbringer nor upbrought. The knight rose and went away. To him their days seemed separated. Rosten, wise and soft-hearted, wept for him. Avtandil set out, a brave knight, marching boldly. 20 days he journeyed, many a day he made one with the night. She is the joy of the world, she is treasure and dew. He puts not away the thought of Tinatin, of her for whom the flame burns. Whenever he came there was rejoicing in the kingdom. Nobles met him, they gave generous gifts. The sun-faced had not wasted time in his rapid journey. Adorning joy met them that came into his presence. He had a strong city to strike terror in the marches. Outside was a rock, I tell thee, with an unmortared wall. The knight spent there 3 days in the pleasant chase. He appointed his pupil, Shermidin, as vizier. This is the slave Shermidin mentioned above, brought up with Avtandil, faithful and self-sacrificing to him. He knew not hitherto of the fire which burned the night. Now he, Avtandil, revealed the hopeful words of the sun. He said, "Lo, Shermidin, for this I am ashamed before thee. Thou knowest all my affairs, and hast given heed to them, but hitherto thou hast not known what tears I have shed. In her from whom I had suffering, I now find joy. I am slain by love and longing for Tinatin. From the narcissus hot tears moistened the frosted rose. I could not till now show my hidden woe. Now has she bidden me hope. Therefore thou seest me joyful. She said to me, Learn news of that lost night, and then come, I shall fulfill thy heart's desire. I want no husband save thee. A planted tree falls to my lot. She gave me the balm of my heart, until that moment bound captive. First, I am a knight. I wish to go forth to serve my lady. Faithfulness to kings is fitting, vassal must act as vassal. Then she has extinguished the fire. My heart is no longer consumed to soot. A man must not bend before misfortune, but meet it like a man. Of all lords and vassals, thou and I are most friendly. Therefore I entreat thee to hear this from mine own mouth. In my stead, I appoint thee lord and chief over mine armies. I could not entrust this matter to others. Lead forth the soldiers to battle, rule the nobles, send messengers to court telling the state of affairs, write letters in my stead, present priceless gifts. Why should it be known that I am not here? Thou must not let my absence be perceived. Represent me in military duties, and in the hunting field. Wait here for me 3 years. Keep my secret. Perchance indeed I shall return. My aloe tree shall not fade. But if I come not back, mourn me, weep for me, utter sighs. Tell the king forthwith. It is not a desirable deed. Announce my death to him as if thou art drunk. Say to him, For him is come to pass the thing which none escape. Give to the poor my treasure, gold, silver, and copper. Thus shalt thou help me after the best fashion. By this thou shalt aid me most. Do not forget me soon. Think of me often. Take good thought of provision for me. Pray for my soul. Remember my childhood. Let thy heart be motherly towards me. When the slave heard this, he wondered. He was alarmed. From his eyes the hot tears poured like pearls. He said, how can the heart deprived of thee rejoice? I know thou wilt not stay, so I cannot hinder thee in this matter. Why wouldst thou say thou wouldst appoint me in thy stead? How can I undertake the lordship? How can I imitate thee or resemble thee? It were better that the earth cradled me too, than that I should have to think that thou art alone. Rather let us both steal forth. I will accompany thee. Take me with thee. The knight replied, Hearken unto me. I tell thee truth without beating about the bush. When a lover would roam the fields, alone he must wander. A pearl falls to the lot of none without buying and bargaining. An evil and treacherous man should be pierced with a lance. To whom could I tell my secret? Save thee, none is worthy. To whom can I entrust the lordship save thee? Who else can do it well? Fortify the marches that the enemy may not encamp near. Perchance I shall return, if God make me not to be wholly lost. Hazard kills equally, be it 1 or 100. Loneliness can matter naught if the group of the heavenly powers protect me. If I come not hither in 3 years, then it will beseem thee to mourn and wear funeral garb. I will give thee a letter. Whoever is my courtier must obey thee. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Auftandil's letter to his vassals. He wrote as follows. My vassals, my instructors, and some my pupils, faithful, trusty, and tried, attentive to my behests like shadows, hearken to my letter all assembled. Give ear. I, Auftandil, earth beneath your feet, write this unto you. With mine own hand have I written this epistle. For a little while I have preferred roaming to drink and song. For bread and meat I shall trust to my bow and thumb. I have in hand a certain matter which makes me journey to a far country. I depart alone, and this year shall travel. I ask you only this. I beseech you let me find the realm unshaken by the foe. I have appointed Shermerdin to be lord in my stead. Until he learn of my life or death, he will shine upon you all like the sun. He will make the rose to be frosted and not fade. He will cause all misdoers to melt away like wax. You know, too, how he has grown up with me like a brother and like a son. You must obey him as if he were Auftandil. Let him make to sound the trumpet. Do everything as I have hitherto done. If I come not at the time appointed, mourning and not laughter will be seemly to you. The eloquent and nicely worded one ended this letter. He tied gold around his waist, habited himself to travel alone. He said, I shall mount in the plain. The soldiers formed in line, then they came forth. He tarried no time indoors. He said, Let all go hence. Herein I need none as a partisan. He sent the slaves away also. He remained by himself. Alone he withdrew himself. He hastened through the rushes. His slayer, Dinatin, is always in his thoughts. He galloped over that plain. He was lost to the soldier's sight. Whatever human being might have seen him and pursued him, his sword could not harm him. His arm was hampered. He was heavy laden with a burden of grief for her sake. When the soldiers hunted and sought their lord and could no longer find the sun-faced, their countenances paled. Their great joy turned into heaviness. They ran everywhere to seek him, whoever had a swift horse. O lion, whom can God put in thy place? They ran and brought out other messengers from elsewhere. They could learn nothing of him. He passed from that place. His disheartened hosts shed hot tears. Shermerdin assembled together the courtiers and nobles. He showed them the letter in which he, Auftandil, had told them his tidings. When they heard it, all remained heart-pierced. They beat themselves. There was not a tearless heart, not an unbruised breast. All said, Though our state without him is irksome to us, to whom save thee could he give his seat and throne? Of a truth, we shall obey thee, whatever thou commandest any of us. They made that vassal lord, all did him homage. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Avtandil sets forth in quest of Tariel. Dionysi the wise, Esros, bear me witness in this. It is pitiable when the rose wherewith the ruby of Beeswaxcandle is not to be compared, and whereto a reed stem serves as form, becomes covered with rime and frostbitten. Wherever he wanders abroad, he is wearied of abodes. Avtandil travelled over that plain at a flying pace. He left the bounds of the Arabs, he journeyed in foreign lands, but separation from his son had taken away part of his life. He said, "If I were near her now, I would not shed hot tears." Fresh snow had fallen, and freezing on the rose blasted it. He wished to strike his heart. Sometimes he uplifted his knife. He said, "Fate, the world, has increased my grief 90, 100-fold. I have gone away from all rejoicing, from harp, lyre, and pipe." The rose, separated from its son, faded more and more. He said to his heart, "Be patient." Thus he fainted not wholly. He journeyed through passing strange places on his quest. He asked tidings of wayfarers. He was friendly with them. There seeks he the shedder of tears which flow to increase the sea. The land seems to him a couch, his arm his pillow. He says to himself, "O beloved, I am far from thee, my heart stays with thee. I lament, for thy sake death would be joy to me." He journeyed over all the face of the earth. He went thoroughly over it, so that beneath heaven was no place left where he had not been. But he met none who had heard tidings of him he sought. Meanwhile 3 years, save 3 months, had passed. He arrived in a certain dreadful country, exceeding rough. For a month he saw no man, no son of Adam. Neither Viz nor Raymond saw such woe like unto his. By day and by night he thought of her, his beloved. He reached as a resting place the slope of a great high mountain. Thence appeared a plain which it would take 7 days to cross. At the foot of the mountain flowed a river that could not be bridged. Both sides were covered down to the water's edge with forests. He goes up, turns round and counts the time, the remaining days. He has 2 months left. He sighs at this. He rejoices not. Alas, if the thing were revealed! Again, he is timid in heart by reason of this. No man can turn evil to good. None can be born again of himself. He became thoughtful. He stood to consider the matter. He said to himself, "If I return thus, why have I spent so much time in the field? What can I dare say to my star, how I have spent the days? I have learnt not even gossip regarding him I seek. If I return not, I must spend yet more time in the quest, if I can learn no tidings of him I seek. When the time agreed upon with Shermodin is past, his cheeks will be bathed in tears. He will go and tell the king whatsoever things are fitting. He will tell him of my death, as I myself bade him. Then there would be mourning, weeping, bitter would be the matter for them. Thereafter should I return from travelling everywhere. On this he thinks, weeping, distressed in mind. He said, O God, why make thy judgments crooked because of me? Why, alas, should I have made such a journey in vain? Thou hast rooted up joys from my heart. Thou hast given griefs a nest there. All my days my tears will never cease. Then he said, Patience is better, and communed thus with himself. Let me not die a day too soon. Cast not down my heart. Without God I can do nothing. My tears flow in vain. No one can change that which is decreed. That which is not to be will not be. He said to himself, Die. For thee it is better than shameful life. thou wilt go back. Tinnatin, who brightens the sunny day, will meet thee. She will ask thee for tidings of that sun. What does groaning avail? Thus thinking, he forthwith sets out for the reedy, watery edge of the wood. All beings under the heavens have surely passed me by in turn, but regarding that man, naught can I learn anywhere. Doubtless they who called him a Gudge spoke truth. Now tears avail me not. Why should I weep in vain? Aftandil descended the mountain. He crossed river and woods. He put his steed to a gallop towards the plain. The murmur of the water and trees annoys him. His power and pride were spent. The crystal field with the jetty growth was beautiful. He resolved to return. He sighed and groaned. He turned towards the plain. He traced out the road with his eyes. For a month he has seen no human being anywhere. There are terrible wild beasts, but he hunted them not. Though Aftandil was become wild with heart-groaning and sighing, yet he wished to eat, after the wont of Adam's race. He killed game with his arrow, with an arm longer than Rostom's. He alighted on the edge of the reedy ground and kindled a fire with his steel. He let his horse pasture while he roasted the meat. He saw 6 horsemen coming towards him. He said, "They look like brigands, else what good is to be found? No other human being has ever been here." He took his bow and arrow in his hand and went gaily towards them. 2 bearded men were leading their beardless brother. His head was wounded. His heart had swooned from loss of blood. They wept and grieved. His poor spirit was almost fled. He called out, "Brothers, who are ye? I took you for brigands." They replied, "Be calm. Help us and put out the fire. Thou canst not help us. Add grief to our grief and make it complete. Weep with us who need pity. Scratch thy cheeks too." Aftandil approached. He spoke to the men with the grieved hearts. They told him their story, speaking with tears. "We are 3 brothers. For this we shed bitter tears. We have a large fortified town in the region of Katieti. We heard of good hunting ground. We went forth to the chase. Countless soldiers accompanied us. We dismounted on the bank of a stream. The hunting pleased us. For a month we went not away. We killed wild beasts without measure in the plain, on the mountain, and on the ridge. We 3 brothers shamed the archers with us, so we 3 vied still one with another. I kill best. I am better than thou." Thus each pushed his claim with words. We could not manifest the truth. We wrangled, we strove with one another. None wanted to be last. Today we sent away the soldiers loaded with stags' hides. We said among ourselves, "Let us judge truly who of us is mightier with his arm." We remained alone. We were private. We killed in our own sight. We shot not before onlookers. We had 3 armour-bearers with us. We ordered the soldiers to go away, mistrusting naught. We hunted over plain, through wood and den. We slaughtered the wild beast, and not even a bird flew up. Suddenly there appeared a knight, morose and gloomy of visage, seated on a black horse, black as Pegasus. His head and form were clad in a panther's skin with the fur outside, and beauty such as his has ne'er been seen by man before. We gazed upon his rays, we scarce could support the brightness. We said, "He is a sun on the earth. We cannot say there is a sun in heaven." We wished to seize him. We were venturesome and tried. This is the cause of our sighs, moans, weeping. I, the eldest, earnestly begged the man from the younger. My next brother asked for his horse as a keepsake. This one only asked leave to conquer him. We granted him this as his due. As we went towards him, he came forward, unchanged, calmly, and in beauty. Ruby, mingled with crystal, beautified the pale roses of his cheeks. He withered up tender thoughts towards us. He explained nothing, neither did he let us go. He showed not any consideration for us at all. With his whip he ripened us who had spoken tartly to him. We gave him over to our youngest brother. We elders kept back. He seized upon him and said, "Stand!" Thus he spake to him with his tongue. He held no sword in his hand, so we moved away. He struck him on the head with his whip. We saw the blood flow indeed. With a stroke of his whip he cleft his head thus. Like a corpse he became lifeless. Like earth he was brought to earth. Thus he humbled, levelled with the ground, him who had been audacious to him. Before our eyes he went away, bold, severe, and haughty. He turned not back again. He went away quietly and without haste. Lo, there he rides! Look, like the sun and moon! The weeping ones joylessly showed him far off to Audiendil. There only appeared his black steed, carrying along that sun. Behold, it befell Audiendil that his cheeks need no longer be covered with snow from tears, since he had not passed so much time abroad in vain. When a man attains the thing wished for, when he must find what he sought, then need he no longer remember past woes. He said, Brothers, I am a wanderer without a place. To seek that knight, I have gone far from the home of my upbringing. Now from you I have learned what it was by no means easy to discover. May God never again give you cause to grieve. As I meet my wish, my heart's desire, so even may God not let your brother suffer. He showed them his resting place. Go at your ease, said he. Give him repose in the shade. Rest your weary selves. Thus he spoke, and went his way. He spurred on his horse. He flew like a hawk, not hindered by the string, or like the moon meeting the sun of heavenly light. For this cause he has extinguished his burning fires. He drew near. He bethought himself how he might contrive the meeting. A senseless converse yet more enrages a madman. If a wise man would compass a difficult deed, he must not lose his presence of mind and tranquillity. Since yon man is so unreasoning and dazed that he suffers not any to speak with him or look on him, if I go up we shall meet only to slaughter each other. Either he will kill me, or I shall kill him. He will be still more hidden. Audiendil said, Why should I suffer so many woes in vain? Whatever he is, it cannot be that he has no nests. Let him go whithersoever he will. Whatever walls encompass him, there shall I seek him, if my powers fail not. 2 days and nights they fared, one behind, one before, wearied by day and by night, eating no food. Nowhere they paused, not one moment of time. From their eyes tears flowed, moistening the plains. One day they travelled, and at eventide high rocks appeared. In the rocks were caves. In front a stream flowed down. It was not possible to say how many rushes were at the water's edge. Tall trees whose tops eyes could not reach rose high against the rock. The knight made for the cave. He passed the streams and rocks. Audiendil alighted from his horse. He betook himself to the great trees. He climbed up to look. At the foot he tethered his horse. Thence he watched. That night went shedding tears. When the night, the panther skin clad, passed the woods, a maiden, dressed in a black mantle, came forth to the door of the cave. She wept aloud, her tears uniting with the sea. The knight dismounted. With his arms he embraced her neck. The knight said, Sister Asmat, our bridges are fallen into the sea. We shall never, timely, come upon the track of her for whom fires burn us. Thus he spoke, and beat his hands upon his breast. The tears rained down. The maiden swooned. He embraced her. They wiped each other's tears of blood. The forest became thicker from the tearing of their hair. Each embraced the other, the youth the maid, and the maid the youth. They wailed, they lamented. The rocks re-echoed their voices. Audiendil gazed in wonder on their behaviour. That maid composed her soul. She endured the wound of her heart. She led the steed into the cave. She took off its trappings. She unbuckled the knight. She ungirded his armour. They went in. That day passed to its close. Audiendil was surprised. How am I to know this story? Said he. Day dawned. The maiden came forth clad in the same colour. She put the bridle on the black horse. She furbished it with the end of her veil. She saddled it. She carries the armour quietly, with no clattering. 'Twas the custom, it seems, with that knight never to tarry longer. The maiden wept and beat her breast. She tore her thick hair. They embraced each other. He kissed her and mounted his horse. Asmat, already gloomy, became still more gloomy. Aftandil once more saw near him the face of that man. His moustaches had hardly grown. He was without a beard. "Is it not the Son of Heaven?" said he. He smelt the smell of the aloe wafted on the wind. For him the killing of a lion was just as easy as for a lion to kill a goat. He rode out the same road he had come in by the day before. He passed the rushes. He went beyond, far into the plain. Aftandil gazed in wonder. Secretly he was hidden in the tree. He said, "God has managed this matter exceedingly well for me. How could God have done better for me than this? I will seize the maid. I will make her tell me the story of that night. I shall also tell her all mine. I shall make her know the truth. I shall not smite the knight with the sword, nor shall I have to be pierced by him." He came down and loosed his horse, which he had tied to the tree. He mounted and rode up. The door of the cave was open. The heart-shaken, tear-flooded maiden ran out thence. She thought the rose-faced, crystal-haloed one was come back. She knew not the face. 'Twas not like the face of that night. Swiftly she turned. With a cry she made for rock and tree. The knight leapt from his horse, seized her like a partridge in a net. The rocks resounded with the maiden's monotonous cry. She yielded not to that knight. Even the sight of him was hateful. Like a partridge under an eagle, she fluttered hither and thither. She called on a certain Tariel for help, but he succoured her not. Aftandil threw himself on his knees. He entreated her with his fingers. He said, "Hush! What ill can I do thee? I am a man of Adam's race. I have seen those roses and violets grow pale. Tell me something of him. Who is the cypress-formed, the halo-faced? I shall do naught else to thee. Be comforted. Cry not thus loudly." The weeping girl, like a suppliant for justice, said, "If thou be not mad, let me go. If thou art mad, return to reason. Now thou lightly askest me to tell thee a very hard matter. Try not in vain. Look not to me to tell his story." Again she said, "O knight, what wilt thou? What dost thou request of me? This thing cannot be even written with the pen. Once thou shalt say, 'Tell me,' 100 times I shall tell thee, 'No.' As smiling is better than weeping, so I prefer mourning to song." "Maiden, thou knowest not whence I come, what woes I have endured. For as long as I have sought tidings from none have I heard them. I have found thee. However much my words may annoy thee, I cannot let thee go till thou tell me. Be not bashful with me." The maiden said, "Why have I fallen in with thee? Who am I, or who art thou? The sun is not near me. This thou knewest, O hoarfrost. Therefore thou thus annoyest me. Long discourse is tedious, so I shall speak shortly to thee. On no account shall I tell thee aught. Do whatsoever thou wilt." Yet again he adjured her. He threw himself on his knees before her, but naught could he win from her. He wearied of entreaty. His indignation mounted to his face. Blood flowed to his eyes. He arose. He drew her by the hair. He put a knife to her throat. Thus he said, "How can I forgive thee so much ill will? If I weep, shall the tear be in vain? 'Tis better for thee to tell me. I shall trouble thee no more. If not, may God slay mine enemy as I slay thee." The maid replied, "Thou hast done exceeding ill to think of using force. If thou kill me not, I shall not die. I am hale and alive. Why should I tell thee anything until the time when I shall no longer see woes, and if thou kill me, I shall have no head to converse with thee?" Again she said, "Why didst thou find me? Who art thou that speakest with me? Who? I cannot be made to tell the story with living tongue. I will make thee kill me at my own wish. Like a despised letter, easily shalt thou tear me. Think not that death would be suffering to me, for it would free me from weeping. 'Tis the drier up of the ford of tears. The whole world seems to me as straw, even so do I weigh it. I know not who thou art, that I should tell thee trusty words. The knight said to himself, Thus shall I not make her speak. I must think of some other way. It is better to ponder the matter. He let her go and sat down apart. He wept. He began to shed tears. He said to the maiden, I have angered thee. Now I know not, alas, how I shall survive. The maiden sat morose. She is sulky, she is not yet sweetened. Audioktoondeel sits below weeping. No longer does he speak. In the rose garden the pool of tears is dammed up. The maiden too weeps over yonder, her heart softening towards him. She pitied the weeping knight. Therefore her hot tears flowed, but she sat, strange to the stranger. She spake not. The knight perceived that her hasty thoughts towards him were calmed. With flowing tears he entreated her. He arose and bent his knee before her. He said, I know that now I am by no means worthy to hope from thee. I have angered thee. I remain a stranger to thee and thus lonely. Yet even now I have hope for myself from thee, for it is said that sin shall be forgiven unto 7 times. Though my beginning in service has pleased thee ill, it is fitting to pity the lover. Understand thou this, from any other, whomsoever I can have no aid, none is my strength. I yield thee my life for my heart's sake. What more can I do? When the maid heard from the knight of his love, with heart-sobs she began to shed tears 100-fold more. Again she raised her voice in wailing. She smiled not. God gave Audioktoondeel his wish, his heart's comfort. He said to himself, These words have changed her colour. Doubtless her tears flow faster, for that she is mad for someone. He spoke once more. O sister, a lover is pitied even by his foes. Thou too knowest that he himself seeks death, he shuns it not. I am a lover, a madman to whom life is unbearable. My son sent me to seek that night. Even a cloud could not reach me where I have been on that quest. I have found thy heart, his to thee, thine to him. His face have I imprinted on my heart like a holy picture. The him mad, cut off, have I given up all my joy. One of 2 things do thou to me. Make me a prisoner, or set me free. Give me life, or slay me, adding grief to grief. The maiden spoke to the knight a word more pleasant than her first. What thou hast now thought of is much better. Just now thou didst sow enmity in my heart. Now thou hast found in me a friend, more sisterly than a sister. Then, since thou hast thought of love as thine aid, henceforth it shall not be that I shall not be thy servant. If I devote not myself to thee, I shall make thee mad. I shall make thee sad. I shall die for thy sake if I find not some means to help thee. Now, whatever I tell thee, if thou wilt be obedient to me, therein thou shalt meet whatever thou seekest. Thou shalt certainly not fail. If thou hearkenest not to me, thou shalt not find. Let thy tears flow as they will. Discontent with the world shall come upon thee. Thou shalt die. Thou shalt be put to shame. The knight replied, This only resembles one thing. 2 men were journeying somewhere along some road. The one who was behind saw the one in front fall into a well. He came up, called down, weeps, and cries, Woe! Thus he spoke, Comrade, stay there. Wait for me. I go to bring ropes. I want to pull thee out. The man who was beneath laughed. He marvelled greatly. He shouted up, Unless I wait, whither can I flee from thee? Whither can I go? Now, sister, thou holdest the rope about my neck. Without thee I can undertake nothing. Whatever thou doest to me rests with thee. Thou art balm to the mad. Otherwise who would bind his sound head with hay ropes? The maid replied, Thy discourse, O knight, pleases me. Doubtless thou art some good knight, worthy of the praise of the wise. Since thou hast heretofore suffered such griefs, hearken to what I tell thee, and thou shalt find what thou seekest. Nowhere can news of that knight be found. If he himself tell thee not, it will not be told. None other shouldst thou believe. If thou canst wait so long, wait until he come. Be calm, freeze not the rose, that it will not be snowed up in tears. I will tell thee our names if thou wishest to know them. Tariel is the name of that distracted knight. I am called Asmat, whom this hot fire burns, sigh upon sigh, not once alone, but many times. More words about him than these I cannot tell thee. The elegant, slender-formed roams the plain. I eat, alas, alone of the meat brought by him from the chase. He may come anon, I know not, or he may tarry a long time. I entreat thee to wait. Go not elsewhere. When he comes, I shall plead with him. It may be that I shall be able to do something. I shall make you known to each other. I shall make him love thee. He himself will tell thee his story. Thou shalt make thy beloved to rejoice. The knight listened to the maid. He was obedient. He submitted. Thereupon they looked round. They heard a splash from the glen. They saw the moon come forth from the water, its rays beaming. They hastened back. They made no long tarrying there. The maid said, O knight, God give thee soon what thou desirest, but make thyself unseen. Hide thyself inside. No human being is disobedient to that knight. Perchance I may so contrive that the sight of thee anger him not. The maiden hastily hid Audiendil secretly in the cave. That night alighted from his horse. His quiver and sword adorn him. They wept aloud, their tears flowing even into the sea. Audiendil gazed from the window, himself hidden from view. The bath of tears turned the crystal to the colour of jasper. A long time the knight and that black-robed maiden wept. She unbuckled his armour and took it in. She also led on the horse. They were silent. The black knife of jet cut off the flow of tears. Audiendil watched from the window, a prisoner but now freed from his dungeon. The maid laid down the panther skin. The knight sat upon it. He sighs with added grief. The jetty eyelashes are plaited by tears of blood. The maiden betook herself to the lighting of a gentle fire with a steel. She thought he would eat meat roasted, a bird cooked whole. She gave it to him. He bit off a piece. It was difficult for him to eat. He had no appetite. He began to spit it out unchewed. He lay down a little. He fell asleep. But only for a short time. He was afraid. He screamed aloud. He leapt up as if dazed. He cried and incessantly beat his breast with a stone and his head with a stick. The maiden sits apart looking at him and scratches her face. "Why hast thou returned?" she asked. "Tell me, what has happened to thee?" He answered, "I came upon a certain king hunting. He had countless soldiers, heavy weighed their baggage. He hunted in that plain where beaters were scattered. It was melancholy for me to see men. The fire flamed up still more. I came not near to meet him. I pitied myself. I returned pale from them. I hid in the wood. I thought, if he pursues me no more, I shall go away at daybreak tomorrow." The maiden's tears sprang forth 100-fold, 10,000-fold more. She said, "Thou roamest alone with wild beasts in the deep forest. Thou approachest no man for converse and entertainment. Thou canst not help her thus. Why dost thou waste thy days in vain? Thou hast fared over the whole face of the earth. How couldst thou not find one man in whom to take pleasure, and who could be with thee without making thee mad, though it would not lessen thy grief? If thou diest and she perishes, what doth this profit thee?" He said, "O sister, this is like thy heart, but for this wound there is no balm upon earth. Who can find such a man as hath not yet come into the world? My joy is death, the severance of flesh and soul. Why should God cause a man to be born under the same planet as I, even if I desired his companionship and converse? Who could bear my woes, or even attempt it? Save thee, sister, I have no human being anywhere." The maid said, Be not angry with me, I fear and entreat thee. Since God has appointed me thy vizier, I cannot conceal the best that I know in the matter. To go to extremes is of no use. Thou hast overstepped the bounds. The knight replied, I know not what thou askest of me. Tell me clearly, how can I create a man for my service without God? God needs me to be unhappy. What could I do? Of a truth I am become as a wild beast. To this pass I have brought myself. The maid again spoke. I have harassed thee with overmuch advice. But if I could find a man who would come to thee of his own free will, who would stay near thee, who would rejoice thee by his acquaintance, wilt thou swear not to kill him, nor to do him any hurt? He answered, If thou wilt show him to me, greatly shall I rejoice at sight of him. I swear by the love of her for whose sake I wander mad in the fields, I shall do naught unpleasing. I shall never cause any bitterness to him. I shall be pleasant and love him, and do all I can to be amiable. The maid rose and went to bring that knight. He is not angry, quoth she, to encourage him. She took him by the hand and led him forth like the full moon. When Tariel saw him, he thought him like the sun. Tariel met him. They were both fit to be ranked as suns, or as the moon in heaven, cloudless, spreading her rays on the plain beneath. Compared with them, the aloe tree was of no worth. They were like the 7 planets. To what else shall I liken them? They kissed each other. They were not bashful at being strangers. They opened the rose. From their lips their white teeth shone transparent. They embraced each other's neck. Together they wept. Their jacinth, which was worth rubies, they turned into amber. The knight turned. He grasped Avtandil's hand in his hand. They sat down together and wept long with hot tears. Asmat calmed them with wonderful words. Slay not yourselves. Darken not the sun with your eclipse. Tariel's rose was only covered with a light frost, not frozen. He said to Avtandil, Haste, tell me thy secret. Who art thou? Whence art thou come? Where is thy home? As for me, death has forgotten me. Even by it am I abandoned. Avtandil gave answer. Beautiful are his words. O lion and hero Tariel, thou who behavest gently, I am an Arabian, from the court of Arabia. I am consumed by love. Unquenchable fire burns me. I love the daughter of my lord. Her lusty armed servants now view her as their king. Though thou knowest me not, I have seen thee, if thou wilt call it to mind. Dost thou remember when thou slewest the strong-armed slaves? We saw thee roaming in the plain, and we came upon thee. My lord was angry with thee, and we quarrelled fiercely with thee. We called thee, thou earnest not. We pursued thee with soldiers. Thou didst dye the fields crimson with the blood thou madest to flow. Thou didst cut the heads off all with a whip, without a sword. The king mounted. Thou wert lost to us. We could not cut off thy track. Like a cadge, thou wert hidden. The slaves were terrified. This enraged us more. We were completely stunned. The king became gloomy. You know that a monarch also has humours. They looked for thee. They sought thee everywhere. They wrote a letter of command. They could find none who had seen thee, neither young nor old. Now she has sent me, she to whom neither sun nor ether is to be compared. She said to me, Learn for me news of that vanished son, then will I do that which thou desirest. She told me that for 3 years the stream of tears was to flow without her. Dost thou not marvel that I could bear the lack of the sight of her smile? Until now I have seen no man who saw thee. I saw robbers who spoke rudely with you. Thou didst strike them with thy whip. One thou madest like a corpse. They whose brother was dying told me. Tariel recalled their bygone fight. He said, I remember the affair, though it happened long ago. I saw thee and thy master together at the chase. I was weeping because I was thinking, alas, of my destroyer. What did you want with me? What did you desire? What had we in common? You, mighty, were sporting. We bathed our cheeks in tears. When you set the slaves upon me, you dared to take me. Now, methinks, instead of capturing me, you bear away corpses. I looked round when I saw thy lord approach me. I had pity on his kingship. Therefore I laid not my hands upon him. I fled before your eyes, I said nothing. My horse looks invisible. What other way shall I describe him? Before a man can blink or wink the eye, I can flee that which I know to be unpleasant. Those Turks, on the other hand, I did not consider myself unjust to them. Their overbearance and my prowess ill became them. Now thou art come with good intent. The sight of thy face rejoices me, O cypress-formed, sun-like faced, brave as a hero. But thou hast toiled, thou art not untried by trouble. Hard is it to find a man like me abandoned by God and heaven. Avtandil said, How dost thou praise me, thou worthy of the praise of the tongue of the wise? What am I to deserve such praise from thee? Thou art the image of the one Sun, the light of heaven above, for the misery of the flowing of so many tears cannot change thee. This day has made me forget her who darkened by eclipse my heart. I renounce her service. As for that, it shall be as thou wishest. Thus, though a jacinth is better, still 1,000 times more do I desire glass. I shall stay near thee till death. More than this I desire not. Tariel said, Thy heart now is warm to me. I am amazed. What service worthy of thine attachment have I done for thee? But such is the law. Lover pities lover. Thou art parted from thy beloved. What can recompense thee for this? Thou art come forth to seek me in thy lady's service. God has made thee find me. Thou also hast endeavoured manfully. But how shall I tell thee why I am thus wandering? If I speak of it, hot fire will burn me. I shall become a flame, a smoke. Upon this Tariel was silent, burned and inflamed. He said to Asma, Since thou hast been near me all the time, how dost thou know not that this bruised bruise is incurable? Anew this weeping night burns me. I am his debtor for tears. He said to the night, Whatever man takes to himself a brother, ay, or a sister, must have no care of death, and trouble for their sake. How should God save the one if he cause not the other to perish? Listen, and I shall tell thee my story, whatever befall me. He said to Asmat, Come, sit down here, bring water with thee, sprinkle me when fainting, bathe my breast. Thou seest me a corpse, weep for me, sob ceaselessly, dig a grave for me, here let the earth cradle me. He sat down unbuttoned to tell his tale. He laid bare his shoulders. Like the sun clad in clouds he sat. A long time he shed no ray. He could not open his lips to speak. He clenched them. Then he drew his breath, cried out. Hot tears gushed forth. He sobbed. Oh, beloved, mine own, lost to me, my hope and life, my thought, my soul, my heart, who cut thee off I know not, O tree planted in Eden. How can the hot fire not consume thee, O heart 100 times kindled? End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The telling of his tale by Tariel when he first told it to Avtandil. Hearken, give heed to the hearing of my tidings, discourses and deeds, such that I can scarce utter them. She who maddens me, for whom I am overpowered by melancholy, for whom flow streams of blood, from her I never expect comfort. Thou knowest, as every man knows, of India's 7 kings. Parsadan possessed 6 kingdoms. He was sovereign, generous, rich, bold, ruler over kings, in form a lion, in face a sun, a conqueror in battle, a leader of squadrons. My father sat on the 7th throne, king, terror of adversaries, Saradin was his name. Not underhanded in the destruction of enemies, none dared offend him either openly or secretly. He hunted and made merry, careless of fate. He hated solitude. It created hosts of cares in his heart. He said to himself, By conquest I have taken from foes the vicinage of the marches. I have chased them forth everywhere. I am seated in power. I have pomp and might. He said, I will go and enjoy the favour of King Pasarden." He resolved to dispatch an envoy to Pasarden. He sent a message saying, "Thou hast the rule of all India. Now I also wish to exhibit before you the power of my heart. May the glory of my faithful service remain." Pasarden, on hearing those tidings, made great jubilation. He sent a message. "I, ruler of the lands, give thanks to God, because thou, a king like me enthroned in India, hast done this. Now come, I shall honour thee like a brother and parent." He bestowed on him one kingdom well worthy of a good knight or vassal, also the dignity of Amrabar, Grand Marshal. The Amrabar in India is also Amir Pasalar, Commander-in-Chief. When he sat as king, he was not absolute. He only lacked the overlordship. In all else, he was sovereign lord. The king considered my father equal with himself. He said, "I wager that no man has an Amrabar like mine." They waged war and they hunted. They forced their enemies to make peace. I am not like him, as no other man is like me. The king and the sun-like queen had no child. For this they were sad. A time came when the armies were seized with alarm thereat. Woe befall the cursed day I was given to the Amrabar. The king said, "I shall rear him as my son. He is even of mine own race." The king and queen took me as their child. They brought me up as lord of all the soldiers and countries. They gave me wise men to instruct me in the behaviour and deportment of kings. I grew up. I became like the sun to look upon, like a lion in mien. Asmat, tell me whatever thou knowest to be false in my story. When I was 5 years old, I was like an opened rosebud. To me it appeared no labour to slay a lion. It was like a sparrow. Pasarden cared not that he had no son. Asmat, thou art witness of my pallor. I was fairer in beauty than the sun. Was the hour of dawn than darkness. Those who saw me said, "He is like a nursling of Eden." My person now is but a shadow of what it was then. I was 5 years old when the queen became with child. When he said this, the youth sighed and weeping said, "She bare a daughter." He was like to faint. Asmat sprinkled water on his breast. He said, "She for whom these flames now burn me was like the sun even then. The tongue with which I now speak cannot utter the praise of her." Pasarden sat down to announce the good news with jubilation and pomp. From everywhere came kings bringing many kinds of gifts. They gave away treasure. They filled the soldiers with presents. The guests at the birth festivities separated. They began to rear me and the maiden. Even then she was like the sun's rays augmented threefold. The king and queen loved us and looked on us alike. Now shall I utter the name of her for whom my heart is consumed by flame. The knight swooned when he sought to mention her name. Avtandil also wept. His fire made his heart like soot. The maiden revived Tariel. She sprinkled water on his breast. He said, "Hearken, but this truly is the day of my death. That maiden was called by the name Nestandarajan. When she was 7 years old, she was a gentle and wise maid, moonlike, not equalled by the sun in beauty. From her how can the heart bear separation, even if it were adamant or forged steel? So she grew up, and I was able to go to battle. Since the king looked upon the maid as the heir to the kingship, he gave me back into the hands of my father. When I was of that age, I played at ball. I sported in the lists. I killed a lion like a cat. The king built a house, and in it a dwelling for the maid. For stone he used bezoar, cut jacinths and rubies. In front was a little garden and a fountain of rose water for bathing. There abode she, for whose sake a furnace of flame consumes me. Day and night cut aloes poured forth their incense from censers. Sometimes she sits in the tower, sometimes she descends to the garden when it is shaded. Davar was the king's sister, a widow who had been wedded in Kajetsi. To her the king gave his child to be taught wisdom. The palace was curtained with cloth of gold and costly brocades. None of us saw how she became crystalline rose of face. Asmat and 2 slaves she had. They played backgammon. There her shape was formed. She grew up like a tree in Gabaon. I was 15 years old. The king brought me up as a son. By day I was before him, and he did not even give me leave to sleep at home. In power a lion, to the eye a son. In form I was like one reared in Eden. They lauded the feats done by me in archery and in the lists. The arrow I shot slew beasts and game. Returned from the plain, I played at ball in the square. Then I went home. I used to make a feast, accustomed continually to rejoice. Now fate has sundered me from the crystal ruby-faced. My father died. The day of his death was come. This event brought to naught all sign of merriment for Poseidon. It rejoiced those whom terror of fear of him as a foe exhausted. The loyal began to mourn and recall the reproaches of their enemies. I sat in the dark mourning for a year, annihilated by fate. By day and by night I groaned, calmed by none. Then courtiers came to conduct me. They told me the king's command. He said, "Son Tariel, wear mourning no longer. We are even more grieved than thou at the loss of our peer." He gave 100 treasures, and commanded that I should put off my black raiment. He gave me all the lordship that had belonged to my father. "Thou shalt be Amirbar, fulfill the duties of thy father." I was inflamed. Inextinguishable furnaces burned me for my father's sake. The courtiers standing before me led me out from the dark. The monarchs of India made jubilation at my coming forth. They met me afar off. They kissed me with regard like parents. They seated me near their thrones. They honoured me like their son. They both told me gently of my obligation of duty. I was recalcitrant, and to behave as he had done seemed a horror to me. They would take no denial. I submitted and bent to them as Amirbar. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 is The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Tariel tells the tale of his falling in love when he first fell in love. When he had wept for some time, he again began to tell his tale. One day the king and I had come home from the chase, and he said, "Let us see my daughter." He took me by the hand. Does it not surprise thee that I live when I remember that time? I saw the garden fairer indeed than all places of delight. The voice of birds was heard, sweeter than a siren's. There were many fountains of rose water for baths. Over the door were hung curtains of cloth of gold. The king ordered me to take some wood partridges and carry them to the maiden. I took them and went to burn myself at a flame. Then I began to pay the debt of fate. It needs a lance of adamant to pierce a heart of rock. I knew he wished none to see his son like one. I stood outside, and the king went in through the curtain of the door. I could see nothing. I only heard the sound of talk. He commanded Asmat to take the partridges from the Amrabar. Asmat drew aside the curtain. I stood outside the curtain. I saw the maiden. A lance pierced my mind and heart. Asmat came. I gave her the partridges. She took them from me who was burned with fire. Ah, me! Since then in eternal furnace I burn. Now failed that light which despised even the sun. He could tell no more. He fainted, groaning bitterly. The night of Tandil and Asmat wept. The vicinage re-echoed their voices. They said gloomily, "The arms that brought to naught heroes have become useless, alas." Asmat sprinkled water upon him. Tariel came back to consciousness. For a long time he could not speak. Melancholy bound and overcame his heart. He sat down and moaned bitterly. His tears were mingled with the earth. He said, "Woe is me! What a great agitation is her memory to me! Trusters in fortune have their pick of her gifts. They are lucky, but at last are not spared her treachery. I praise the prudence of those sages who oppose her. Hearken to my tidings if life remain in me." They took in the partridges. I could make no way for myself. I fell. I fainted. Force was fled from mine arms and shoulder. When I came back to life, I heard the voice of weeping and woe. The household surrounded me like one who was embarking on a ship. I lay in a fair bed in a great chamber. The king and queen wept over me with undrying tears. They scratched their faces with their hands, tearing their cheeks. Mullahs sat around. They called my sickness bewitchment of Beelzebub. When the king saw mine eyes open, he embraced my neck. He said to me with tears, my son, dost thou indeed live? Speak one word." I could give no answer. Like a madman, I was greatly affrighted. Again I fell into a faint. Blood rushed into my heart. All the mukris and mullahs watched round me. In their hands they held the Koran. All of them read. They thought I was struck by the adversary of mankind. I know not of what they raved. For 3 days I was lifeless. Inextinguishable fires burned me. The doctors also marvelled, saying, "What manner of sickness is this? Nothing medicable afflicts him. Some melancholy has laid hold of him." Sometimes I leapt up like a madman. I uttered idle words. The queen poured forth tears enough to make a sea. For 3 days was I in the palace, neither alive nor dead. Then understanding came back to me. I remembered what had befallen me. I said, "Alas, in what a plight am I, despairing of life." I prayed the Creator for patience. I ventured to make a discourse of entreaty. I said, "O God, abandon me not. Hearken to my supplication. Give me strength to endure that I may rise a little. To stay here will reveal my secret. Let me reach home." He did so, and I mended. I steeled my wounded heart. I sat up. Many men were come from the king. They carried back the good news. He sits up. The queen ran in. The king came running bareheaded. He knew not what he did. He glorified God while all the others were silent. They sat down on either side of me. I sipped some soup. I said, "My lord, now that my heart is stronger, I long to mount a horse, to see river and field." They brought me a horse. I mounted. The king went with me. We went forth. We passed by the Murdan, public square, and the river bank. I went home. I sent back the king, who accompanied me to the threshold of the house. I went in. I felt worse. Woe was added to woe. I said to myself, I would die. What more can fate do to me? The bath of tears changed the crystal of my face to saffron colour. 10,000 knives cut my heart still more. The doorkeeper of the bedchamber entered. He called out the steward. I said to myself, what news does he know, either this one or that one? It is Asmat's slave. What knows she? I called. Ask. He came in. He gave me a love letter. I read it. I was surprised how I had made another's heart burn with heat. I had no suspicion of her. My heart burned with melancholy for this. I was surprised wherefore I was loved, or how Asmat dared to declare it to me. But, thought I, disobedience avails not. She will denounce me for silence. She will lose hope of me. Then will she reproach me. I wrote what answer was fitting to enamorment. Days passed, and heart burned me still more with flame. I no longer watched the soldiers going to the plain for sport. I could not go to court. Many physicians began to come. Then I began to pay the joys and debts of the world. The physicians could do nothing for me. The twilight of darkness fell upon my heart. No one else discovered the burning of the hot fire of love. They blamed my blood. The king ordered them to bleed my arm. I let it be done so as to hide my sufferings, to let none suspect. After my arm was bled, I lay melancholy alone in my bed. My slave came in. I glanced at him to ask what he wanted. "It is Asmat's slave," said he. I told him to bring him in. I thought in my heart, what has she found in me, or who is she? The slave gave me a letter. I read it slowly. I learned from the letter that she wished to come quickly to me. I wrote in reply, "It is time. Thou art right to be surprised. Thou shalt come if thou wantest me. Suspect me not of tardiness in coming." I said to my heart, why do such lances make thee thus melancholy? I am Amrabar, king. All the Indians are subject to me. If it came to their knowledge, they will make the deed 1,000 times more weighty. If they find it out, they will not let me travel in their regions. A man came from the king, saying he wished to hear the news. I ordered him in. The king commanded me to be bled. I said, "My arm has been bled. I have begun to mend. I come to your presence. It is fitting for me to rejoice the more for this again." I went to court. The king said, "No, do this no more." He seated me quiverless on a horse. He girded not my loins with weapons. He mounted. He let fly the falcons. The partridges shrank with fear. The archers formed in ranks, said, "Bravo, bravo." We made a feast at home that day for those who had been in the plain. The singers and the minstrels were not dumb. The king gave away many precious stones praised as unique. None of those present were left dissatisfied that day. I strove, but could not keep myself from melancholy. I thought on her. The fire burned into a larger flame in my heart. I took my comrades with me. I sat down. They called me an aloe tree. I drank and feasted to hide my misery and grief. My treasurer of the household whispered in mine ear, "A certain woman asks if she can see the Amrabar. Veils cover her face, which is worthy of the praise of the wise." I replied, "Take her to my chamber. She is invited by me." I rose up. So those sitting at the banquet prepared to depart. "By your leave," said I, "do not rise. I shall not tarry long." I went forth and entered the chamber. A slave stood on guard at the door. I nerved my heart to suffer shame. I halted at the door. The woman came forward to meet me and did me homage. She said to me, "Blessed is he whoever is worthy to come before thee." I marvelled. Whoever saluted a lover? I thought, she knows not how to make love, even if she knew she sits quiet. She said to me, "This day makes my heart to burn with a flame of shame. Thou thinkest I came hither to thee for that purpose, but I find cause for hope in the fact that I have not waited long for thee. Since I am worthy of this attention, I cannot say that God's mercy has failed me." She rose. She said to me, "I am commanded to inquire after thee by one who is bashful of thee. Suspect me not of what has been said by command of my mistress. Such great boldness is in order to please her heart. This letter will tell thee for whom I speak." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. First letter written by Nestan Darajan to her lover. I saw the letter. 'Twas from her for whom fire consumes my heart. The sunbeam wrote, "O lion, let not thy wound appear. I am thine. Die not, but I hate vain fainting. Now Asmat tells thee all that is spoken by me. Pitiful fainting and dying, what love dost thou think this is? It is better to exhibit to the beloved deeds of heroism. All dwellers in Kataveti are our tributaries. Now their ill will towards us cannot be borne by us. I was desirous to wed thee even before, but hitherto I have not found opportunity to speak. The other day I saw thee deprived of reason sitting in the litter. Then I heard all that had befallen thee. I will tell thee truth. Hearken to this that I say to thee. Go, do battle with the Catavians. Exhibit thyself to me in goodly manner. This is better for thee. Weep idly no more. Why moisten more the rose? What more can the sun do to thee? Behold, I have turned thy darkness to dawn. End of chapter 7. In chapter 8 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. First letter written by Tariel to his beloved. With mine eyes I gazed upon the letter written by her. I wrote in answer, O moon, how indeed can the sun surpass thee? May God not give me that which is not like thee. I feel as in a dream. I cannot believe in my survival. I said to Asmat, I cannot devise more answer than this. Say thus to her, O sun, since thou art arisen as a light for me, behold, thou hast quickened me, who was dead. I shall faint no more henceforth. Whatever be the service, I am a liar if I shun it. Asmat said to me, she told me, Let us do thus were it better. Whoever sees thee will discover nothing of my discourse with him. He will come to see me as if he were making love to thee. She entreated me to tell the Amirbah so to behave. This counsel pleased me. The wisdom of the heart of her whom even the sun took care not to gaze on. She had given me to hear the refined conversation of her in whose rays daylight was like darkness. I gave Asmat choice jewels with a golden cup. She said to me, No, I do not want them. I have these to satiety. She took one ring weighing a drachma. This is enough for a token. I am full of other bracelets. The maid arose and went forth. The spears spared my heart. Joy lightened my darkness. The fire which had burned me was extinguished. I went in and sat down at the banquet where my comrades were drinking. Joyful, I distributed gifts. The jubilation increased. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Tariel writes a letter and sends a man to the Catavians. I sent a man to Kataveti and a letter from me. I wrote, The king of the Indians is of a truth powerful from God. Every hungry soul of those faithful to him is sated. Whosoever is disobedient will have himself to blame for any ill that may befall him. Brother and Lord, by you we will not be embittered. When you see this command, wend hither. If you come not, we shall come. We shall not steal upon you. It is better you should come to us. Spill not your own blood. I sent the man. I gave my heart up yet more to rejoicing. I made merry at court. The fire unbearable in its burning was extinguished. Then the world, fate, gave me lavishly what I desired. Now I am mad, so that I annoy even the wild beasts if I approach them. At first the plan of roaming, then reason, soothed me. I feasted with my comrades, but the greatness of desires hindered me from joy. Sometimes they filled me with melancholy. I uttered curses against fate. One day on my return from the king's palace I came to my chamber. I sat down and thought of her. Slumber fell not upon mine eyes. I had the letter of hope. Therefore was I merry. The doorkeeper called the slave. He said it was a secret matter. "It is Asmat's slave," quoth he. I ordered him to be brought into the chamber. She wrote to me that she whose knife had pierced my heart commanded me to come. Joy lightened my darkness. She loosened my chains. I went. I took the slave. I spoke not at all with him. I entered the garden. I met none to speak to me. The maid met me merry, smiling. She said, "I have bravely extracted the thorn from thy heart. It is no longer therein. Come, and see thy rose unfaded, unwithered." The maid with an effort raised the heavy curtain. There stood a canopy adorned with choice rubies, where sat she whose face was like the sun flashing. Her eyes like inky lakes looked beautifully at me. A long time I stood, and she spoke no word to me whom she yearned for. She only looked at me sweetly as at an intimate. She called Asmat. They spoke together. The maid came and whispered in my ear, "Now go. She cannot say anything to thee." Again the flame reduced me to soot. Asmat led me forth. I went out. I passed the curtain. I said, "O fate, who not long ago didst heal my heart, thou gavest me hope then. Why hast thou scattered my joy? My heart is still more devastated again by the pain of parting." Asmat promised me comfort. We walked through the garden. She said to me, "Let not the brand be thus seen upon thy heart because of thy going. Shut the terrace of sorrows, open the door of joy." She is ashamed to speak. Therefore she behaves with dignity. I said, "O sister, I think this heart balm is from thee. I adjure thee, part me not from life. Extinguish this flame with tidings. Cut me not off from letters. Send them ceaselessly. If thou learnest something for me, I think thou wilt not keep it hidden from me." I mounted my horse. I went thence. A stream flowed from the channel of tears. I went to bed. Maddened, I had no power to sleep. The crystalline ruby became bluest indigo. I preferred night. I wished not for the dawn of day. Denizens of Kartavetsi came. It was time for them to come. They brought a proud and insolent message. "We are no cowards, neither are our keeps unfortified. Who is your monarch? What lord is he over me?" End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The letter written by the king of the Cartavians in answer to Tariel. He wrote, "I, Ramaz the king, write a letter to thee, Tariel. I marvelled at what was written in the letter penned by thee. How dost thou summon thither me, who am lord over many peoples? I will look at no other letter which comes from thee." I commanded the soldiers to be summoned. I sent forth the Lord of the Marches. They gathered together the armies of India, more numerous than the stars. From near and far all hastened towards me. Plain, rock, and waste were altogether filled with soldiers. They came swiftly. They made no tarrying at home. I held a review. The good order of the troops pleased me, their alertness and valour beautifully drawn up in squadrons, the speed of their steeds, their Khwarezmian armour. I raised the royal standard with flag of red and black. I commanded the countless troops to set out in the morning. I myself wept. I mourned exceedingly my evil fate. If I see not the sun, I know not how I can ever depart. I went in. The sadness of my pensive heart was increased unto me. Burning tears welled forth from mine eyes like a pool. My luckless fate, said I, has never yet ruled. Why did my hand lay hold of the rose, since thus it could not cull it? The slave entered. A wondrous thing befell me. He gave to me in my exceeding grief a letter from Asmat. She wrote, The son for whom thou longest calls thee. Come, 'tis better than to weep there and moan at the deed of fate. So much did I rejoice as was fitting. It was twilight. I went forth. I entered the garden gate where Asmat first met me. There she appeared standing. She said with a smile, Enter. The moon awaits thee, the lion. I entered. The house reared beautiful with terrace upon terrace. The moon shone forth, surrounded with rays of light at the full. Within the curtain she sat clad in green raiment, majestic and rare, wondrous of face and form. I went in and stood on the edge of the carpet. The fire in me began to be quenched. The darkness of my heart was lightened. Joy rose up like a column. She rested upon a cushion. She was far fairer than the sun's rays. She hid her face from me. She looked up a moment to see me. She commanded, Asmat, beg the Amir Bard to be seated. She placed a cushion opposite her to be praised as the sun. I sat down. I gave up to joy my heart abused by fate. I marvel that my life stays in me while I speak the words she said. She said to me, Last time thou wert ill-pleased that thou wert sent away without being spoken to. I, at parting, as the sun withered thee up like a flower of the field, thou wert doomed to shed tears from the Narcissus pool. But for me, bashfulness and reserve are necessary towards the Amir Bar. The great modesty befits a woman towards a man, yet it is much worse not to speak and to hide woes. If I smiled outwardly, I felt inwardly secret grief. Last time I sent the maid, I gave her a true message. What we two have hitherto known of each other, even now know me thine by these firm promises. I assure thee of this by great vows and oaths. If I deceive thee, may God make me earth, may I not sit in the 9 heavens. Go, attack the Cartavians, fight and make raids. May God grant that thou be victorious. Come back to me of good cheer. But what shall I do until it falls to my lot to look upon thee again? Give me thy heart undivided. Take mine for thyself. Now that of which thou hast deemed me worthy no human being deserves. This grace is unexpected. From God this does not surprise me. Thy rays have flooded my dark heart and made it translucent. Thine shall I be till the earth cover my face. Upon the book of oaths I swore, and she swore to me. Thus she confirmed her love to me. If any save thee give pleasure to my heart, may God slay me. Henceforth thus will I speak to myself. Thus will I train myself. I stayed some time before her. We spoke sweet words. We ate some pleasant fruit, talking one to the other. Then weeping and shedding tears, I rose to depart. The beauties of her rays were spread like light in my heart. It irked me to go far from her crystal and ruby and glass. The world was renewed to me. I had an abundance of joy. That light appearing in ether as sun seemed to be mine. Now I am surprised that being separated from her, I still have a heart like a steep rock. In the morning I mounted. I commanded the trumpet and bugle to be sounded. I cannot tell thee of all the armies, nor of their readiness to mount. I, a lion, set forth for Kateheti. None can accuse me of cowardice. The soldiers marched without a road. They followed no track. I crossed the boundaries of India. I went on a considerable time. A man met me from Ramaz, the Khan over Kateheti. He repeated to me a message conciliatory to the heart. Your Indian goats are able to eat even our wolves. He presented me with astounding treasures as a gift from Ramaz. He said, He entreats thee, destroy us not. 'Tis not a thing that thou shouldst do. Put us on our oath. Thereby are our necks bound with twigs. Without devastation we shall deliver over to thee ourselves, our children and possessions. Forgive us in that we have sinned against thee. We ourselves repent. By God, if thou wouldst have mercy on us, bring not thine armies hither. Destroy not our land. Let not the heavens fall upon us in wrath. We give thee our castles and cities. Let a few knights come with thee. I placed my viziers at my side. We discussed and counselled. They said, Thou art young. Therefore we sages venture to say to thee, Alas, they are exceeding treacherous. We have seen it indeed once already. May they not slay thee treacherously. May they not bring on us woe. We counsel thus. Let us go forth with brave heroes only. Let the soldiers follow close behind us. Let them be apprised of the tidings by a man. If they be true-hearted, trust them. Make them swear by God and heaven. If they submit not to thee, pour forth thy wrath, and moreover the wrath of heaven upon them. This advice, counselled by the viziers, pleased me. I returned a message. O King Ramaz, I know thy decision. Life is better than death to thee. We put not our trust in stone walls. I will leave the soldiers. I will come with a few. Towards thee will I march. I took with me 300 of the soldiers, good brave knights. I went forth and left all the army. I said, Wherever I shall go, march over the same fields. Follow me closely, help me. I shall call you if I need help. I travelled 3 days. Another man at the same Khan met me. Again he presented me with many beautiful robes. He, on behalf of the Khan, said, I wish thee to be near me, proud and mighty one. When I meet thee, then shalt thou know many such gifts. Yet more he said, What I have told thee is true. I myself come forward to meet thee. I haste to see thee. I said, says Tariel, Tell the Khan, certainly by God I shall do your commandment. Tenderly shall we meet each other. We shall be like father and son. Departed thence, I alighted on the bounds of a certain deep forest. Again messengers came. They were not shy to salute me. They brought fair steeds as a present to me. They said, Of a truth, kings would desire to see thee. They said to me, The king informs thee. I myself also am come towards thee. Having left my house, early tomorrow I shall meet thee. I kept the messengers. I put up a felt tent, with no patrols. I received them very amiably. They lay down together like groomsmen. No good deed done to a man can pass away thus. A certain man, one of the messengers of the Khan, returned. He came to me and said secretly, I owe you a great debt hard for me to pay. I cannot forsake and forget thee. I was, to some extent, brought up by your father. I heard the treachery planned for you. I ran to let you know of it. It would grieve me to see the elegant formed, the rose-faced, a corpse. I will tell thee all. Hearken to me, be calm. That thou be not vainly deceived, these men are traitors to thee. In one place are hidden for thee 100,000 troops, then in another place the 30,000. That is why they call upon thee to hasten. If thou take not measures at once, mischance will come upon thee. The king will come a little way to meet thee, whose admirers can never cease. Secretly they will be clad in armour. Thou trusting them while they cajole thee, the soldiers will make smoke. On all sides they will surround. As it is when 10,000 strike one, so must they overwhelm thee. I spoke pleasantly to the man, and gave him thanks. If I am not slain, I shall repay thee for this according to thy desires. Now let not thy comrades suspect. Go, be with them. If I forget thee, may I be surely lost. I told no human being. I kept it secret like gossip. What is to be will be. All advice is equal. But I sent men towards the armies, though the way was long. I gave the message. Come quickly, hasten over mountain and hill. In the morning I gave a sweet message to the messengers. They were to tell King Ramaz, I am coming to meet thee. Come, I also come soon. Another half-day I journeyed on. I took no heed of trouble. There is a providence. If I am to be killed today, where below I can hide myself. I mounted a certain peak. I saw dust in the plain. I said to myself, King Ramaz is coming, though he has spread a net for me. My sharp sword, my straight lance, will pierce their flesh. I spoke to my troops. I set forth a great plan. I said, Brothers, these men are traitors to us. Why should the power of your arms be weakened on that account? Those who die for their kings, upwards their spirits fly. Now, let us engage the Katavians. Why should we gird on the sword in vain? Proudly, with fierce words, I commanded them to don armour. We clad ourselves for fight in chain coats of mail with shoulder pieces. I formed squadrons. I set out. I went in great haste. That day my sword cut in pieces mine adversary. We approached. They perceived that our forms were clad in armour. A man came with a message from the king. He said, We look upon your treachery as untimely. Now we see your armour. This causes us displeasure. I sent back a message. I too know what thou hast contrived for me. You have made certain plans, but they will not come to pass. Give orders. Come and fight me as is the law and custom. I have taken my sword in my hand to slay you. When the messenger came, why did they send yet another? They made smoke for the soldiers. They made plain what was hid. They came forth from ambush. They advanced from both sides. They formed into many ranks, though, thank God, they could not harm me. I took a lance. I applied my hand to helming myself. I was eager for the fray to break them. I extended a stadium's length. I made ranks and advanced in a long line. They drew up innumerable cohorts. They stood calm and undisturbed. When I came near, they looked at me. Here's a madman, said they. I, strong-armed, made my way thither where the main body of the army stood. I pierced a man with my lance. His horse I overturned. They both departed from the sun. The lance broke. My hand seized the sword. I praise, O sword, him who whetted thee. I swooped in like a falcon among a covey of grey partridges. I threw man upon man. I made a hill of men and horses. The man thrown down by me spins like a dragonfly. I completely destroyed at one onslaught the 2 front squadrons. Crowding, they surrounded me. About me was a great fight. When once I struck, none could stand. I made blood spurt forth as from a fountain. He whom I clove hung on his horse like a saddle-bag. Wherever I was, they fled from me. They were wary of me. At the evening hour their watchman cried forth from the summit, Stand no longer! Let us go! Heaven looks again on us in wrath. A terrible dust is coming. We should beware of this. Let not their countless tens of thousands of soldiers completely destroy us. My soldiers, whom I had not brought with me when they heard of it, set out. They travelled day and night without stopping. Neither plain nor mountain could contain them. They appeared. They beat the kettle-drum. The trumpets sounded aloud. The enemy saw them. They started to flee. We raised a shout. We pursued over the fields in which we had fought our battle. I unhorsed King Ramaz. We found each other with swords. We captured all his armies. We slew them not. Those who fled were overtaken by the rearguard. They began to seize them, to throw down the terrified, the vanquished. They had a reward for their sleeplessness and night watching. The prisoners, even those that were unwounded, ceased not to wail like sick men. We dismounted to rest on the battlefield. I had wounded my arm with the sword. It seemed to me a mere scratch. My armies came to see me and praise me. They could not speak. They knew not how to express their admiration. The glories which they thrust upon me were sufficient for one man. Some blessed me from afar, some tried to kiss me. Those nobles who had trained me wept over me. They saw that which had been cut by my sword. They marvelled exceedingly. I sent soldiers everywhere to bring in booty. They came together loaded. I was proud of myself. I had dyed the plain with the blood of those who had sought to slay me. I did not fight at the gate of the cities. I seized them without a battle. I said to Ramaz, I have learned of thy treacherous deed. Now that thou art captured, justify thyself. Fortify not strongholds. Count them all into thy hand. Else why should I overlook thy guilt towards me? Ramaz said to me, I have no more power left. Give me one of my magnates over whom I may have lordship. I will send him to the guardians of the castles. Let me speak with them. I will give all into thine hands, since I make it thy property. I gave him a magnate. I sent knights with him. I caused all the governors of fortresses to be brought before me. They gave the strongholds into my hands. Thus I made them repent the war. With what can I compare the abundance of treasure? Then I went in to travel through and inspect Katyeti. Publicly they presented me with the keys of the treasuries. I settled the country. I commanded, Be ye without fear, the sun shall not burn you. Be assured you will be left unburned. I examined the treasuries one by one from end to end. I should be weary if I mentioned all the wondrous kinds of treasures. I saw together a marvellous mantle and veil. If thou didst see it, thou wouldst desire to know its name. I could not learn what stuff it was, nor what kind of work. Every one to whom I showed it marvelled, and said it was a divine miracle. Neither was the basis of the tissue like that of brocade nor carpet. Its strength was as if it had been wrought like iron. I might say tempered in fire. I put them aside as a present for her whose ray enlightened me. I chose as a gift for the king whatever was best. 1,000 mules and camels, all strong-limbed. I sent them loaded. He also learned the good news. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The letter of Tario to the king of the Indians when he triumphed over the Cartavians. I wrote a letter. O king, great is your good fortune. The Cartavians plotted treachery to me, though it fell on them to their hurt. Therefore am I tardy in telling you my true tidings. I have captured the king. I come to thee with spoil and prisoners. When I had put everything in order, I set out from Katyeti. I took the treasures. I despoiled the kingdom. I could not get enough camels. I loaded bullocks with the burdens. I had found glory and honour. For what I had desired, that had I obtained. I led away captive the king of Katyeti. I came to India. Sweet was the meeting with my foster-father. What eulogy he uttered to me cannot be repeated. For me to tell it were unseemly. He undid mine arm. He bound it with a soft bandage. Fair tents stood pitched in the public square for him who desired to speak with and gaze upon me. That day he, the king, who rested there, spread a banquet. He caressed me. Sitting near me, he gazed at me. That night we spent in feasting. Pleasantly we made merry there. In the morning we left the Maidan. We entered the city. The king commanded, Call the soldiers. Assemble them. Show me this day the Cartavians. Lead in the prisoners. I led in King Ramaz captive before him. The king looked sweetly on him, as on a son whom he had cradled. I made the deceitful and treacherous one seem deserving, and this is the excessive heroism in a brave man. He entertained the king of the Cartavians, he caressed him, he conversed with him for a long time in a fitting manner. At dawn I was called. He spoke to me a compassionate word. Shall I pardon the Cartavian, my former enemy? I ventured to reply. Since God forgives the sinner, be you also merciful to him whose might is brought to naught. He said to Ramaz, Know that I send thee hence forgiven, but show not thyself before me again disgraced. He levied a tribute of 100 times 100 drachmas, also 1,000 katoris, also brocades and satins. Then he clad him and all his courtiers, and sent them away with pardon in place of wrath. The Cartavian thanked him, bent, paid lowly homage. He said, By God, I repent my treachery towards you. If ever I sin against you again, then kill me. He departed and took all his folk with him. A man of the king's came. It was dawn, and the morning grey was past. He brought a message. For 3 months have I been separated from thee. I have eaten no game killed by arrow in the field. If thou be not tired, come forth, though it be time to be tired. I apparelled myself, went into the hall of audience. A pack of harriers met me. All the space round the hall was full of falcons. The king sat decked in beauty like the sun. He rejoiced at the coming of me, the lovely and fair. He said secretly to his wife, but unknown to me, To gaze on Teriel return from war is desirable. He brings light to the onlooker's heart, however dark it may be. Whatever I ask thee to do, do it without delay. Now, without consulting thee, I thought of a plan, but thou too must know it. Since the maid is to be king, and has been so nominated by us ourselves, whoever shall see her, now let him who is like a tree in Eden see her. Lo, even today, seat her by thy side. Both of you meet us in the palace. I shall come joyful. We hunted over plain, mountain foot, and hill. There was a multitude of hounds, falcons, and hawks. We returned early without having gone a stage from the long road. They did not play at ball. They broke up 2 games. Folk, eager to gaze on me, filled the city, the bazaar, and the roofs. Tasselled robes adorned me who had finished the war. I was fair as a pale-hued rose bathed in tears. He who looked on me fainted. True is this, and no falsehood. The veils I had found in the city of the Cartavians I bound round me. They became me. I maddened still more the heart of the mad. The king dismounted. We entered the apartments of my foster parents. I saw the flash of her cheeks like sunlight. I trembled. The form of that sun was clad in robes of orange. Behind her was a host of eunuchs in cohorts and lines. With light she quite filled house, street, and quarter. There, amidst the roses of her cheeks, shone in beauty coral pearl twins. I, who had fought and been wounded, had mine arm hung from my neck in a sling. The queen rose from her throne and came forward to meet me. She kissed me hard like a sun. She made my rose cheek blue. She said to me, Henceforth, expect not the foe to engage thee. Near at hand they made a place for me, there where it pleased me. Opposite sat the son for whom my heart was dying. Stealthily I looked at her. She looked at me. No other converse was there. When I tore mine eyes away from her, thereby was life made hateful to me. There was drinking and feasting on a scale fitting to their might. Such another rejoicing eye has not seen. Goblet and cup were all of turquoise and ruby. The king gave order that no drunk man be suffered to depart. Being there, I gave myself up to the excess of joy. When she gazed at me and I at her, my fire began to be extinguished. I called upon my wild, mad heart to have a care of men that they observed not. How exceedingly pleasant it is to look face to face on the beloved. The minstrels ceased to sing. Be silent! They bent their heads. He, the king, said to me, Son Tariel, how can we tell thee how we rejoice? We are in bliss, therefore, our adversaries are woeful. Write to thine admirers, not idly do they vaunt. Now, though it is fitting that we should clothe thee who art mighty in glory, we clothe thee not, we doff not those robes beauteously adorning thee. Now thou, whose rays are spread abroad, hast 100 treasures from us. Thou thyself canst have sown what thou desirest. Be not bashful before us. He sat down again joyful. Drinking and singing increased. Again the feast went on, the lyre and the tinkling of harps. The queens retired when day met twilight, and until evening joy was not joy. We broke up. We could no more endure the drinking of great goblets. I went to my chamber. My perception became like that of one dazed. I had no power in me, made prisoner as I was, to extinguish that fire of love. I remembered, and the memory of being gazed on by her rejoiced me. The slave came. He told me true tidings. A veiled woman asks tidings of you. Then I knew at once. I leapt up in all haste with trembling heart. She came in. I saw Asmat, who was coming towards me. For the sake of her for whom I am dying, I was pleased to see Asmat, as if I saw herself. I hindered her from doing me homage. I kissed her. I took her hand and seated her near me on my couch and greeted her. Blessed art thou, come as a shoot from the aloe tree. Tell me news of her, speak to me of naught else. She said to me, I will tell thee truth. Now from me thou shalt not hear words uttered merely to give pleasure. Today ye saw each other, and tenderly were pleased. Now again she commands to make known news of her through me. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter of Nestan Darajan, written to her beloved. She gave me a letter. I gazed on it. It was from the light of the face of the lands. She wrote, I have seen the loveliness of thy gem-like brilliancy. Fair wert thou returned from battle after urging on thy horse. Not ill, it seems to me, the cause of the flow of my tears. If God hath given me my tongue, it befits me to use it for thy praise. Dead for thy sake I can by no means speak, for lacking thee I die. The sun made a little garden of rose and jet, as a garden for the lion. By thy son myself pertains to none save thee. Though thou hast shed a stream of tears, yet they have not flowed in vain. Henceforth weep no more, put away grief from thee. Those who look upon thee curse unrestrained those who look upon thee. Veil me with that which but now was bound around thee. Give me the veils that sometime adorn thee. When thou seest me, thou also shalt be pleased that that which is thine adorns me. Bind on mine arm this bracelet, if thou honourest what is mine, and another such night shalt thou not pass as long as thou livest. Here Tariel, become like a wild beast, weeps. His grief increases 1,000-fold. He said, I have the armlet which she formerly bound on her arm. He undid it, took it off. Man cannot estimate its worth. He pressed it to his lips. He fainted and fell like a corpse. He lay more lifeless than a corpse at the door of the tomb. On both sides are seen bruises from his fist which he had struck on his breast. A stream of blood flows from Asmat's scratched cheeks. She poured water on him again. She succoured him. The sound of gurgling water is heard there. Avtandil too sighed bitterly. He gazed on the unconscious form. Asmat multiplied her groans. Her tears hollowed out the stones. Then she restored him to consciousness. His fire she quenched with water. He said, "I live. Fate even now is drinking my blood." Pale, he sat up. He stared with his eyes like one dazed. The rose was become quite saffron and wan. A long time he neither spoke nor looked at them. He was mightily oppressed that he remained alive and died not. He said to Aftandil, "Hearken. Though I have the mind of a madman, I would tell thee my tale and that of her who has buried me. It seems to me a joy to meet the friend thou hast not met. It surprises me that I am alive, that I survive hale. The sight of Asmat, in whom I trusted as in a sister, pleased me. When I had seen the letter, she gave me this armlet. I bound it on mine arm at once. I doffed from my head that strange and rare thing of some strong black stuff, the veil." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrobe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Tariel's letter in answer to his beloved. I wrote, "O sun, thy ray beaming forth from thee struck my heart. My alertness and boldness are brought to naught. Mad for thee I have perceived thy beauty and loveliness. With what service can I pay thee in exchange for life? Then, when thou didst make me to survive, and sufferest me not to be wholly sundered from life, now this time I compare with that time. I have received thine armlet. I have bound it round mine arm. How can I show my joy as much as is fitting? Of a truth I offer thee, lo, the veil which thou demandest, also a cloak of the same stuff, the like of which thou wilt not find. Leave me not to faint. Help me, succour me. Come. Whom can I entreat in this world save thee?" The maid arose and forsook me. I lay down and fell pleasantly asleep, but I shivered. I saw my beloved in my sleep. When I awoke, I had her no more. Life was a burden to me. Thus I passed the night. I heard not her voice. Early in the morning they summoned me to the palace, when day was yet at the dawn. I rose. I learned their tidings and went at the same moment. I saw them both sitting with pleased faces. When I entered, they bade me be seated. I sat down before them on a chair. They said to me, "God has brought old age upon us so that we are exhausted. The time of age approaches us. Youth has passed from us. We have no son, but we have a daughter whose rays fail us not. We care not for the lack of a son. We are reconciled to that. Now we want a husband for our daughter. Where shall we find him to whom we may give our throne, whom we may form in our image, make him ruler of the kingdom, guardian of the realm, that we be not destroyed, that we may not let our enemies whet their swords for us?" I said, "How can your heart not feel the want of a son? But she who is like the sun suffices for our hope. Whomsoever you choose as son-in-law, he will rejoice greatly. What more can I say? You yourselves know what will be fitting." We began to take counsel on the matter. I tried to keep my heart firm, though it was weakened. I said to myself, "I shall say nothing, and can do nothing to hinder this." The king said, "There is Khwarashmshah, king of the Khwarasmines. If he would give us his child for ours, there is none like him." It was clear they had settled it beforehand. They glanced at each other. Their words also were guarded. It was not for me to venture to say anything to hinder them, only I became as earth and cinders. My heart quivered to and fro. The queen said, "Khwarashmshah is a king reigning with power. Who could be better than his son for our son-in-law?" How could I dare to dispute, since they themselves desired it? I added assent. The day of the overthrow of my soul was fixed. They sent a man to Khwarashmshah asking for his son. Their message was, "Our whole realm is without an heir. There is one daughter fit for childbearing, not to be wedded abroad. If thou wilt give us thy son for her, Wait not for aught further." The man arrived loaded with mantles and veils. Farajmashah rejoiced with great joy. He said, "From God has befallen us that which we desired. What other child like unto her could we take to our arms?" Again they sent other men to bring the bridegroom. They entreated him, "Tarry not, come at our demand." I was wearied after exercise at ball playing, and went to my chamber to rest. Sadness entered into my heart. I began to endure woes. Excessive melancholy approached my heart as if to strike with a knife. But when Asmat's slave entered, I sat proud and strong. He gave me a letter. In it was written, "She who is like an aloe tree in form commands thee to come hither soon without putting off time." I mounted, went forth, entered the little garden, as thou can imagine, with a full measure of joy. I passed through the little garden and arrived at the tower. I saw Asmat standing at the foot. I looked and saw that she had been weeping. Tear stains could be seen on her cheeks. I was sad and did not ask. She was troubled by desire for my coming. I saw her frowning. This oppressed me exceedingly. She no longer smiled on me as she had formerly smiled. She said no word to me, only her tears showered down. Thereby she wounded me the more. She healed not my wounds. She carried my thoughts very far away. She led me into the tower and raised the curtain. I went in. I saw that moon. Every woe forsook me. The ray fell on my heart, but my heart was not melted. The light falling upon the curtain was not light. Her golden face was carelessly covered by the veil I had given her. The peerless one, apparelled in that same green garment, was seated in a reclining position on the couch. A shower of tears fell on her face, flashing with radiance. She was crouched, like a panther on the edge of a rock, her face flashing fury. No longer was she like the sun, the moon, an aloe tree planted in Eden. Asmat seated me far off. My heart was struck as by a lance. Then she sat erect, with frowning brows, angry, enraged. She said to me, "I marvel why thou art come, thou breaker of thy binding oath, fickle and faithless, thou forsworn. But high heaven will give thee good and an answer for this." I said, "How can I reply to what I know not?" I said, "I cannot answer thee if I know not the truth. Wherein have I sinned, and what have I done? I, senseless and pale." Again she said to me, "What shall I say to thee, false and treacherous one? Why did I let myself be deceived, woman-like? For this I burn with flame. Knowest thou not of the bringing of Kwarajma to wed me? Thou wert sitting as counsellor. Thy consent to this was given. Thou hast broken thine oath to me, the firmness and bindingness thereof. Would to God I might bring thy cunning to naught. Rememberest thou when thou didst sigh, 'Ah, ah,' when thy tears bathed the fields and the physicians and surgeons brought thee medicines? What else is there that resembles a man's falsehood? Since thou hast denied me, I too will renounce thee. Let us see who will be the more hurt. I tell thee this, whosoever shall rule India, I have the rule also, whether they go trackless or by the road. It may not be thus. Now thou hast fallen into error. Thine opinions are like thee, even so untrue. While I live, by God, thou shalt no more dwell in India. Thou seekest to tarry, the soul shall be parted from thy body. None other shalt thou find like me, even though thou stretch thy hand unto heaven." When the knight had ended these words, he wept, moaned, and said, "Ah me!" He said, "When I heard this from her, hope revived in me exceedingly. Once more mine eyes had power to look upon her light. Now I have lost it. Why art thou not surprised that dazed I live? Woe to thee, fleeting world! Why seekest thou to drain my blood?" I looked and saw upon the lectern the Koran lying open. I raised it, I stood up, and praised God, and afterwards her, said, "O sun, thou burn'st me, and in truth my sun is set, since thou slayest me not. I will venture to make thee some answer.
If what I tell thee these words be falsely cunning, may heaven itself be wrathful with me. May all the sun's rays be turned against me. If thou considerest me worthy to be judged, I have done no ill. She said, What knowest thou? Speak. She nodded to me. Then again I ventured to say, If I, O sun, have broken my vow to thee, may God now forthwith show his anger by hurling a thunderbolt from heaven upon me. Who save thee has for me a face like a sun, a form like a tree? So how can I remain alive if a lance strike my heart? The sovereign summoned me to court. They held a solemn council. Beforehand they had appointed that youth as thy husband. Even if I had opposed it, I could not prevent it. I should have been a fool for my pains. I said to myself, Agree with them for the nonce. It is better for thee to fortify thy heart. How could I dare to forbid it, since he, Prasadin, understands not, knows not that India shall not remain masterless. It is I alone who am her owner. None other has any right. I know not him who he will bring hither, nor who is mistaken in this matter. I said, I can do nothing in this. I shall contrive some other means. I said, Be not assailed by a multitude of thoughts. My heart was like a wild beast. 1,000 times I was ready to fly to the fields. To whom can I give thee? Why shouldst thou not take me? I sold soul for heart's sake. Thus the tower became for me a market. That rain which at first had frozen the rose became milder. I sold pearl and the coral. Round about the pearl the coral was tenderly enfolded. She said, Why do I, too, judge this to be right? I do not believe thee to be treacherous and faithless, a denier of God, not thankful to him. Entreat of him myself and lordship and gladness over India. I and thou shall be sovereigns. That is the best of all matches. The wrathful, enraged one became tender to me. Either the sun was on earth or the full-faced moon. She set me near her. She caressed me, hitherto unworthy of this. She conversed with me. Thus she extinguished the fire kindled in me. She said to me, The prudent should never hasten. He will contrive whatever is best. He will be calm under fate. If thou suffer not the suitor to come into India, woe if the king be wroth with thee. Thou and he will quarrel. India will be laid waste. On the other hand, if thou allow the bridegroom to come in, if he wed me, if it so fall out, we shall be sundered from each other. A gay garb will be turned to mourning. They will be happy and glorious. Our sufferings will be magnified 100-fold. This shall not be said that the Persians hold sway in our court. I said, May God avert the wedding of thee by that youth. When they come into India and I discover their quality, I shall show forth to them my strong-heartedness and prowess. I shall so slay them that they become of no account. She spoke to me, saying, A woman should act in a womanly way as befits her sex. I cannot have thee shed much blood. I cannot become a wall of division. When they come, slay the bridegroom without killing his armies. To do true justice makes even a dry tree green. Thus do, my lion, most excellent of all heroes. Slay the bridegroom stealthily. Take not soldiers, slaughter not his armies like cattle or asses. How can a man bear the burden of much innocent blood? When thou hast killed him, tell thy lord, my father, say to him, I could never let India be food for the Persians. It is mine own heritage. Never will I give up even an ounce of it. If thou wilt not leave me in peace, I will make a wilderness of thy city. Say not that thou wantest my love or desirest me. So will the righteousness of thy deed seem the greater. The king will then entreat thee in the most desperate and abject manner. I shall give myself into thy hands. Reigning together will suit us. This counsel and advice pleased me exceedingly. I boasted that I would wield my sword for the slaying of my foes. Then I rose to depart. She began to entreat me to sit down. I longed to do so, but could not bring myself to clasp and embrace her. I tarried some time, then I left her, but it became like one mad. Asmat went in front of me. I shed hot tears. My grief increased 1,000-fold. My joy was reduced to 1. Then I went unwillingly away, and so I went slowly. A man came. "The bridegroom cometh," announced he. But wretched man, he knew not what God was preparing for him. The king looked pleased, he spoke no woeful words, he bade me sit near him. "Come," said he, and inclined his head. He said to me, "For me this is a day of joy and merriment. Let us celebrate the wedding, since it is necessary that the matter be concluded. Let us send a man, let us have all the treasures brought from every part. Generously let us distribute, let us fill them with treasure. Avarice is clownishness." I sent in all directions men carrying treasure. The bridegroom also came. There were no laggards. Our men met them from inside. From outside came the Kvarajmians. The sum of their soldiers could not be contained even by the fields. The king commanded, "Prepare the Maidan with tents. Let the bridegroom rest. Let him tarry there a little while. The other armies can go thither without thee to see him. Thou shalt see him here. Go not, this will suffice for thee." I raised on the Maidan tents of red satin. The bridegroom arrived and entered the tent. He dismounted. It seemed not like Easter Eve. Those inside began to go out. There was a host of courtiers there. The soldiers began to form in ranks according to their clans. I was wearied, as is the wont of one who has done duty. Tired, I turned homeward and wished to sleep. The slave came and gave me a letter from Asmat the sweet. "Come quickly. She who is like a full-grown aloe commands thee." I dismounted not. I went quickly obedient. The maiden had been weeping. I asked her, "Why flow thy tears?" She said to me, "Being engaged in thy defence, how can I avoid weeping? How can I justify thee unceasingly, whatever kind of advocate I may have become?" We went in. I saw her seated on a cushion, her brows puckered. The sun could not more illumine the vicinage than she. I stood before her. She said to me, "Why standest thou there? The day of battle comes, or wert thou forsaking me? Wert thou false to me, and deceiving me again?" I was angered. I said nothing. Hastily I went out again. I called back, "Now it shall be seen if I did not wish it. Am I become so cowardly that a woman urges me to fight?" I went home. I concerted his slaughter. I was not idle. I commanded 100 servants. "Prepare for battle." We mounted. We passed through the city without letting anyone perceive us. I went into the tent. It is a horror to tell with the tongue how the bridegroom was lying. I killed that youth without shedding of blood on our side, though his blood cried out as it flowed. I cut the tangled edge of the tent. I tore it. I seized the youth by his legs and struck his head on the tent pole. Those lying at the door cried. Their lamentation was marvellous. I mounted my horse, departed. My coat of chainmail protected me. An alarm was raised against me. There was a cry to pursue me. I went on. They began to follow. I slew my pursuers. I had a strong city, impregnable to the foe. I reached it in safety, pleasantly unhurt. I sent a man. I made known to all the soldiers, "Let all who will aid me come hither." My pursuers did not weary of coming in the depth of dark night. When they recognized me, they kept their heads whole. I arose at daybreak. I apparelled myself when night dawned into morn. I saw 3 lords sent by the king. He sent a message, saying, "God knows I have fostered thee like my son. Why hast thou thus changed my rejoicing into heaviness? Why didst thou make Kavrajma's innocent blood to fall on our house? If thou didst desire my daughter, why didst thou not tell me so? Thou hast made life distasteful to me, thine aged foster-father. Thou thyself hast brought it about that thou remainest not with me till the day of my death." In answer I sent a message, "O king, I am stronger than bronze, and this alone hinders me from being destroyed by the fire and flame of death. But as you know, a king should be a doer of justice. By your son, I am far from desiring your daughter. Thou knowest how many palaces and thrones are in India. I am the sole heir left. All has fallen into your hands. All their heirs have died out. Their heritage remains to you. By right the throne belongs to none but me. I swear by your virtue, I cannot flatter you. Now this is not just. God gave thee no son, thou hast an only daughter. If thou appointest Karajma king, what would have been left for me in exchange? Can another king be seated on the throne of India while I wear my sword? I want not thy daughter. Marry her, rid her of me. India is mine. To no man else will I give it. Whoever contests my right, him will I cause to be uprooted from the earth. Kill me if I need any foreign helpers. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Tariel hears tidings of the loss of Nestan Daredjan. I sent those men, and I was mad in mind. Since I could learn naught of her, I grew more inflamed with grief. I went to look from a wall I had built overlooking the plain. I learned a dreadful thing, though I lost not my head. 2 pedestrians appeared. I went to meet them. It was a woman with a slave. I recognized who was coming. It was Azmat, with dishevelled head, blood flowing from her face. No more did she call to me smiling, nor did she greet me with a smile. When I saw her, I became perturbed. My mind was maddened. I cried from afar, "What has befallen us? Why does the fire consume us?" She wept pitifully. She could hardly utter words. She said to me, "God has engirt the sphere of the heavens in wrath for us." I came near. I inquired again, "What has happened to us? Tell me the truth." Again she wept aloud piteously. Again the flame burned her. For a long time she could speak no word to me, not the 10th part of her griefs. Her breast was dyed crimson with the blood trickling from her cheeks. Then she said to me, "I will tell thee. Why should I hide it from thee? But inasmuch as I shall make thee to rejoice, so have mercy upon me. Suffer me not to live, let me not survive. I entreat thee, have pity on me. Save me from my fate, fulfill thy duty to thy God." She said to me, "When thou slewest the bridegroom and the alarm was raised, the king heard it. He leaped up. He was sore stricken thereat. He called for thee. He ordered thee to be summoned. In a loud voice he cried. They sought thee. They could not find thee at home, and thereat the king complained. They told him, 'He is not here. He has somewhere passed the gates.' The king said, 'I know too well, I understand. He loved my daughter. He shed blood in the fields, and when they saw each other they could not refrain from gazing. Now by my head, I will slay her who is called my sister. I told her gods, she has caught her in the devil's net. What have those wicked lovers given or promised her? If I allow her to remain alive, I renounce God. This is ready for her punishment.' Seldom was it the king's wont to swear by his head, and when he thus swore he brake not his oath. Forthwith he fulfilled it. Someone, who knows who heard this wrath of the king, told it to Davar the Kudge, who knows even heaven by her sorcery. Some enemy of God told Davar the king's sister, 'Thy brother hath sworn by his head, he will not leave thee alive. The people know it.' She spoke thus, 'The good God knows that I am innocent, and let that same people know who it is that slays me, and for whose sake I am slain. My mistress was the same as when thou didst leave her. Her head was still wrapped in thy veils. Beautifully they became her. Davar spoke words such as I never heard. 'Harlot, thou harlot, why dost thou slay me? I think thou too shalt not rejoice. Wanton harlot, why didst thou cause thy bridegroom to be slain, or why dost thou make me pay for his blood with mine? My brother shall not slay me in vain for what I have done, for what I have made thee do. Now God grant thou mayest never meet him whom thou didst incite to hinder this. She seized her, dragged her along, tore her long hair, wounded her, bruised her. Fiercely she frowned. Nestan could make no answer, but only sighed and moaned. A black woman was of no avail. She could not heal her wounds. When Davar was sated with beating and bruising, 2 slaves with cudge-like faces came forth. They brought a litter. They spoke rudely to her. They put that son inside. Thus was she made prisoner. They passed the windows towards the sea. Immediately she was out of sight. Davar said, "Who would not stone me for doing this? Who? Before he, Prasadin, slay me, I shall die. Life is wearisome to me." She struck herself with a knife, died, fell in a stream of blood. Why marvellest thou not to see me alive, unpierced by a lance? Now do to me what befits a bringer of such tidings. By the Most High, deliver from this unbearable life me who have not yet ceased to breathe. Her tears fell piteously, undiminished, unceasing. I said, "Sister, why should I kill thee, or what is thy fault? What shall I do in return for the debt I owe her? Now I devote myself to seek her wherever rock and water are found." I became quite petrified. My heart grew like hard rock. Excessive horror maddened me. Fever and trembling came upon me. I said to myself, "Die not. To lie idle in the grave is of no avail. Better is it to roam forth to seek her, to run and wander in the fields. Behold the time for thee who wishes to go with me." I went in, I arrayed myself quickly. Accoutred, I mounted my horse. 160 good knights of long service joined me. We passed forth from the gates in order of battle. I went to the seashore. I saw a ship. The skipper saw me apparelled. I entered the ship. I went out to sea. I cruised amidst the sea. I let no ship from any quarter pass unseen. I waited, but I heard nothing. Mad as I was, I became still more maddened. God hated me so that he forsook me wholly. Thus I spent a year, 12 months, which were to me like 20. But I found no man, even in a dream, who had seen her. All those who were attendant upon me were dead and perished. I said, "I cannot defy God. What he wills, even that will I do." I was weary of tossing on the seas, so I came ashore. My heart had become altogether like a beast's. I hearkened to no counsel. All those who were left to me in my misfortune have been scattered from me. But God abandons not a man thus forsaken by fortune. Only this Osmat and 2 slaves remained with me as my comforters and counsellors. I could learn no news of her, not even a grain's weight. Weeping seemed to me as joy, and streams of tears flowed down. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Man of the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The story of Nureddin Priton when Tariel met him on the seashore. I landed by night and came ashore where gardens were seen. It seemed as if there were a city. We came near. On one side the rocks were hollowed out. The sight of men gave me no pleasure. Brands were imprinted on my heart. I dismounted to rest at a spot where there were lofty trees. I fell asleep at the foot of the trees. The slaves brake bread. Then I awoke sad. The soot of sorrow made night in my heart. In so long a time I had learnt naught, neither gossip nor sooth. My tears pressed from mine eyes wet the fields. I heard a shout. I looked round. A knight cried out haughtily. He was galloping along the seashore. He was hurt by a wound. His sword was broken and soiled. Blood flowed down. He threatened his foes, was wrathful, cursed, complained. He sat upon a black steed, the same which I now possess. Like the wind he swept along, enraged, wrathful. I sent a slave to tell him I was desirous to meet him. I bade him say, "Stand, declare unto me who angers thee, O lion." He spoke not to the slave, nor did he hear a word. Hastily I mounted. I went along to meet him. I overtook him. I came before him. I said, "Stay, hearken to me. I, too, wish to know thine affair." He looked at me. I pleased him. He checked his course. He looked me over and said to God, "How hast thou made such a tree?" Then he said to me, "Now will I tell thee what thou askest me. Those enemies whom I had hitherto esteemed as goats have proved lions to me. They fell upon me traitorously when I was unready. I could not don mine armour." I said, "Stand, be calm. Let us dismount at the foot of the trees. A goodly knight withdraws not when cuts are given with the sword." I led him with me. We went away fonder than father and son. I marvelled at the tender beauty of the knight. One of my slaves was a surgeon. He bound up the wounds. He drew out the arrowhead so that the wounds hurt not. Then I asked, "Who art thou, and by whom was thine arm hurt?" He set himself to tell me his story. He bewailed himself. First he said to me, "I know not what thou art, nor to what I can liken thee. What has thus consumed thee, or who first made thee full? What has turned thee cellar who wert planted rose and jet? Why has God put out the candle lighted by himself? Nearby is the city of Morganzanzari, which belongs to me. My name is Nuruddin Pridon. I am the king ruling there. Here where ye are stationed is my boundary. I have little, but in all its parts it is of excellent quality. My grandfather shared his territory between my father and uncle. In the sea is an island. This, he said, was my share. It had fallen into the hands of that uncle whose sons have now wounded me. The hunting remained to them. I did not give it up to them. They quarrelled with me. Today I went forth to the chase. I hunted on the seashore. I wished to cross over there, so I took not many beaters. I told the troops, "Wait for me till I return." I kept no more than 5 falconers. I went by ship. From the sea came forth a creek. I gathered not those divided from me. I said to myself, "Why should I take precautions against mine own folk? They seemed timid to me. Their multitude appeared not. I hunted and hallooed. I withheld not my voice. Of a truth, they were wroth to think I scorned them thus. They secretly surrounded me with soldiers. They blocked the roads to the ship. Mine own uncle's sons rode at their head, waving their arms. They rushed on my soldiers to fight. I heard them. I perceived the outcry and the flashing of swords. I begged a boat of the boatman, but once I called out, "Woe is me!" I went into the sea. Warriors met me like waves. They would have overwhelmed me, but could not compass it. Yet more great hosts approached me from behind, from this side and that they came upon me. From one side they could not overpower me. When those in front could not come near me, from the back they shot at me. I trusted in my sword. It broke. My arrows were exhausted. They engirt me. I could do no more. I made my horse leap over from the boat. I crossed the sea by swimming. Those who beheld me were amazed. They slew all who were with me. I left them there. Whoever pursued me could not affront me. When I turned, I made them turn. Now that will be whatever is God's will. I think my blood will not be unavenged. I have the power to bring my boast to fulfillment. I will make their existence a lamentation evening and morning. I will call the crows and ravens and make a banquet of them. That youth won me to like him. My heart went out to him. I said to him, "There is no need at all for thee to hasten. I too will go with thee. There will they be slain. We 2 warriors will surely not be afraid of them." This also I said, "Thou hast not heard my tale. I shall tell it to thee more fully when we have time." He said to me, "What joy can weigh against this to me? To the day of my death my life will be devoted to thy service." We went to his fair though small city. The troops met him. They poured forth lamentations for him. They scratched their faces and threw away the fragments like splinters. They embraced him. They kissed his sword, its hilt and ring. Again I pleased. I, his new friend, seemed fair to them. They spoke my praises. O son, thou art a bringer of fine weather to us. We went and saw his fair rich city. Every form was clad in broad brocade. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Tariel's aid to Pridon, and their victory over their foes. He was healed and able to fight and use horse and armour. We prepared galleys and the number of a host of troops. Needed a man to pray to God for some aid for those who gazed upon them. Now will I tell thee of that night's battle, the punisher of his adversaries. I perceived their design and saw them donning their headgear. Ships met me. I know not if there were 8 in all. Swiftly I threw myself upon them. They began to row. I struck one of the ships with my heel and upset it. Like women they bewailed themselves. I betook myself to yet another and seized the lip of the ship with my hand. I drowned them in the sea. I slew them. They had no opportunity for battle. The rest fled from me. They made for their harbour. All who saw me marvelled. They praised me. They hated me not. We crossed the sea. We landed. Mounted, they threw themselves on us. Again we engaged. There began the vicissitudes of battle. Pridon's bravery and agility pleased me then. In warfare a lion, in face a sun, that a lowy tree fought. With his sword he cast down both his cousins. He cut their hands clean off. Thus he crippled them. He led them away bound by the arms. The one did not abandon the two. He made their knights to weep, his knights to vaunt themselves. Their soldiers fled from us. We threw ourselves upon them. We scattered them. Swiftly we seized the city. We wasted no time. We broke their legs with stones. We tanned their skin into leather. Kill me if it was possible to empty the treasure both by lading and stowing. Pridon inspected the treasures and put his seals upon them. He himself led away his 2 vanquished cousins. He shed their blood in exchange for his and poured it out on the fields. Of me they said, "Thanks to God who has planted aloe trees." We went back to Pridon's. The triumph exhibited by the citizens was heard. Suppliants there laid hold on the heart of beholders. All uttered praise to me and Nureddin in a panegyric. They said to us, "Through the strength of your right arms their blood still flows." The soldiers acclaimed Pridon as king and me as king of kings, themselves as subjects and me as sovereign of them all. I was gloomy. They could never find me culling roses. They knew not my story. There it was not lightly spoken of. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Pridon tells Tariel tidings of Nestandrejan. One day the king and I went forth to the chase. We climbed upon a cape jutting out into the sea. Pridon said to me, "I will tell thee how, when we were riding out for sport, I once saw a wonderful thing from this cape." I bade him speak, and Pridon told me even this tale. One day I wished to hunt. I mounted this steed of mine. It seemed as if there were a duck in the sea, a falcon on the land. I stood here and watched the flight of the hawk thitherward. Now and then as I climbed uphill I gazed out to sea. I perceived a small thing far away on the sea, going so swiftly that nothing of its kind could equal it. I could not make it out. In my mind I marvelled at these 2 things. I said to myself, "What is it? To what can I liken it? Is it bird or beast?" It was a boat tented over with many folded stuff. The steersman guided. I fixed mine eyes upon it, and there in a litter sat the moon. I would have given her the 7th heaven as habitation. 2 slaves as black as pitch crept out. They put ashore a maiden. I saw her thick tressed hair, the lightning that flashed from her. To what colours can it be likened? Would illumine the earth and make the sunbeams of no account. Joy made me hasten, quiver, stagger. I loved the rose that appeared torn to my eyes. I resolved to engage them. I said, "Let me go towards them. What creature can fly away from my black steed?" I pressed my horse with my heel. There was a noise and rustling among the rushes. I could not reach her. However much I used the spur, they were gone. I came to the seashore and looked round. She appeared only as a last ray of the setting sun. She went farther away. She was gone from me. Therefore was I consumed by flame. This I heard from Pridon. Heat was added to my fire. I threw myself down from my horse. I wholly abased myself. With mine own blood shed from my cheeks I anointed myself. Kill me, that any one but I should have seen that tree. This behaviour of mine astonished Pridon. It seemed passing strange to him, but he was exceedingly pitiful to me. By weeping he placated me. Like a son he soothed me. He pled with me, treated me with deference, and pearl-like hot tears sprang from his eyes. "Alas, what have I, misguided, madly told thee?" I said, "It matters not, grieve not for that. She was my moon, for her the fire consumes me hotly. Now will I tell thee my tale, since thou thyself wishest to have me as a comrade." I told Pridon all that had befallen me. He said to me, "What have I, mistaken, shamed, said to thee? Thou mighty king of the Indians, wherefore art thou come to me? A royal seat and throne become thee, a whole palace." Again he said to me, "To whom God gives for form a young cypress, from him he withdraws the spear, though at first he lacerate his heart therewith. He will grant us his mercy. He will thunder it from heaven. He will turn our sorrow to joy. He will never grieve us." We went back tearful. We sat down alone together in the palace. I said to Pridon, "Save thee, none is mine aid. God has not sent thy like to earth, and since I know thee, what more do I want? Thou hadst no friend until the time when thou didst meet me. Use now thy tongue and mind to counsel me in this. What can I do? What is the best thing to bring joy to her and me? If I can do naught, I shall not tarry a moment." He said to me, "What better fate could I have from God than this? Thou art come to be gracious to me, King, sovereign of India. Needs it that after this I should desire any gratitude? I stand before thee as a slave to obey thee slavishly. This city is the highway for ships coming from all parts, an emporium of much foreign news of all kinds. Here shall we hear of the balm to assuage the fire that burns thee. God grant that these woes and pains pass away. We will send out sailors who have fared on the sea before. Let them find for us that moon for whose sake grief is not lacking to us. Until then be patient, so that thy mind torture thee not. Grief will not last for aye. Shall not joy overcome it?" That very instant we called men, we settled the business, we commanded them, "Go with ships, sail over the sea, seek her out for us, fulfill the desire of her lover, undergo 1,000 hardships for this, not merely 7 or 8. He appointed men wherever there were havens for ships. He gave orders, "Seek out everywhere, wheresoever you hear of her." Waiting to me seemed a consolation. My pains became lightened. Absent from her I felt joy, and for the sake of that day I am ashamed. Pridon set up a throne for me in the place of the overlord. He said to me, "Hitherto have I erred. I could not comprehend what I should have understood. Thou art the great king of the Indians. Who can please thee? Wherewithal? How? Who is the man who would not be thy subject?" Why should I lengthen the story? From all sides came the seekers of news, empty and wearied of empty places. They had learned nothing at all. They knew not any news. As for me, afresh the undrying tear flowed still more from mine eyes. I said to Pridon, "How this day seems horrible to me. I have God for my witness thereto. To speak thereof is hard for me. Without thee, night and day alike seem eventide to me. I am loosed from all joy. My heart is bound with grief. Now, since I may no longer expect any news of her, I can no longer stay. Give me leave. I seek thy permission. When Pridden heard this, he wept. He watered the field with blood, and said, Brother, from this day vain is all my joy. Though they tried very hard, they could not hold me back. His armies came before me on bended knees. They embraced me, kissed me, wept, and made me weep. Go not away. Let us suffer for thee as long as a life is ours. I spoke thus. Parting from you was very hard for me also, but it is hardly possible for me to have joy without her. I cannot forsake my captive, Neston, whom you yourselves pity greatly. Let none of you hinder me. I will not stay, nor be held back by any. Then Pridden brought and gave me this horse of mine. He said, Behold, this steed is given to you, the sun-faced, the cypress. More I know thou desirest not. Why should I despise thy gift? This will please thee by its breaking in and its swiftness. Pridden escorted me. As we went, we both shed tears. There we kissed each other. With cries we parted. All the host lamented for me truly in their hearts, not with the tongue. Our severing was like that of a foster parent and child. Departed from Pridden, I went on the quest. Again I fared so that I missed naught on land or out at sea. But I met no man who had seen her, and my heart became wholly maddened. I was like a wild beast. I said to myself, No longer shall I rove and sail in vain. Perchance the company of beasts may make my heart forget grief. I said 7 or 8 words to my slaves, and to this Asmat. I know I have brought grief upon you. You have good reason to murmur against me. Now go and leave me. Provide for yourselves. Look no longer on the hot tears flowing from mine eyes. When they heard such discourse, they said to me, Alas, alas, let not our ears hear what thou sayest. Let us not see any master or lord apart from thee. May God not sunder us from your horse's footprints. We would gaze upon you, a fair and adorable spectacle. Fate, forsooth, makes a man listless, however valiant he may be. I could not send them away. I hearkened to the words of my slaves, but I forsook the haunts of human tribes. The retreats of goats and stags seemed a fitting abode for me. I roamed. I trod every plain below and hill above. I found these manless caves, hollowed up by Devis. I combated them. I destroyed them. They could by no means prevail against me. They killed my slaves. Ill had they buckled on their coats of mail. Fate made me gloomy. Her showers again bespattered me. Behold, brother, since that day am I here, and here I die. Mad I roam the field. Sometimes I weep, and sometimes I faint. This maid will not abandon me. She too is burned by fire for Neston's sake. I have no other resource to try but death. Since a beautiful panther is portrayed to me as her image, for this I love its skin. I keep it as a coat for myself. This woman sews it. Sometimes she sighs, sometimes she groans. Since I cannot kill myself, in vain is my sword whetted. The tongues of all the sages could not foretell her praise. Enduring life, I think upon my lost one. Since then I have consorted with the beasts, calling myself one of them. I am suitor for death, naught else I entreat of God. He beat his face. He rent it. He tore his cheeks of rose. The ruby turned to amber. The crystal was shattered. Aftandil's tears flowed too. One by one they dripped from his lashes. Then the maid soothed Tariel. On bended knee she besought him. Tariel, calmed by Asmat, said to Aftandil, I have made everything pleasant for thee, I who never found pleasure for myself. I have told thee the tale of mine irksome life. Now go and see thy son, thou whose time for meeting is nigh. Audiendil said, I cannot bear to part from thee. If I separate from thee, tears indeed will flow from mine eyes. Verily I tell thee, be not wroth at this boldness. She for whose sake thou diest will not be comforted thereby. When a physician, however praiseworthy he be, falls sick, he calls in another leech, another skilled in the pulse. Him he tells what illness inflaming him with fire afflicts him. Another knows better what is useful advice for one. Listen to what I say to thee. I speak to thee as a sage, and not as a madman. 100 times must thou give heed. Once sufficeth not. A man so furious of heart can do naught well. Now I desire to see her for whose sake hot fire consumes me. I shall see her. I shall confirm her love for me. I shall tell her what I have learned. Naught else have I to do. I beseech thee to assure me, for God and heaven's sake, let us not abandon one another. Make me swear, and make thou an oath to me. If thou promise me that thou wilt not go hence, I shall assure thee by an oath that for naught shall I forsake thee. I shall come again to see thee. I shall die for thee. For thee shall I rove. If God will, I shall make thee cease to weep thus for her for whom thou diest. He answered, How is it that thou, a stranger, so lovest me, a stranger? 'Tis as hard for thee to part from me as for the nightingale from the rose. How can I forget thee? How can I cease to remember thee? God grant that I may see thee again, full-grown young aloe tree. If thy form remain a tree for me, and thy face turn round to see me, my heart will not flee into the fields. It will become neither a deer's nor a goat's. If I lie to thee or cheat thee, may God judge me in wrath. Thy presence will charm away my sadness and dissolve it. Hereupon they swore, the frank friends, those jacinths of amber hue, wise-worded but mad-minded. They loved each other, for ever would affection's flame burn their hearts. That night the fair comrades spent together. Audiendil wept with him, fast fell the tears. When day dawned he went forth, kissed him, and parted from him. Tariel was so grieved that he knew not what to do. Audiendil wept too, as he rode through the rushes. Asmat went down with Audiendil. She conjured him with an oath. She kneeled, she wept, she raised her fingers in entreaty. She besought him to come back soon. As a violet, so she faded. He replied, O sister, of what can I think save you? Soon shall I come. I shall not forsake thee, nor waste time at home. But let him not go elsewhere. Let not that fair form wander. If I come not hither in 2 months, I shall be doing a shameful thing. Be assured that I am fallen into unceasing grief. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The story of Audiendil's return to Arabia after he had found and parted from Tariel. When he was gone thence, sadness was surely slaying him. He scratched his face, he rent the rose of his cheeks, his hand he shortened. All the beasts licked up the blood that flowed from him. His swift pace shortened the long course. He came there where he had parted from his armies. They saw him, they knew him, they rejoiced in such manner as was fitting. They told the good tidings to Shermodin too. Men quickly ran to him. He is come for whose sake hitherto joy has been embittered to us. He went to meet him. He embraced him. He put his mouth on his hand. Pouring forth tears, he joyfully kissed the destroyer in the field. Thus he spoke. O God, do I see really or darkly? How am I worthy of this, that mine eyes should gaze upon thee safe and sound? The knights saluted him low. He put face upon face. He said, I thank God that no grief afflicts thee. The magnates did homage. Whoever was worthy kissed him. There was great jubilation. Great and small alike rejoiced. They came where a dwelling house had been built. All the city was assembled to see him. Forthwith he sat down to feast, gay, proud, merry. An assemblage of tongues could not fully describe the joy of that day. He told Shermodon. He narrated to him all he had seen, how he had found that knight whom he likened to the sun. Avtandil was hampered by tears. He said with half-closed eyes, "Without him it seems to me alike to dwell in palace or hut." Shermodon told him all the home news. "None knows of thy departure. Whatever thou toldst me, so I have done." He went not thence that day. He feasted and rested. At dawn he mounted. He set out when the sun enlightened the day. He sat no more at feasting, nor stayed he again private. Shermodon, the bearer of good tidings, went to announce Avtandil's arrival. Swiftly he fared. In 3 days he made a 10 days' journey. That lion, Avtandil, rejoiced that he was to see the sun's rival. He sent a message. "O king, proud art thou in might and majesty. I venture to tell thee this thing with fear, respect, and precaution. I esteemed myself worthless in that I had learned naught of that night. Now I know and will tell thee all. I come in joy and safety." Rustaveli is a king, proud, puissant, imperious. So Shermodon delivered all his message in person. "Avtandil comes to the royal presence, having found that knight." The king said, "Now I know that which I entreated and prayed for from God." Shermodon made report to Thinitin, that nightless light. "Avtandil comes to thy presence. He brings thee pleasing news." Thereat light flashed forth from her, even braver than the sun's. She gave him a gift, and robes to all his people. The king mounted and went to meet the knight who was coming thither. For this honour the sun-faced one incurred a great debt of gratitude. Joyous and warm-hearted they met, and some of the multitude of magnates seemed as if drunken. When he approached, the knight alighted and did homage to the king. Rostan, possessed by excess of joy, kissed him. Glad-hearted and merry they entered the royal hall. All there assembled rejoiced at the arrival of the knight. Avtandil, the lion of lions, did homage to her, the sun of suns. There the crystal, rose, and jet were beautified by tenderness. Her face was brighter than heaven's light. A dwelling house was no fit abode for them. The sky itself was their proper palace. That day they made a feast. Drinking and eating they made abundant. The king gazes on the knight as a tender father on a son. They were both beautified by a snowfall on fresh snow, a dew on the rose. Generously they gave gifts, pearls like a small coin. The drinking was done. The drinkers separated each to his own home. They suffered not the magnates to go. They set the knight near before them. The king inquires, and he relates what trials he had undergone, and then what he had seen and heard concerning the stranger. When I speak of him, be not astonished if I ceaselessly lament, saying, "Ah me! To the sun alone can I liken him, or the face of him, the extinguisher of the mind of all who see him. A weighted rose among thorns. Alas, he is far away. When unendurable fate makes a man suffer grief, the reed becomes like a thorn, the crystal turns to saffron colour." While Avtandil was telling this, his cheeks were bedewed with tears. He told in detail the story he had heard from Tariel. Having captured the caves in battle, he has for his house the abode of the Devis. He has the damsel of his beloved as his attendant. He is clad in panther skin. He despises brocade and cloth of gold. No more sees he the world, and ever new fire consumes him. When he had finished the story, the matter of his grief, the sight of the light of that sun not ugly to look upon, gladdened him. They praised his rose-like hand which had been firmly held. "This prowess is sufficient for thee, since thou art the undoer of grief." Thinitin, rejoiced at the hearing of this news. That day she was merry at the drinking, and eating was not wearisome to her. That son met in his bedchamber a slave with a courteous word. She ordered him to come to her. Tongue cannot tell how pleased he was. The night went joyful, tender, and not ill content. The lion who had roamed the fields with the lions of the field and had lost his colour, a knight of the world, in quality a gem and a faultless ruby, but for heart's sake he had exchanged heart for heart. Bold sits the sun upon her throne, majestic, unconstrained, a fair aloe planted in Eden, generously watered by Euphrates' stream. The jetty hair and the eyebrow thickets adorned the crystalline ruby of her countenance. Who am I that I should praise her? It needs the myriad tongues of Athenian sages to praise her fitly. She set the joyful knight before her with his chair. They both sat full of gladness to converse as befitted them. They spoke with dignity and fluency, not with unpolished words. She said, "Thou hast found him, in whose quest thou hast seen misfortunes?" He answered, "When the world gives a man his heart's desire, befits not to recall grief, which is as a day that has passed. I found the tree, an aloe in form, watered by the stream of the world. There I found the face which was like the rose, but now is wan. There I saw the cypress, the rose-like, whose power was spent. Tario says, I have lost the crystal, and that where the crystal unites with glass. I burn for him, because, like me, unendurable fire consumes him." And then again he told the story he had heard from Tario. He recounted all his misfortunes and sorrows by the road during the quest. Then he told her how God had thought him worthy to find what he desired. World, life, man, all seems to him as a beast. Alone he roams mad with the brutes. He weeps in the field. Ask me not, what praise can I speak? How couldst thou understand from me? Nothing can please one who has seen him. The eyes of the beholders are weakened as by the brilliance of the sun. The rose has not become saffron. Now the violet is gathered in nosegays. He told her in detail what he knew, what he had seen, heard. Like a panther, he has a trail, and for a house and abode a cave. A damsel is there ready to cherish him, to maintain his life and bear his sorrows. Alas, fate makes all dwellers in the world to shed tears. When the maiden heard the story, she had attained the fulfilment of her will. Her moon-like face shone as 'twere with radiance at the full. She said, "What answer can I make to give comfort to him and pleasure, and what is the balm for the healing of his wound?" The knight replied, "Who has confidence in a rash man? He for my sake sacrifices himself to be burned, he who must not be burned. I have appointed the time of my return. I have promised him to sacrifice myself for him. I swear it by my son, whom I contemplate as a son. A friend should spare himself no trouble for his friend's sake. He should give heart for heart, love as a road and a bridge. Then again the grief of his beloved should be a great grief to a lover. Lo, without him joy is naught to me, and myself I hold of none account." The sun-like one said, "All my heart's desire is fulfilled. First thou art come in safety, having found that which was lost. Then the love implanted by me in thee has grown. I have found balm for my heart hitherto burned. Fate treats every man like the weather. Sometimes there is sunshine, and sometimes the sky thunders forth in wrath. Hitherto grief has been upon me. Now this gladness is my lot. Since the world has joy in it, why should any be sad? Thou dost well not to break the oath thou didst swear. 'Tis necessary to fulfil strong love for a friend, to seek for his cure, to know the unknown. But tell me, what shall I, luckless, do if the sun of my heaven be hidden?" The knight replied, "By nearness to thee have I united to 7 woes 8. Vain is it for one who is frozen to blow on water to warm himself therewith. Vain is the love, the kiss from beneath the sun at its setting. If I be near thee, once it is woe. If I go far from thee, 1,000-fold woe. Woe is me if I wander where, alas, the simoon burns the Roma. My heart is the target of an arrow, a dart is shot to pierce it. The term of my life seems by this day to be shortened to 1/3. I long for a refuge, but the time is past for seeking shelter against troubles. I have heard your discourse, I have understood what you command. The rose reveals the thorn. Why should I prick myself therewith? But, O sun, become altogether a sun for me, and let me carry with me some hopeful token of life. The knight, sweetly, and in sweet-sounding Georgian, giving good for good, spoke on this theme like a pleasant instructor to a pupil. The maiden gave him a pearl. She fulfilled his desire, and God grant that their present joy be perfected. What is better than for a man to approach the jet to the crystalline ruby, or to plant in the garden the aloe near the cypress, to water it and make a tree of it, to cause joy to the gazer and sorrow to him who cannot look thereon? Woe to the parted lover, he will be groaning, moaning, groaning. They found all their joy in gazing at each other. The knight went away, sundered from her he went dazed in heart. The sun wept tears of blood more abundant than the sea, and said, Fate is insatiable, alas, in the drinking of my blood. The knight went melancholy away. He beats his breast, and so bruises it, for love makes a man weep and melts his heart. When a cloud hides the sun, the earth is shadowed, so parting from his beloved makes twilight again, not morning. Blood and tears mingled made channel upon channel on his cheeks. He said, My son is by no means satisfied with me because I sacrifice myself to comfort the peerless Tariel. I marvel how the black eyelash brands the heart of adamant. Until I see her, O world, I wish for no joy from thee. Him who yesterday was an aloe planted, watered, and fully grown in Eden, him today fate thrusts through with her lance, pierces with her knife. Today my heart is caught in a net of unquenchable fire. Now I know the way of the world. 'Tis a tale and nonsense. Thus speaking, the tears gush forth. He trembles and shudders. With heart sigh, with deep groan, his form bends and sways as he goes. Converse with the beloved is embittered by parting. Alas, O fate! The end enshrouds and sways the beginning. The knight went and sat in his chamber. Sometimes he weeps, sometimes he swoons, but in spirit he is near his beloved. He is not cut off from her. Like verdure and hoarfrost, the hue of his face fades. See how soon lack of sun is apparent on the rose. Accursed is the heart of man, greedy, insatiable. Sometimes the heart desiring joys endures all griefs. Blind is the heart, perverse in seeing, not at all able to measure itself. No king, nor even death itself can master it. While he spoke to his heart hearty words, he took the pearls, the love token of his son, which had engirt the arm of his son, and were comparable to her teeth. He put them to his mouth, he kissed them. His tears flowed like peace. When day dawned, there came an inquirer calling him to the court. The knight went forth, proud, gentle, not having slept, unrefreshed by sleep. A host of spectators who had hastened stood crowding one upon another. The king was arrayed for the field. Drum and clarion were prepared. The king mounted. How can the pomp of those times be told now? By reason of the beating of the copper drums, no word was heard by the ears. The hawks darkened the sun. Hither and thither coursed the hounds. That day the fields were dyed purple with the blood shed by them. They hunted. They returned joyful, having traversed the meadow. They took in with them magnates, princes, and all the hosts. The king sat down. He found the couches and all the pavilions adorned. Harp harmonized with lute. There was a full choir. The knight sat near the king. One questioned, the other replied. The crystalline ruby of their lips shone transparent. The lightning of their teeth flashed. Those who were worthy sat near, they listened. Afar off the hosts were grouped. None dared speak without mention of Tariel. The knight departed sad at heart. His tears flowed on the fields. Naught save his love passed before his eyes. Sometimes he rises, sometimes he lies down. How can one sleep who is mad? Whose heart e'er hearkened to a prayer for patience? He lies down, he says, "What can I imagine as any consolation for my heart? I am sundered from thee, thou tree in form as a reed, reared in Eden, thou joy of thy beholders, cause of woe to them that cannot gaze on thee. Since I am unworthy to see thee manifestly, would that I might behold thee in a dream." Thus spake he, weeping with flowing tears. Once more he addressed his heart. Patience is like the fountainhead of wisdom. If we endure not, what can we do? How can we adapt ourselves to anguish? If we desire happiness from God, we must accept griefs also. Again he says, O heart, however much thou hast the desire for death, it is better to bear life, sacrificing self for her. But hide it. Let not the flame of thy fire be seen again. It ill befits a lover to expose his love. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Beeswaxcandle. Avtandil's request to King Roshtavan, and the vizier's discourse and entreaty. When day dawned, the knight arrayed himself and went forth early. He says, I would that my love be not revealed, that I may conceal it. For patience he prays, contrive something for my heart. The moon-like one mounted his horse. He went to the house of the vizier. The vizier heard of it, went to meet him. The sun is risen on my house. This day meseems a presentiment of joy announced to me this good news. He met Avtandil, saluted him, respectfully addressed to the perfect one perfect praise. A welcome guest should have a cheerful host. This host, not listless, ill-disposed or idle, helped the knight to dismount. They stretched on the floor under his feet a Cathayan rug. The night illumined the house as the sun's beam the universe. They said, Today the western gale has wafted us the fragrant odour of roses. He sat. They that looked on him truly maddened their hearts. They who gazed on him accounted it an honour to swoon for his sake. Many sighs were uttered, not once, but 1,000 times. They were ordered to depart. They went away. The household was thinned out. When the household was gone, the knight addressed the vizier. Quoth he, In the council chamber naught will ever be hidden from thee. In every matter of state the king does what thou desirest, and agrees with thee. Now, hearken to my words. Cure me with what will heal me. The fire of yon knight burns me. The flame that consumes him afflicts me. I am slain by longing, and by not seeing the object of my desire. He would not grudge his life for me. What is due must be paid. One must love a generous, ungrudging friend. The sight of him caught my heart as in a net. Therein it stays. My patience, too, remains with him. In that he burns those near him, God created him indeed a son. Moreover, Asmat is become a sister to me, more than a born sister. When I departed, I swore with a fearful oath, I shall come again. I shall see thee not with a face despised of foes. Thou art of darkened heart, I shall seek light for thee. It is time for me to go, therefore am I burned with hot fire. All this I tell thee truly, not with braggart speech. He awaits me, and I cannot set forth. This it is that adds fuel to the hot fire. I cannot break my vow. I mad cannot abandon him mad. When and where did ever a breaker of oaths prevail? Go to the palace. Report on my behalf to King Roshtan what I have told thee. By his head I swear to thee, Vizier Ustathra, if he keep me not captive, I shall not stay. If he keep me captive, what can he make of me? Help me. Let not the fire hurt and destroy my heart. Say from me, let every mouth which is not speechless praise thee. Let God, the means of light, made known to thee how I fear thee. But that night, and a lowy tree in form, burned me with fire. Forthwith he took away my heart, in no wise could I keep it. Now, O king, for me existence lacking him is utterly impossible. He, the dauntless, has my heart. Of what avail am I here? If I can be of any service to him, to you first will the glory belong. If I fail to accomplish aught for him, I shall set my heart at rest. Mine oath will not have been broken. Let not my going anger or grieve your heart. Let that befall my head, whatever God wills. May he grant you the victory, and send me, your servant, back to you. But if I return not, may you still reign. May your foes be affrighted. Yet again the sun-faced one says to the vizier, I have shortened my speech. Now speak thus to the king till others come in to inform him. Pleasantly entreat for me, my Congi. Summon up thy courage, and 100,000 red pieces shall be bestowed on thee as a bribe. The vizier said with a smile, Keep thy bribe for thyself. For me it is sufficient favour from thee that thou hast found the road hither. How can I dare tell the king what I have now heard from you? I know of a truth he will fill me with favours, and gain is not disagreeable. By his head, he will slay me straightway. I doubt whether he will delay even a moment. Thy gold will remain with thee, but for me, luckless, there will be an earth for a grave. Slay me. What is of equal value with life to a man? The thing cannot be said, and I cannot say it, however much any one should reproach me. A road cannot go over beyond itself. How can I, luckless, lay down my life for thee? He will despoil me or kill me. He will say, How dost thou speak these words? Why didst thou not inform me there and then? Why art thou such a madman? Life is better than loot. This I even now learn. Even if the king permit thee to depart, why should the hosts also be deceived? Why should they let thee go? Why should they be hoodwinked, or why should they be removed far from their son? If thou depart, our foes will become bold, will even themselves with us. But this must not be, as sparrows cannot change to hawks. The knight wept. With tears he spoke. Must I strike a knife into my heart? O vizier, 'tis apparent in thee thou knowest not what love is, nor hast thou in others seen friendship or oath. Or if thou hast seen such, how canst thou prove that without him my joy is possible? The sun has turned. I knew not what would make the sun turn. Now let us help him. 'Tis better for us. In return he will warm our day. No one knows mine affairs like myself. What embitters me, what sweetens me? The discourse of idle men greatly grieves a man. Of what profit can I be to the king or his hosts, since I am mad now, and my tears flow unceasingly? It is better that I go away. I will not break my word. Oaths prove a man. The griefs a man has not seen cannot be comprehended by him at all. Now, O vizier, how can thy cursed heart be calm in this juncture? Iron in my place would become wax and not hard rock. I cannot repay his tears, even if Gihon flowed from mine eyes. Help me, if thou wouldst desire help from me. If he give me not leave, I shall steal away. Unknown shall I depart from him. As it entreats me, so shall I deliver my heart to be consumed by fire. I know he will do nothing to thee because of me, if he be not disposed to exile thee. Promise me, whatever may happen to thee, I shall sacrifice myself to be tortured. The vizier said, Thy fire consumes me also with fire. I can no longer look on thy tears. The world itself vanishes. Sometimes speech is better than silence. Sometimes by speaking we spoil things. I shall speak. If I die, it matters not. My life will be sacrificed for thee." When the vizier had said this, he arose and went to the palace. He saw the king arrayed. The sun-like face looked straight upon him. He was afraid. He dared not tell him unpleasing news. Perplexed he stood. He thought not on warlike matters. The king saw the vizier struck dumb by sadness. He said, "What grieves thee? What knowest thou? Why art thou come sad?" He answered, "I know nothing at all, but I am indeed wretched. You will be justified in slaying me when you hear the astounding news. My mourning neither adds to my grief nor surpasses it. I am afraid, though an envoy has no care for fear. Now Audiobooks bids thee farewell. He entreats, he wrangles not. He says that for him the world and life are naught without yon knight." With timorous tongue he told him all he knew. He added thereafter, "How canst thou know by such words in what a plight I saw him, and how his tears flowed? Though you should let your wrath fall forthwith on me, you are just." When the king had heard this, he was wroth. He lost his senses. His colour waned, and he became terrible. He would have terrified onlookers. He cried, "What has made a madman of thee? Who else would have related this? 'Tis the choice of a bad man to learn early what is evil. Traitor-like thou hast told me of this as if it were a merry matter. What more could anyone do to me save slay me faithlessly, treacherously? Madman! How couldst thou employ thy tongue to dare to speak thus to me now? Such a madman as thou art is unworthy to be vizier or aught else. Should not a man spare his lord what is irksome when he stupidly chatters stupid speech? Why were mine ears not deafened before hearing such a thing? If I kill thee, my neck must bear the responsibility for thy blood." Again he spake, "If thou hadst not now been sent hither by him, by my head I had cut off thy head. Let there be no doubt of this. Go, withdraw. Look at the mad, stupid, desperate, improper fellow. Brave word, brave man, brave the deed done by him." He bent down, he threw chairs, he hit the wall and shattered them. He missed his aim, but for his, the vizier's sake, he made them, the chairs, like adamant, not willow-like. "How couldst thou tell me of the going of him who platted the aloe tree branches?" Hot tears hollowed out channels in the vizier's white cheeks. The wretched vizier hurried away. He dared say no more. He crept off crestfallen like a fox. His wounded heart pains him. He comes in a courtier. He goes out gloomy. So much does the tongue dishonour him. A foe cannot hurt a foe as a man harms himself. He said, "What more will God show me like unto my woes? Why was I deceived? Why was I darkened? Would that someone might enlighten me. Whoever announces anything so boldly to a sovereign, my evil days stand upon him too. However can he enjoy peace?" The disgraced vizier went away in black luck. Gloomily, sad-faced, he said to Audiobooks, "What thanks can I give thee? Thanks to thee, what a courtier am I become. Alas, I have lost my peerless self by mine own fault." He begs the bribe and behaves sportively, albeit his tears were not dry. I marvel why he spends his time in making jokes, why he is not grieved in heart. Quoth he, "He who gives not what he promised quarrels with the Murav. It is said, a bribe settles matters even in hell. How he took the matter, what he said to me, is not to be told by me. What evil, what stupidity, what idiocy, what madness he attributed to me. I myself am no longer worthy of the name of man. No longer have I sense. At this I marvel, why he slew me not. God must have given him patience. I knew, too, what I did. It happened not to me by mistake. I had pondered. I knew he would be wroth with me. therefore is my grief increased. None can avoid vengeance for a deed done with forethought. Still, for thy sake, death seems joy to me, and my woes are not in vain. The knight replied, It is wholly impossible for me not to depart. When the rose withers, the nightingale then dies. He must seek a dewdrop of water, for the sake of this he must rove everywhere, and if he cannot find it, what will he do, or wherewith shall he soothe his heart? Without him I cannot bear to sit or lie. I choose to roam like the beasts, with them to run. Why does he desire me, who am in such a state, to fight his adversaries? It is better to have no man at all than to have a dissatisfied one. I will tell him once again. Now, however angry the king may be, surely he can judge how my heart burns and flames. If he grant me not leave, I shall steal away when hope is gone. If I die, my portion and village will be uprooted. When they had conversed, the vizier made a banquet befitting them. He played the host, gave fair gifts to the fair guest. He enriched his attendants, both youths and greybeards. They parted. The knight went home as the sun was setting. Halfdandil sent a message to the king, saying, How can I give or bestow on thee that which befits thee? What return can I think of for the debts I owe thee? If I survive, I shall die for thee. I shall make myself thy slave. I shall repay love, with a like weight. How can I tell his peerlessness, valour, and praise him? He was a man fitting and worthy even of such a deed. Thus should service be, as much as lies in one's power. When a man is in trouble, then needs he brother and kinsman. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Halfdandil's discourse with Shermodin when he stole away. The sun-faced dispenser of light speaks to Shermodin and says, This day is hope, the comforter of my heart, that thou wilt show what thou canst do for me. It needs a reader and a listener for the praise of this story of them. He says, Roshtan did not grant me leave. He hearkened not even to a word from me. He knows not wherein one's being lies, and how one's life is in another. Without Tariel, in truth, I live not, neither abroad nor at home. What unrighteous deed has God ever forgiven to anyone? Though I resolve not to forsake him, and my decision is final, every liar and traitor insults God and thus lies. The heart, seeing not him, weeps and sighs, moans and groans. It comes not near to any joy. It shudders, grows sullen, cries alack and alas. 3 are the ways of showing friendship by a friend. First, the wish for nearness, impatience of distance. Then, giving and not grudging, unweariedness in liberality. And attention and aid, roaming in the fields to help him. But why should I lengthen speech? It is time to shorten it. Now to steal away is the healing of this bruised heart. Hearken to what I shall entreat, so long as thou hast time in my company, and fortify thyself in observance of what I have already taught thee. Now, prepare as first leader to serve the sovereigns. Manifest thy valour and integrity in all things. Take care of my household, command my troops, repeat anew the service, the attention thou hast hitherto shown. Keep my foes out of the marches. Let not thy might fail in aught. Grudge no good to the loyal. May they that are false-hearted towards thee be slain. If I return, well shall thy due be repaid to thee by me. Service to a master is never lost. When he heard this, the hot tear flowed from Shermodin's eyes. Quoth he, Wherefore should I be affrighted by sorrow and loneliness? But what shall I do without thee? Twilight will fall on my heart. Take me with thee to serve thee. I will help thee however thou wishest. Who has heard of so great wandering by one alone? Who has heard of a knight holding back from his lord in trouble? Thinking thee lost, what shall I, useless, do here? The knight answered, I cannot take thee, however many tears thou sheddest. How can I disbelieve thy love for me? But the thing cannot be. Thus fate has taken up arms against me. To whom can I entrust my house, save thee who is fit? Calm thy heart. Believe me, I cannot take thee. I cannot. Since I am a lover, I must run mad alone in the fields. Should not one with blood-stained tears roam alone? Errantry is the business of lovers. How can one wait till he is grown old? This world is such. Be thou assured thereof, and submit. When I am far from thee, think of me, love me. I fear not my foes, I shall take care of myself. A brave man must be of good cheer, he must not mope in grief. I hate when a man hesitates at no shameful deed. I am such a one as will not gather cucumbers in this world as an old man, one to whom death for a friend seems a sport and a play. I have left my son, she grants me leave. Why should I linger? Then, if I can bear to go from mine own home, whose can I not bear to leave? Now I give thee my testament, addressed to Roshton. I will confide thee to him, and entreat him to care for thee as befits one brought up by me. Should I die, slay not thyself. Do not the deed of Satan. Weep thereupon, fill the channel of the eyes. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Testament of Avtandil to King Roshtavan when he stole away. He sat down to write the will, thus piteously inditing. O King, I have stolen away in quest of him I must seek. I cannot remain sundered from him, the kindler of my fires. Forgive me, and be merciful to me like as God. I know that in the end thou wilt not blame this my resolve. A wise man cannot abandon his beloved friend. I venture to remind thee of the teaching of a certain discourse made by Plato. Falsehood and two-facedness injure the body and then the soul. Since lying is the source of all misfortunes, why should I abandon my friend? A brother by a stronger tie than born brotherhood? I will not do it. What avails me the knowledge of the philosophizing of the philosophers? Therefore are we taught that we may be united with the choir of the heavenly hosts. Thou hast read how the apostles write of love, how they speak of it, how they praise it. Know thou it and harmonize thy knowledge. Love exalteth us. This is, as it were, the tinkling burden of their song. If thou conceive not this, how can I convince ignorant men? He who created me, even he gave me power to overcome foes. He who is the invisible might, the aid of every earthly being, who fixes the bounds of the finite, sits immortal God as God. He can in one moment change 100 into one, and 1 into 100. What God wills not will not become fact. The violet fades, the rose withers, if they cannot gaze on the sunbeams. Every lovely thing is desirable for the eye to gaze on. How can I endure the lack of him? Or how can life please me? However angry thou art, forgive me that I have not kept your command. Enthralled, I had no power to fulfill it. No, to go was the remedy for the flaming of my furnaces. Wherever I may be, what matters it to me if I have but my free will? Sadness avails thee not, nor useless flow of tears. The deed which is inevitably decreed above cannot be avoided. It is a law with men that they should struggle and suffer woes, and no creature of flesh hath power to thwart providence. Whatever God has predestined to come to pass upon me, let it be fulfilled, and when I return, my heart will no longer remain ashes. May I see you also joyful in majesty and manifold wealth. What I can do for him is my glory, and this is sufficient booty for me. O King, this is my decision. Slay me, if any one can disapprove, O king, can it be that my going grieves thee? I cannot be false. I cannot do a cowardly deed. He would shame me when we meet face to face in that eternity whereto we both shall come. Mindfulness of a friend ne'er doeth us harm. I despise the man who is shameless, false, and treacherous. I cannot be false. I cannot do it for a mighty king. What is worse than a hesitant, tardy-going man? What is worse than a man in the fight with a frowning face, shirking, affrighted, and thinking of death? In what is a cowardly man better than a woman weaving a web? It is better to get glory than all goods. A narrow road cannot keep back death, nor a rocky one. By him all are levelled, weak and strong-hearted. In the end, the earth unites in one place youth and greybeard. Better a glorious death than shameful life. And now I fear, O king, to make this request to you. Mistaken is he who expects not death momentarily. It which unites us all comes alike by day and by night. If I see thee not living, life will be fleeting for me. If fate, the destroyer of all, destroy me, an orphan I shall die travelling, unmourned by parent. Nor will those who brought me up, nor the friend whom I trust, enshroud me. Then indeed will your merciful, tender heart have pity on me. I have countless possessions, weighed by none. Give the treasure to the poor, free the slaves, enrich every orphan without means. They will be grateful to me, remember me, bless me. I shall be thought of. Whatever is not worthy of being kept in your treasury, give part to build orphan homes, part to build bridges. Be not sparing in the spending of mine estate for me. I have none save thee to quench the hot fires. Henceforth thou shalt learn no more news from me. Herewith I commit my soul to thee. This letter tells thee so without flattering thee. The devil's deed shall not seduce my soul. It will prevail. Forgive me and pray for me. What can be exacted from me dead? I entreat thee, O king, for Shermodon my chosen servant. This year he hath an added day of grief. Comfort him with the favour I was wont to favour him withal. Make not the tears to flow from his eyes welling with blood. My testament is ended, written by mine own hand. Behold, mine upbringer, I have parted from thee. I am gone away with maddened heart. Let not the sovereigns be grieved for my sake. Be not clad in gloom, but be ye in your sovereignty feared by foes. When he had made an end of writing, he gave the will to Shermodon. He said, Convey this to the king discreetly. None can excel thee in any service. He embraced him and wept over him with bloody-hued tears. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22, The Man in the Panther Skin, by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Of Tundille's prayer in the mosque and his flight. He prayed and said, Great God of earths and heavens, who sometimes punishest, sometimes art ready to reward, unknowable and unspeakable, Lord of lordships, give me to endure longings, O ruler of heart utterances. God, God, I beseech thee, who governest the deeps and heights, thou didst create love, thou hast decreed its law. Fate has sundered me from mine excellent son. Uproot not the love sowed by her for me. God, God merciful, I have none beside thee. From thee I beg aid on the road, however long I travel. Shelter me from the mastery of foes, the turmoil of the seas, the evil one by night. If I survive, I shall serve thee. I shall offer sacrifice to thee. When he had prayed, he mounted his horse and privily passed through the gates. He sent back Shermodon, albeit he made great lamentations. The vassal weeps and beats his breast. The wretched man sheds floods of tears. What can rejoice the vassal deprived of the sight of his lord? Now I will begin another tale. I will attend the parting night. There was no audience that day for the wrathful Roshtan. When day dawned, he rose sullen. He was as if he poured flame from his face. He commanded the vizier to be called. Thither they led him, pale with fear. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. King Roshtovan hears of Aftandil's secret flight. When he saw the vizier arrived with reverence in the hall of audience, Roshtan said, I recall not what thou saidst yesterday, that didst annoy and enrage me. For a long time I could not compose my soul. Therefore did I scold thee, vizier, heart of heart. I remember not what Aftandil wanted, nor why I treated thee so ill. Truly say the sages, spite is a net of woes. Never act in such a way. Consider the matter carefully. Now tell me what thou saidst. Speak and repeat thy discourse. Again the vizier submitted his speech of yesterday. When he heard it, he made no lengthy answer. If I think thee not mad, may I be the Jew Levi? Let me hear no more of this, else I wholly give thee up. When the vizier went forth to seek, he could not find the crystal one. Only the slaves with flowing tears told of his flight. He said, I cannot go to court. I should remember former days. Whoever is daring, let him dare. I repent what I have already said. When the vizier came not, the king again sent a man. The man learnt the news and stood outside. None dared report the departure. Roshtan began to suspect. Therefore grief increased tenfold. He said, Doubtless he who alone overpowers hundreds has stolen away. With bent head he meditated. In his heart was great gloom. He sighed and looked up. He commanded a slave, Go, let that villain come hither and tell me now. Let him enter. When the vizier came back, his colour paled, and he was careful. Again the vizier entered the audience chamber gloomily, not gaily. The king inquired, Is the sun gone away, become inconstant like the moon? The vizier told him all, how he, Aftandil, had gone away secretly. The sun no longer shines on us. The weather is not bright. When the king heard this, he cried out with an exceeding great cry. He lamented. He said, Alas, my foster son, my dazed eyes shall see thee no more. He made the onlookers to marvel by scratching his face and tearing his beard. Whither art thou gone, and where hast thou lost those pillars of light? If thou hast thyself, none will think thee an orphan. But as for me, what can I do, O foster son? Now plagues befit me as an abode. Thou hast left me orphaned, me whose wretched heart longs for thee. Till I am reunited to thee, tongues cannot tell my sufferings. When shall I see thee joyous returning from the chase? I shall no longer see thee after the game of ball, graceful in form, a faultless gem. No more shall I hear thine alluring voice. Now without thee, alas, what shall I do with the throne and whole palace? I know that hunger will not kill thee, however far thou roamest. Thy bow will provide thee and thine arrowheads. Perchance God in his mercy will again lighten our woes. But if I die, O foster son, by whom shall I be mourned? A noise was heard. A great host of men had assembled. There was a crowd of courtiers at the palace, seizing their beards with their hands, all rend and strike themselves. The sound of their slapping is heard. They said, Darkness is upon us, accursed, since our sun is gone from the sky. When the king saw his magnates, he complained to them with tears and groaning. He said, You see, our sun has made its rays quite rare to us. In what have we annoyed him? Wherein have we sinned? Why has he parted from us? Why forsaken us? How can any take for us the leadership of the hosts he maintained? All wept, lamented, then at length they grew calm. The king commanded, "Ask, is he alone or with a squire?" The vassal Shermerdin came fearfully, shamefacedly. He gave the king the testament. He wept. Life seemed to him but loss. He said, "I found this written by him in his chamber. Weeping slaves stood there. They tore hair and beard. He is stolen away alone. Neither youth nor greybeard is near him. If you slay me, it will be just. An unseemly life irks me." When they read the will, again they wept a long time. Then the king commanded, "Let not my troops don gay colours. Let us make the downtrodden, the orphans and widows to pray. Let us help them, that God may give him paths of peace." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, The Man in the Panther Skin, by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. After Undille's second departure and meeting with Tariel. When the moon is far from the sun, distance makes her bright. When she is near, his ray consumes her. She is repelled, she cannot approach. But sunlessness dries up the rose and lessens its colour. Not seeing the beloved renews in us our old grief. Now will I begin the story of that night's departure. He goes away and weeps with boiling heart. It cannot be said that his tears diminished. Every moment he turned back. He prayed that he might find his sun-like one and sun-like beauty. He gazed. He could not detach his eyes. If he tore them away, he lost consciousness. When he was near fainting, he had no power to move his tongue. The tears run from his eyes, pouring forth as from a spring. Sometimes he turns. He looks for means to bear his pains. When he goes forward, he knows not whither his horse has borne him. He said, "O mine own, let him who is far from thee and yet silent be accursed. Since my mind remains with thee, let my heart also return to thee. The weeping eyes too wish and long to see thee. 'Tis better that the lover should be subjected as much as may be to love. What shall I do till I am united to thee? Or in what thinkest thou I shall find joy? I would slay myself, but I doubt that it would displease thee, but it would grieve thee to hear I was no longer living. Come, then, let us living give our eyes to the shedding of tears." He said, "O Sun, who art said to be the image of the sunny night, of him who is one in unity of being and everlasting, whom the heavenly bodies obey to the jot of a second, turn not away my good fortune. Hear my prayer till our meeting, mine and hers. Thou whom former philosophers addressed as the image of God, aid me, for I am become a captive. Iron chains bind me. I, seeker of crystal and ruby, have lost coral and glass. Formerly I could not endure nearness. Now I regret absence." Thus he lamented and cried out. Like a candle he melted. The fear of being too late made him hasten. He wandered on. When night fell, he found delight in the rising of the stars. He compared them to her. He rejoiced. He gazed on them. He held converse with them. He says to the moon, "I adjure thee in the name of thy God. Thou art the giver of the plague of love to lovers. Thou hast the balm of patience to make them bear it. Hear my prayer to unite me with the face fair through thee, like thine own." Night rejoiced him. Day tortured him. He awaited the sunset. When he saw a stream, he dismounted. He gazed on the rippling of the water. With it he united the rivulet of blood from the lake of tears. Again he set out. He hastened onward on his road. Alone he lamented. He who was like the aloe tree in form wept. He killed a goat in the plain where he came to a rocky place, roasted and ate of it, and went on, sun-faced, martial in heart. He said, "I forsook roses, and behold me here woeful." I cannot now tell the words then spoken by that night, or what he discoursed or lamented with such elegance. Sometimes his eyes reddened with their tears, the rose of his cheeks scratched by his nail. When he saw the caves, he was glad. He went up to the door of the cave. When Asmat perceived him, she went to meet him. Her tears fell fast. She rejoiced so greatly that she will never have such joy again. The knight dismounted, embraced her, kissed her, and conversed with her. When a man has waited for a man, the coming pleases him wondrously. The knight said to the damsel, "Where and how is thy lord?" The damsel wept with tears which might have fed the sea. She said, "When thou wert gone, he roamed about, for it irked him to be in the cave. Now I know naught of him, either by sight or tidings." The knight was pained as if some lance had struck him in the midst of his heart. He said to Asmat, "O sister, not thus should a man be. How could he break his oath? I deceived him not. How could he be false to me? If he could not keep it, why did he promise? If he promised me, why did he lie? Since save for him I counted not this world as grief, why did he forget me when I departed? Why could he not endure what troubled him? How dared he break the oath he had sworn? But why should I marvel at evil from my fate?" Again the maiden spoke, "Thou art justified in such sorrow, but when thou shalt judge aright, suspect me not of complaisance. Is not heart needed to fulfil oath and promise? He bereft of heart awaits only the curtailment of his days. Heart, mind, and thought depend one upon another. When heart goes, the others also go and follow it. A man deprived of heart cannot play the man. He is chased forth from men. Thou sawest not, thou knowest not what fires consumed him. Thou art right in murmuring that thou art separated from thy sworn brother. But how can it be told into what plight he fell? How can I tell thee the fact? Tongue will fail, will be exhausted. The aching heart will ache still more. Thus think I, for I saw, I luckless born. Hitherto none has heard in story of sufferings like unto his. Such torture would affright not only men, but even stones. Sufficient for a fountain are the tears that have flowed from his eyes. Whatever you say, you are right. One is wise in another's battle. When he went forth, burned, consumed with fires, I asked him, "Tell me, his adopted sister, what will Aftandil do when he comes?" He replied, "Let him come to seek me useless for his sake. I shall not leave this vicinage. I will not break my promise to him. My vow I will not break. That oath I will not belie. I shall wait till the time appointed, however much the channels of tears may flow. If he find me dead, let him bury me. Let him say, alas, and mourn. If I meet him living, let him marvel, for my life is doubtful. Henceforth the sundering of the sun and the mountain top hath befallen me. Only I must shed tears moistening the plains. Maddened, I am tortured by the exceeding multiplication of groans. Death has forgotten me. Behold the deed of fate. This true saying is written on a stone in China. Who seeks not a friend is his own foe. Now that to which nor rose nor violet could be likened is become saffron. If thou seekest, then, seek him. Do what befits thee." The knight said, "Thou art right in not justifying me in murmuring against him. But bethink thee what service I have done as one prisoner of love to another. I fled from my home. Like a stag seeking water, I seek him and think of him. I wander from field to field. The crystal pearl shells guard the ruby-hued pearl and apparel it. From her I have gone away. I could not stay near her. I could not make her happy, nor could I be happy. By my privy flight I have angered the equals of God. In return for their favours I have troubled their hearts. My Lord and upbringer, by the grace of God, living in might, paternal, sweet, merciful, a sky-snowing graciousness. To him have I been faithless. I went away. Verily I forgot all, and guilty toward him, I no longer wait any good thing from God. All this afflicts me thus, O sister, for his sake. I have not deceived him, but am come a wayfarer by night and day. Now he is gone somewhere. He for whom I am consumed with fire, wearied and vain and weeping, I sit with a sad face. Sister, the hour and time give me no more leisure for converse. I repent not the past. Early will I fulfil the word of the wise. I go, I will seek. Either shall I find him or bring death early upon me. Otherwise, since I am thus doomed by fate, what can I embolden myself to say to God?" No more than this he said. He wept and went his way. He passed the rocks, crossed the water, went through the reeds, and came to the plain. The wind blowing over the fields froze the rose to a ruby hue. "Why hast thou given me this plague?" He reproached fate for this. He said, "O God, wherein have I sinned against thee, the Lord, the all-seeing? Why hast thou separated me from my friends? Why didst thou lure me onto such a fate? One thinking of two, I am in a parlous plight. If I die, I shall not pity myself, my blood be on my head. My friend cast a bunch of roses on my heart, and so wounded it. That oath fulfilled by me he kept not. If, O fate, thou partest me from him, my joy is past. To mine eyes another friend were reviled and shamed." Then he said, "I marvel at the spleen of a man of sense. When he is sad, of what avail is a rivulet from the terrace of tears? 'Tis better to choose to ponder over the fitting deed. Now for me too, it is better to seek that sun-like one, reed-like in form." The knight, weeping, besprinkled with tears, set himself to search. He seeks, he calls, he cries aloud, watching by night as by day. For 3 days he traversed many a glen, reedy thicket, forest and field. He could not find him. Sad he went, unable to learn any tidings. He said, "O God, wherein have I sinned against thee? How have I displeased thee so greatly? Why bring this fate upon me? What torture hast thou sent upon me? Judge me, O judge, hearken to my prayer, shorten my days, thus turn my woes to joy." Weeping and pale, the knight went his way and spoke. He mounted a certain hill. The plain appeared in sunshine and shadow. He saw a black horse standing with the reins on his neck on the edge of the rushes. He said, "Undoubtedly it is he, of that there can be no doubt." When he saw, the heart of the knight leapt up and was lightened. Here to him, distressed, joy became not 10-fold, but 1,000-fold. The rose of his cheeks brightened its colour, the crystal of his face became crystal indeed, the jet of his eyes grew jetty. Like a whirlwind he galloped down, he rested not from gazing at him. When he saw Tariel, he was indeed grieved. Tariel sat with a drawn face in a state near unto death. His collar was rent, his head was all torn, he could no longer feel. He had stepped forth from the world. On one side lay a slain lion and a blood-smeared sword. On the other, a panther, stricken down a lifeless corpse. From his eyes, as from a fountain, tears flowed fiercely forth. Thus there a flaming fire burned his heart. He could not even open his eyes. He had wholly lost consciousness. He was come nigh to death. He was far removed from joy. The knight calls him by name. He tries to rouse him by speech. He cannot make him hear. He leaped about. The brother shows his brotherliness. He wipes away Tariel's tears with his hand. He cleansed his eyes with his sleeve. He sits down nearby and only calls him by name. He says, "Knowest thou not me, Audiendil, for thy sake wandering and mad?" But he heard little, staring with fixed eyes. This is all thus, even as related by me. He wiped away the tears from his eyes. He somewhat recalled him to consciousness. Then only he knew Audiendil, kissed him, embraced him, treated him as a brother. I declare by the living God, none like him was ever born. He said, "Brother, I was not false to thee. I have done what I swore to thee. Unparted from my soul I have seen thee. Thus I have kept my vow. Now leave me. Till death I shall weep and beat my head. But I entreat thee for burial, that I be not yielded to the beasts for food." The knight replied, "What ails thee? Why doest thou an evil deed? Who hath not been a lover? Whom doth the furnace not consume? Who hath done like thee among the race of other men? Why art thou seized by Satan? Why kill thyself by thine own will? Thou art wise. All the sages agree with this principle. A man must be manly. It is better that he should weep as seldom as possible. In grief one should strengthen himself like a stone wall. Through his own reason a man falls into trouble. Thou art wise, and yet knowest not to choose according to the sayings of the wise. Thou weepest in the plain, and livest with the beasts. What desire canst thou thus fulfil? If thou renounce the world, thou canst not attain her for whose sake thou diest. Why bindest thou a hale head? Why openest thou the wound afresh? Who hath not been a lover? Whom hath the furnace not consumed? Who hath not seen pains? Who faints not for somebody? Tell me, what has been unexampled? Why should thy spirits flee? Knowest thou not that none e'er plucked a thornless rose? They asked the rose, Who made thee so lovely in form and face? I marvel why thou art thorny, why finding thee is pain. It said, Thou findest the sweet with the bitter. Whatever costs dear is better. When the lovely is cheapened, it is no longer worth even dried fruit. Since the soulless inanimate rose speaks thus, who then can harvest joy who hath not first travailed with woe? Who hath ever heard of aught harmless that was the work of devilry? Why dost thou murmur at fate? What hath it done unexampled? Hearken to what I have said. Mount, let us go at ease. Follow not after thine own counsel and judgment. Do that thou desirest not. Follow not the will of desires. Were it not better thus, I would not tell thee. Mistrust not that I shall flatter thee in aught. Darius said, Brother, what shall I say to thee? Scarce have I control of my tongue. Maddened, I have no strength to hearken to thy words. How easy to thee seems patience of the suffering of my torments. Now am I brought close to death. The time of my joy draws nigh. Dying, for her I pray. Never shall I entreat her with my tongue. Lovers here parted, there indeed may we be united. There again see each other, again find some joy. Come, O friends, bury me, cast clods upon me. How shall the lover not see his love? How forsake her? Gladly I go to her, then she will wend to me. I shall meet her, she shall meet me, she shall weep for me and make me weep. Inquire of 100, do what pleaseth thine heart, in spite of what any may advise thee. But know thou, this is my verdict. I speak to thee words of truth. Death draws nigh to me. Leave me alone. I shall tarry but a little while. If I be not living, of what use am I to thee? If I survive, what canst thou make of me? Mad. Mine elements are dissolved. They are joining the ranks of spirits. What thou hast said and what thou speakest I understand not, nor have I leisure to listen to these things. Death draws nigh me maddened. Life is but for a moment. Now the world has grown distasteful to me, more than at any time heretofore. I too go thither to that earth whereon the moisture of my tears flows. Wise? Who is wise? What is wise? How can a madman act wisely? Had I my wits, such discourse would be fitting. The rose cannot be without the sun. If it be so, it begins to fade. Thou weariest me. Leave me. I have no time. I can endure no more. Aftandil spoke again with words of many kinds. He said, By my head, by these empty words I shall do thee some good. Do it not, it is not the better deed. Be not thine own foe. But he cannot lead him away. He can do nothing at all by speech. Then he said, Well, since thou wilt by no means hearken to me, I will not weary thee. My tongue has hitherto spoken in vain. If death be better for thee, die. Let the rose wither. They all wither. One thing only I pray thee. Grant me this. For this his tears were flowing. Where the Indians ingird the crystal and rose with a hedge of jet. From this am I parted. Hastily I went, not quietly. The king cannot keep me by his paternal converse. Thou wilt not unite with me? Thou wilt renounce me. Now how can I speak my joy? Send me not heart-sore away. Grant me one desire. Mount once thy steed. Let me see thee, ravisher of my soul, on horseback. Perchance then this present grief will flee away. I shall go and leave thee. Let thy will be done. He entreated him, Mount! He begged and prayed him, and said not alas. He knew that riding would chase away his sadness, that he would bend the reedy stem of his form and make a tent of the jet. Aftandil made Tariel obedient. It pleased Aftandil. Tariel sighed not nor moaned. He said plainly, I will mount. Bring forward my horse. Aftandil brought the horse, and gently helped him to mount. Did not make him pant with haste. He took him towards the plain. He made his graceful form to sway. Some time they rode. Going made him seem better. Aftandil entertains him, and speaks fair words to him. For Tariel's sake he moved his coral-coloured lips in speech. To hear him would make young the aged ears of a listener. He put away melancholy. He took unto himself patience. When the elixir of grief perceived the improvement, joy not to be depicted lightened his rose-like face. Joy which is the physician of the reasonable, the sigh and moan of the foolish. He who had formerly spoken senselessly, now spoke reasonably. They began to converse. He spoke a frank word. One thing I will say to thee. Open to me what is secret. This armlet of her by whom thou art wounded. How much dost thou love it? How dost thou prize it? Tell me, then let me die. He said, How can I tell thee the likeness of that incomparable picture? 'Tis my life, the giver of my groans, better to me than all the world, water, earth, and tree. To hearken to that to which one should not listen is more bitter than vinegar. Aftandil said, I truly expected thee to say this. Now, since thou hast said it, I will answer thee, and think not I shall flatter thee. To lose Asmat were worse than the loss of that armlet. I commend not thy behaviour in choosing the worser. This armlet thou wearest is golden, molten by the goldsmith, inanimate, lifeless, speechless, unreasoning. Thou no longer wantest Asmat. Behold a true judgment. First she was luckless, was with her, then she is thine own adopted sister. Between you and Neston she formed a bond. By thee she has been called sister. She was the servant who contrived your meeting, while she herself was worthy of being summoned by thee. She, upbringer of her, and brought up by her. She is mad for Neston, and thou forsakest her, wretched woman, and wilt not see her? Bravo! A just judgment indeed. He said, What thou sayest is only too true. Pitiable is Asmat, who thinks of Neston and sees me. I thought not to live. Thou art come in time to quench the fires. Since I still survive, come, let us see. Albeit I am still dazed. He obeyed. Aftandil and the Amrbar set out. Cannot achieve the praise of their worth. Teeth like pearls, lips cleft roses. The sweetly discoursing tongue lures forth the serpent from its lair. Thereupon Aftandil says, For thy sake will I sacrifice mind, soul, heart. But be not thus, open not thy wounds afresh. Learning avails thee not if thou do not do what the wise have said. Of what advantage to thee is a hidden treasure if thou wilt not use it? Grieving is of no use to thee. Thou art sorrowful, what good will it do thee? Knowest thou not that no man dies undesignedly? Awaiting the sunbeams, the rose fades not in 3 days. Luck, endeavour, and victory, if God will, shall be thy lot. The knight replied, This teaching is worth all the world to me. The intelligent loves the instructor, he pierces the heart of the senseless. But what shall I do? How can I endure when I am in excessive trouble? My griefs have hold of thee too. If then thou justify me not, shall I not wonder? Wax hath an affinity with the heat of fire, and therefore is lighted, but water hath no such affinity. If wax fall into water, it is quenched. Whatever thing afflicts someone himself, in that will he be bold for the sake of others to do. Why knowest thou not once for all in what way my heart melts? With my tongue will I relate to thee in detail all that hath befallen me. Then indeed with wise heart judge the truth. I expected thee. Awaiting thee was irksome to me. I could no longer endure the cave. I wished to ride in the plain. I came up that hill. I had traversed these reeds. A lion and a panther met. They came together. They seemed to me to be enamoured. It rejoiced me to see them. But what they did to each other surprised me, horrified me. I came up the hill. The lion and panther came walking together. They were to me like a picture of lovers, by burning fires were quenched. They came together and began to fight. Embittered they struggled. The lion pursues, the panther flees. They were not commended by me. First they sported gaily, then they quarrelled fiercely. Each struck the other with its paw. They had no fear of death. The panther lost heart, even as women do. The lion fiercely pursued. None could have calmed him. The behaviour of the lion displeased me. I said, "Thou art out of thy wits. Why annoyest thou thy beloved? Fie on such bravery." I rushed on him with my bared sword. I gave him to be pierced by the spear. I struck his head. I killed him. I freed him from this world's woe. I threw away my sword. I leaped down. I caught the panther with my hands. I wished to kiss it for the sake of her for whom hot fires burned me. It roared at me and worried me with its blood-shedding paws. I could bear no more. With enraged heart I killed it too. However much I soothed it, the panther became not calm. I grew angry. I brandished it, dashed it on the ground, shattered it. I remembered how I had striven with my beloved, yet my soul tore not itself altogether out of me. Why then art thou astonished that I shed tears? Behold, brother, I have told the woes that grieved me. Life itself befits me not. Why didst thou wonder that I am thus fordone? I am sundered from life. Death has become shy of me. So the knight ended his story, sighed, and wept aloud. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrobe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Here is the going of Tariel and Avtandil to the cave, and their seeing of Asmat. Avtandil also wept with him and shed tears. He said, "Be patient, die not. Rend not altogether thy heart. God will be merciful in this, though sorrow hath not shunned thee. If he had willed to part you, he would not first have united you. Mischance pursues the lover, embitters life for him, but to him who at first bears woe, it yields joy at last. Love is grievous, for it brings thee nigh unto death. It maddens the instructed, it teaches the untaught." They wept and went on. They wended their way to the cave. When Asmat saw them, she rejoiced indeed. She met them, she wept, her tears wore channels in the rocks. They kissed and wept aloud. Each pressed the other to tell his news again. Asmat said, "O God, thou who canst not be expressed by man's tongue, thou art the fullness of all. Thou fillest us with thy sun-like radiance. If I praise thee, how can I praise thee? What can I say in praise of thee, who art not to be praised by the intellect? Glory to thee! Thou hast not slain me by the shedding of tears for them." Tariel said, "Ah, sister, for this have my tears flowed here. For that she erstwhile made us smile, fate makes us weep in turn. 'Tis an old law of the world, not one newly to be heard of. Alas, were it not for pity of thee, death would be my joy. If he be athirst, what sane, reasonable man would pour away water? I marvel why I am soaked in tears from mine eyes. Lack of water slays, water flows never dried. Alas, the opened rose, the beauteous pearl, is lost." Avtandil, too, was reminded of his son and beloved. He said, "O mine own, how can I remain living without thee? Apart from thee, my life is for me pitiable. Who can tell thee how I suffer, or how sore a fire burns me? How can the rose think, if the sun go away, I shall not wither? Or what, alas, will be our lot when the sun sets behind the hill? Heart, 'tis better for thee to harden thyself, petrify thyself wholly. Perchance it may happen to thee to see her. Let not thy spirit be utterly spent." They calmed their souls. They were silent. Fire burned both. Asmat followed, went in. Like them, a furnace consumed her. She stretched out the panther's skin he formerly used. They both sat down. They spoke of whatever pleased them. They roasted meat, and made a meal fitting the occasion. There the meal was breadless, and there was no multitude of guests. They begged Tario to eat. He had not the power to eat. He chewed a morsel, spat it out. He hardly swallowed the weight of a drachm. Pleasant it is when man converses agreeably with man. He will listen to what is said, not let it pass in vain. Thus the fire which burns so greatly is somewhat quenched. Great comfort it is to speak of troubles when a man has the opportunity. That night, those lions, those heroes were together. They conversed, and each revealed to the other his woes. When day dawned, they began again many-worded conversations. They heard again from each other the oaths formerly sworn. Tario said, "Why speak many words? For that which thou hast done for me, God is surety for the debt. Oath for oath is enough. Remembrance, friendship for a departing friend, are not the deed of a drunken man. Now, be merciful to me. Make me not burn again in hottest fires. The flame which consumes me is not kindled by a steel. Thou canst not extinguish it for me. Thou thyself shalt be burned by the law of the creation of the world. Go, return, go back hither to the place where thy son is. To cure me seems hard even to him who created me. Understand, ye who hear. Therefore I roam mad in the fields. Once I too was a doer of what befits the reasonable. Now the turn of madness has fallen to my lot, and so I am mad." Aftandil said, "What can I say in answer to this thou hast said? Thou thyself hast spoken as a man sagely instructed. How is it not possible for God again to cure the wound? He is the upbringer of everything planted or sown. Why should God do this? Create such as you, and not unite you, part you, madden thee with weeping? Mischance pursues the lover. Look well into the matter, know it. If you meet not each other again, then slay me. Who else is a man save that he will endure what is grievous? How can one let himself be bent by grief? What subject of conversation is this? Fear not. God is generous though the world be hard. Learn then what I teach thee. I make bold to tell thee that he who will not learn is an ass. Heed what thou hearest. Let this suffice for teaching. I asked leave of my son to come away to you. I said to her, Since he made cinders of my heart, I am no longer of use to thee. I will not stay. What else need I tell thee in many words? She said, I am content. Thou art doing well and bravely. The attention thou showest to him I accept as service to me. At her request I came away. I am not drunk or intoxicated. If I now return, what shall I say? Why art thou come back like a coward? Will be her greeting. Better than such discourse as this. Hearken to what I say. The man who is to do a difficult deed must be reasonable. The rose withered for lack of sun cannot make provision for itself. If thou art no longer of any use to thyself, be of use to me. Brother must act brotherly to brother. Wherever thou wilt, stay there after thy rule. If thou wilt with wise heart, if thou wilt with maddened mind. With that loveliness of mien, that grace of form, do but strengthen thyself. Die not, be not consumed by the flame. I beg no more than leave for a year and a week. Here in the cave look for me when I have gathered news from every quarter. As a token of that time, I give thee the season when these roses shall again bloom abundantly. The sight of the roses will make thee start as at the bark of a dog. If I exceed that time, and come not hither to the cave, then know that I am not alive. Undoubtedly I shall have died. It will be a sufficient token of this if thou shed tears for me. Then rejoice if thou wilt, or if thou wilt, increase thy grief. Now perchance thou wilt sorrow for the sake of what I have told thee. I go far from thee, and I know not whether horse or ship may fail me. No, lack of speech avails not. I am not quick-scented like a beast. I know not what God will do to me. nor the ever-revolving sky. Dariel said, I will weary thee no more, nor say too much. Thou wilt not listen to me, however much I lengthen my discourse. If a friend will not follow thee, follow thou him. Do whatever he wills. In the end every bidden thing shall come to light. When thou art convinced, then thou shalt know the difficulty of mine affairs. For me it is all one, roaming or not roaming. What thou hast told me, that will I do, however much madness torture me. But if shortness of days befall me in thine absence, what shall I do? They ended their discourse. They gave that promise to each other. They mounted, rode out, each killed game in the plain. They returned, their tearful hearts wept again. The thought of the parting on the morrow added grief to grief. Readers of these verses, your eyes also are shedding tears. What, alas, shall heart do without heart, if heart part from heart? Absence and parting from a friend are the slayers of a man. Who indeed knows not, understands not, how hard is that day? Morning dawned. They mounted and said farewell to the maiden. From the eyes of Tariel, Asmat, and Avtandil tears flowed. The cheeks of all three hung out flags of crimson. Those lions, ever made wild by grief, went out to the beasts. They descended from the caves and went away crying aloud with flowing tears. Asmat weeps and laments. O lions, whose tongues can chant lamentations for you! The sun has burned and consumed you, heavenly stars. Alas, for my woes so great! Alas, the sufferings of life! Those knights departed thence, travelled that day together. They came to the seashore. There they tarried. They travelled not through dry land. That night they parted not. Again they shared their fire. They wept for the absence from each other. They bewailed it. Avtandil said to Tariel, The channel of the flow of tears is dried. Why dost thou separate from Pridon, the giver of this steed? Thence are tidings and means to be learnt regarding that beautiful son. Now I go thither. Teach me the way to thy sworn brother. Dariel teaches him by word the direction of the road to Pridon's. He made him understand as well as he could by power of his speech. Go towards the east, fare even unto the seashore. If thou seest him, tell him of me. He will ask news of his brother. They killed a goat and dragged it after them. They made a fire on the seashore. They sat down and ate such a meal as was fitting to their grief. That night they were together. They lay together at the root of a tree. I curse treacherous fate, sometimes generous, sometimes niggardly. At dawn they rose to part. They embraced each other. The things said by them would have melted anyone who had heard. They shed on the fields tears from the eyes like waters from a spring. Long they stand in close embrace. Breast was welded to breast. With tears and face-scratching and tearing of hair they parted. One goes up, the other goes down. Roadless they ride by bridle paths through the rushes. As long as they saw each other with drawn faces they shouted. Looking upon their frowns, the sun would frown too. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Of the going of Avtandil to Pridon's when he met him at Morgazanza. Alas, O world, what ails thee? Why dost thou whirl us around? What ill habit afflicts thee? All who trust in thee weep ceaselessly like me. Whence and whither carriest thou? Where and whence uprootest thou? For God abandons not the man forsaken by thee. Avtandil, parted from Tariel, weeps. His voice reaches to the heavens. Quoth he, The stream of blood which flowed anew flows once again. Now is parting as hard as union will be till we meet in heaven. Men are not all equal. There is a great difference between man and man. Then the beasts of the field drank their fill of the tears he shed there. He could not quench the furnace. He burned with frequent fire. Again the thought of Tinatin fills him all the more with grief. The coral-rooted crystal shines on the rose of the lips. The rose is faded. It drips. The branch of the aloe tree quivers. The cut crystalline ruby are changed to lapis lazuli. He strengthened himself against death. Against him it vaunted not itself. He said, "Why should I wonder at darkness, since thou, O sun, hast abandoned me?" He said to the sun, "O sun, I compare thee to the cheeks of Tinatin. Thou art like her, and she is like thee, ye light mountain and valley. The sight of thee rejoices me, a madman. Therefore unweariedly I gaze on thee. But why have you both left my heart cold, unwarmed? The absence of one sun for a month in winter freezes us. I, alas, have parted from two. How then should heart not be harmed? Only a rock perceives not, is never hurt. A knife cannot cure a wound, it cuts or causes a swelling." Wending his way, he laments to the sky. He speaks. To the sun he says, "O sun, to thee I pray, thou mighty of the mightiest mights, who exaltest the humble, givest sovereignty, happiness. Part me not from my beloved, turn not my day to night. Come, O Zual, add tear to tear, woe to woe, dye my heart black, give me to thick gloom, heap upon me a heavy load of grief as on an ass. But say to her, forsake him not. Thine he is, and for thee he weeps. O Mushtar, I entreat thee, thou just, perfect judge, come and do justice. Heart takes counsel with heart. Twist not justice, destroy not thus thy soul. I am righteous, judge me. Why wouldst thou wound afresh me, wounded for her? Come, O Marik, mercilessly pierce me with thy spear, dye me and stain me red with the flow of blood. Tell her my sufferings, let me hear them with the tongue. Thou knowest what I am become. No longer my heart hath joy. Come, Asperos, aid me somewhat. She has consumed me with the fire of flames, she who encircles the pearl of her teeth with lip of coral. Thou beautifiest the fair with such charm as thine. One like me thou abandonest and maddenest. O Tarid, save thee none other's fate is like to mine. The sun whirls me, lets me not go, unites with me, and gives me over to burning. Sit down to write my woes. For ink I give thee a lake of tears. For pen I cut for thee a trim form, slim as a reed. Come, O moon, take pity on me. I shrink and am wasted like thee. The sun fills me, the sun too empties me. Sometimes I am full-bodied, sometimes I am spare. Tell her my tortures, what afflicts me, how I faint. Go, say, forsake him not. I am hers, and for her sake I die. Behold, the stars bear witness, even the seven confirm my words. The sun, Otarid, Mushtar, and Zual faint for my sake. Moon, Aspiros, Marik, come and bear me witness. Make her hear what fires consume me without thee. Now he says to his heart, as the tear still flows and is not dried, what avails it to slay thyself? It is clear thou hast fraternized with the devil as a brother. I myself know that she who maddened me has for hair the tail of a raven. But if thou bearest not grief, what is the enduring of joy? If I remain, this is better for me. He speaks of the uncertainty of life. Perchance it will be my lot to see the sun. I shall not for ever cry, alas. He sang with sweet voice. He checked not the channel of tears. Compared to his voice, even the voice of the nightingale was like an owl's. When the night's song was heard, the beasts came to listen. By reason of the sweetness of his voice, even the stones came forth from the water. They hearkened, they marvelled. When he wept, they wept. He sings sad songs. Tears flow like a fount. All living creatures on earth come to applaud. Game from the forest, fishes in the water, crocodiles in the sea, birds from the sky, from India, Arabia, Greece, Orientals and Occidentals, Russians, Persians, Franks and Egyptians from Misreti. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Of Avtandil's going to Predon's when he parted from Tariel. Weeping, the knight went 70 days along the road to the seashore. Afar off he saw on the sea sailors approaching. He waited and asked, "Who are you? I beg you to tell me this. Whose realm is this, or whose voice doth it obey?" They dutifully answered, "O fair of face and form, strange and pleasing to us thou seemest, therefore with praise we address thee. Hereunto is the boundary of the Turks, marching with the border of Predon, whose men we are. Of him shall we tell thee, if we faint not from gazing on thee. Nureddin Predon is king of this our land, a knight brave, generous, mighty, on horseback a swift racer. None has power to harm so fair a son. He is our lord, he is like the beam spread forth from heaven." The knight said, "My brethren, in you have I happed upon good men. I seek your king. Teach me whither I should go. How shall I go? When shall I come thither? How long was the road?" The sailors guided him. They left not the shore. They reported to him, "This is the road going to Malganzanza. There our king will meet thee, he of the swift arrow, the keen sword. Thou shalt arrive there 10 days hence. O thou of the cypress form, ruby in hue! Alas, why dost thou a stranger burn us strangers? Why consumest thou us like a flame of fire?" The knight said, "I marvel, brethren, why your heart slain for me, or how the faded winter roses can please you thus. If you had seen us then when we sat proud, uncrippled, we charmed them that gazed on us. With us they sat joyful." They departed. The knight turned to pursue his road, he whose form is like the cypress, whose heart is like iron. He puts his horse to a canter, he discourses, he speaks aloud to comfort himself. The narcissi thunder, it rains tears, they lave the crystal and glass of his face. Whatever strangers he met on the road served him, were subservient to him. They came to gaze on him, they courted him. 'Twas hard for them to let him go, scarce could they bear parting. They gave him a guide for the road. Whatever he asked, they told him. He neared Malgazanza. Soon he entered the long road. In the plain he saw an army of soldiers, and they were seen to be destroying game. On all sides a chain was formed. They encircled the outside of the field. They shot and shouted. They mowed down beasts like standing corn. He met a man. He asked him tidings of that host. He said, "Whose is this sound of trampling and stir?" He answered, "Predon the monarch, king of Malgazanza, hunts. He holds the edge of the sedgy plain and girt." Matchless in mien, he went towards the troops. He became merry. How can I ever tell the beauty of that night? Those who are parted from him makes to freeze. Like the sun he burns them that are met with him. He renews if they look on him. Those who gaze his form sways like a tree. In the very midst of the hosts an eagle soared from somewhere. The knight urged on his horse. He emboldened himself. He feared not. He drew his bow and let the arrow fly. The eagle fell, and blood flowed from it. He dismounted and clipped its wings. Calmly he remounted. He panted not. When they saw him, the archers ceased to shoot. They broke the circle. They came. They pressed upon him. They fainted. From all sides they surrounded him. Some followed behind. They dared not ask him, "Who art thou?" Nor could they say aught to him. In the meadow was a hill. On it stood Predon. 40 men worthy to shoot with him attended him. Thither Avtandil made his way. After him followed the centre of the host. Predon marvelled. "What are they doing?" said he. He was angry with his armies. Predon sent out a slave, saying, "Go, see the armies. What are they doing? Why have they broken the circle? Whither blind like they go?" The slave swiftly reached them. He saw the cypress, the sapling form. He stood. His eyes became dazed. He forgot the words he had to say. Avtandil perceived that this man was come to learn news of him. He said, "I beg thee to convey this message to thy lord from me. I am a stranger, lonely, far removed from my home, sworn brother to Tariel, sent to you." The slave went to Predon to tell him his message. He said, "I have seen a son arrived. He seems like the lightener of day. I think even sages would be maddened if they saw him anywhere. Quoth he, I am Tariel's brother, thus come rudely to join Predon." When he heard the name of Tariel, Predon's woes were lightened. From his eyes tears sprang forth, his heart grew more agitated. A blast froze the rose. From his eyelids whirled snowstorms of tears. They met each other. Each was praised by the other, not dispraised. Hastily Predon came down from the ridge. He descended to meet Avtandil. When he looked on him, he said, "If this be not the son, who is it?" Avtandil outdid the praise Predon had heard from the slave. They both dismounted. Joy made tears gush up. They embraced. They were not shy for being strangers. The knight seems peerless to Predon, and Predon pleases the knight. Any onlookers who saw them would despise the son. Slay me if another like them will ever be bargained for or sold in the bazaar. What knights are there like Predon? But near him is one whom praises still more befit. The sun makes the planets invisible when they come near. A candle gives no light by day, but its rays shine by night. They mounted their horses and set out for Predon's palace. The chase was broken up, made an end of the slaying of beasts. From all sides the troops thronged to gaze on Avtandil. They said, "What creature can compare with him?" The knight said to Predon, "Thou art eager, I know, to hear my tidings. I will tell thee who I am, whence I come, inasmuch as thou wishest to know. Also whence I know Tariel, and why I spoke of our brotherhood. He calls me brother. Thou art my brother, quoth he, though I am scarce worthy to be his slave. I am King Roshton's vassal, a knight nurtured in Arabia, grand commander-in-chief. By name they call me Avtandil. I am a noble of great family, reared as son of the king, one to be respected, bold. None dares meddle with me. One day the king mounted, went forth to hunt. In the plain we saw Tariel. He poured forth tears, watering the fields. We were astonished. He surprised us. We called, and he came not. He made us angry. We knew not how fire consumed him. The king shouted to the troops to seize him, and he was irritated. Without trouble he slew. Battle was not grievous to him. Of some he broke the arms and legs, some he slew outright. There they learned that course of the moon is not to be turned back. The king, greatly indignant, perceived that the troops could not capture him. Himself he mounted and went against him, the haughty, unfearing. When Tariel knew it was the king, then he avoided his sword, and gave the reins to his horse. He was lost to our eyes. We sought and could find no trace. We believed it devilry. The king was sad, forbade drinking, feast and banquet. I could not endure lack of certainty about his story. I stole away in quest of him. Fire burned me and smouldering. 3 years I sought him. I enjoyed not even sleep. I saw Cartavians he had mauled. They showed him to me. I found the yellowish rose, faint-rayed, pale-tinted. He welcomed me and loved me like a brother, like a son. He took the caves from the Devis after great bloodshed. There Asmat attends the solitary. None else is with him. Ever the old fire burns him. 'Tis not newly roused. Groaning befits one parted from him, a black mourning kerchief bound around the head. Alone in the cave, the tearful, tear-stained damsel weeps. The knight hunts game for her as a lion for its whelp. He brings it, and thus he feeds her. He cannot rest in one place. Save her, he desires not the sight of any of man's race. To me, a stranger, he pleasantly narrated his wondrous and pleasing story. He told me his tale and his beloved's. What woe he has suffered this tongue of a madman cannot now tell. Longing slaves him, and the lack of the sight of his grave-digger. Like the moon, he unceasingly roams. He rests not. He sits on that horse thou gavest him. He never alights. He sees no speaking being. Like a wild beast he shuns men. Woe is me remembering him. Alas for him dying for her sake. The fire of that night burns me. I am consumed with hot fire. I pitied him, and I became mad. My heart grew furious. I wished to seek remedies for him by sea and land. I returned and saw the sovereigns whose hearts were gloomy. I entreated leave of absence. The king was enraged at me and fell into sadness. I deserted my soldiers. Therefore they there cried woe. I stole away. I freed myself from the flood of tears of blood. Now I seek balm for him. I turn about hither and thither. He told me tidings of thee, how he had made brotherhood with thee. Now have I found thee, peerless, worthy to be praised by the tongue. Counsel me where it is better to seek that heavenly sun, the joy of those who gaze on her, the disturber of those that cannot see her. Now Pridon speaks, utters the words spoken by Tariel, both in unison lamented in a threnody worthy of praise. Sobbing, they wept with impatient hearts. There the roses were sprinkled by the water of tears dammed up in the jungle. Among the soldiers there arose the sound of great weeping, the scratching of the face by some, from others comes a torrent of tears. Pridon weeps, laments aloud the 7 years' separation. Alas, the inconstancy and falsity of this vain world. Pridon laments, how can we tell forth thy praise, thou who canst not be praised, thou inexpressible one, O son of the earth, who transferrest the sun of the firmament from its course, joy, life, quickener of them that are near thee, light of the planets of heaven, consumer and swallower up. Since I was removed from thee, life has been hateful to me. Though thou hast no leisure for me, I long for thee. To thee lack of me seems joy. It oppresses me greatly. Life without thee is empty. The world is become hateful to me. Pridon uttered these words in a beautiful lament. They grew calm, they were silent. They rode with no sign of song. Auftandil is fair to beholders in his ethereal loveliness. He covers the inky lakes of his eyes with the jet ceiling of his lashes. They entered the city. There they found the palace adorned in perfection, with all the officers of state mustered. The slaves, delicately apparelled, were in faultless order. They were enraptured and ravished in heart with Auftandil. They entered and held a great court, not a privy council. On this side and on that side 10 times 10 magnates were ranged. Apart sat the two together, who can tell forth their praise. Here glass, there jet, adorned the crystal and ruby of their faces. They sat, they banqueted, they multiplied the best liquor. They entertained Auftandil as kinsman treats kinsman. They brought beautiful vessels, all quite new. But the heart of those who looked on that youth, alas, was given to flame. That day they drank, they ate. There was a banquet for the tribe of drinkers. Day dawned. They bathed Auftandil. There lies abundance of satin. They clad him in raiment worth many thousands of dracanies. They girded him with a girdle of inestimable worth. The night tarried some days. He could not brook delay. He went out hunting with Pridon and sported. He slew alike from far and near whatever offered itself to his hand. His archery put every bowman to shame. The knight said to Pridon, Hear what I have now to tell thee. Parting from you seems to me like death, and thereby shall I harm myself. But I, unhappy, have not time to stay. Another fire also consumes me. A long road, an urgent deed have I to do. I shall be very late. Right is he who sheds tears at parting from thee. Today without fail I depart. Therefore it is that another fire burns me. To tarry is a mistake of a traveller. He will do well to teach himself this. Lead me to the seashore where thou sawest that son Nestor. Pridon answered, Nothing shall be said by me to hinder thee. I know thou hast no more time. Another lance pierces thee. Go, God would guide thee. May thy foes be destroyed. But tell me, how shall I bear the lack of thee? This I venture to tell thee. 'Tis not fitting that thou go away alone. I will give thee knights with thee to serve and attend thee, armour and beasts, a mule, a horse. If thou take not these, thou wilt have trouble. Tears will flow in the rose cheeks. He brought out 4 slaves, trustworthy in heart, complete armour for each man, with arm pieces and greaves, 60 pounds of the red gold, full weight, not with any shortage, a peerless stallion with complete harness. On a strong-legged mule he packed bedding. He set out, and Pridon mounted and went forth with him also. Now fire burned and consumed him who awaited the parting. He laments, if the sun were near us, winter could not freeze us. The rumour of the knight's departure spread. They gave themselves up to grief. The burgesses flocked together, those who sold silk goods like those who sold fruit. The voice of their lamentation was like thunder in the air. They said, We are removed from the sun. Come, let us close our eyes. They passed through the city. They went on. They came to the seashore where Pridon had formerly seen the sun seated. There they shed a rivulet of blood from the lake of tears. Pridon tells the story of that shining captive. Hither the 2 slaves brought by ship the sun, white-teethed, ruby-lipped, a black sight. I spurred my horse. I determined to steal her by sword and arm. They saw me from afar. They soon fled from me. The boat seemed like a bird. They embraced each other. They multiplied the springs of tears. They kissed, and both their fires were renewed. The inseparable sworn brothers parted like brothers. Pridon remained. The night went away. The form of the slayer of gazers. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Avtandil's departure from Pridon to seek Nestan the Regjan. The knight speaks as he goes on his way majestically like the full moon. There is the thought of Tinitin to gladden his heart. He says, I am far from thee. Alas, the falseness of cursed fate. Thou hast the healing balsam for my wound. Why doth the ardour of grief for the heroes continually burn me? Why is my heart of rock and cliff become a hard rock? Even 3 lances cannot show a bruise on me. Thou art the cause that this world is thus envenomed for me. Avtandil fares on alone to the seashore with the 4 slaves. With all his might he seeks balm for Tariel. Weeping by day and night he pours forth pools of tears. All the world seems to him as straw, even as straw in weight. Wherever he sees travellers walking by the shore, he addresses them. He asks tidings of that sun. He roamed 100 days. He went up a hill. Camels loaded with stuff appeared. Merchants distressed stood in perplexity on the shore. A countless caravan was there on the seashore. They were distressed. They were gloomy. They could neither stand nor go forward. The knight greeted them. They hailed him with praise. He asked, Merchants, who are ye? They began to converse. Usam was the chief of the caravan, a wise man. He uttered respectfully a perfect eulogy. He invoked blessings on Avtandil and praised his manners. He said, O son, thou art come as our life and comforter. Dismount. We will tell thee our story and business. He dismounted. They said, We are Baghdad merchants, holders of the faith of Mahmud. We never drink new wines. We hasten to trade in the city of the Sea King. We are rich in wholesale goods. We have no cut pieces of stuff. Here on the seashore we found a man lying senseless. We succoured him till he could speak clearly with his tongue. We asked him, Who art thou, stranger? What business dost thou follow after? He said to us, If ye go in, they will slay you. It is well that I still live." He said, "From Egypt we set out with a caravan and a guard. We embarked upon the sea laden with many kinds of stuff. There pirates in ships with sharp iron-pointed wooden rams slew us. All was lost. I know not how I came hither. O lion and son, this is the reason of our standing here. If we return, our loss will be 100-fold. If we embark, alas, they may slay us. We have no strength for battle. We cannot stay, we cannot go. The power to maintain ourselves is gone from us." The knight said, "Whoever grieves is naught, and strives in vain. Whatever comes from above, we cannot avoid its coming. I am surety for your blood. I take upon myself what you shall shed. Whoever fights with you, my sword will wear itself out on your foes." They of the caravan were filled with great joy. They said, "Here is some knight, some hero, not timid like us. He has self-confidence. Let us be calm in heart." They embarked. They went on board ship. They set out from the coast. With pleasant weather they journeyed without hardship. Their convoyer, Aftandil, leads them with a brave heart. A pirate ship appeared with an exceedingly long flag. That ship had an iron-shod plough with beam of wood for shattering ships. The pirates yelled and came on. They shouted and trumpeted. The caravan was afraid of the multitude of those warriors. The knight spoke. "Fear not their hardihood. Either I slay them all, or this is the day of my death. Naught undecreed can they do to me, even if all the hosts on earth engage me. If it be decreed, I shall not survive. The spears are ready for me. Neither strongholds nor friends, not even brothers, can save me. He who knows this is stout-hearted like me. You merchants are cowards, unskilled in war. Lest they slay you with the arrow from afar, shut the doors behind you. Behold me alone how I fight, how I use my lion-like arms. See how I make the blood of the corsair's crew flow." With a gesture like a swift panther, he clad his form in armour. In one hand he held an iron mace. He stood forth with dauntless heart in the front of the ship, and as he slew onlookers with his gaze, so he slew foes with his sword. Those warriors yelled. Their voices were uninterrupted. They thrust the beam upon which was the plough. The knight stood fearless at the head of the ship. He trembled not. He struck with the mace. He broke the beam. The lion's arm swerved not. The beam was destroyed, and Avtandil remained with ship unshattered. Those warriors feared. They sought a way to shelter. They could not contrive it in time. He leapt on his foes, threshing them down round about him. There was not left their living man unhacked by him. With intrepid heart he slew those warriors like goats. Some he threw down on the ship, some he cast into the sea. He threw one upon another, 8 upon 9, and 9 upon 8. Those who were left were hidden among the corpses. They stifled their cries. As much as his heart desired was he victorious in the fight with them. Some humbly adjured him, "Slay us not by thy faith." Those he slew not. He enslaved them, whoever survived his wounds. Truly saith the apostle, "Fear makes love." Young man, boast not of thy strength. Brag not drunken-like. Might is of none avail if the power of the Lord aid thee not. A tiny spark overcomes and burns up great trees. God protect thee. It cuts alike well whether thou strike with a log or a sword. There Aftandil saw their great treasures. He grappled twin-like ship to ship. He called the caravan. Usam was merry when he saw. He rejoiced. He lamented not. He spoke a eulogy in his praise. He gave form to great imaginings. Praises of Aftandil need even 1,000 tongues. Even they could not tell how fair he appeared after the fight. The caravan shouted, saying, "Lord, Thanks to thee, the sun has shed down on us his beams. The dark night has broken into day for us. They came up to him. They kissed his head, face, feet, hand. They spoke praise unstinted to the fair, the praiseworthy. The sight of him maddens the wise man as well as the fool. We are all saved by thee in so hard a mischance. The knight said, Thanks to God, the Creator, Maker of all, by whom the heavenly powers decree what is to be done here. 'Tis they that do all deeds hidden, and some revealed. 'Tis necessary for everyone to believe. A wise man has faith in the future. God hath deigned to spare your blood, so many souls. I, alas, vain earth, what am I? Of myself, what have I done? Now I have slain your foes. I have fulfilled what I spoke. I have brought you the ship complete with its wealth as a gift. Pleasant it is when a good knight has won the battle, when he has surpassed his comrades who were with him. They congratulated him, they praised him. In this state they were ashamed. The wound becomes him well, but little was he hurt. That day they looked at that ship of the corsairs. They put not off till the morrow. How could they count the quantity of treasure lying there? They conveyed it to their ship. They completely emptied the pirate ship. They smashed it up and burned some of it. The wood they bartered not for sixpence. Usam conveyed to Aftandil a message from the merchants. We are strengthened by thee. We know our baseness. Whatever we have is thine. Of this there can be no doubt. Whatever thou givest us, let it be ours. We have made an assembly here. The knight announced, O brothers, but now ye heard it. The stream which flowed from your eyes is being perceived by God. He hath saved you alive. What am I? What joy, alas, have I given you? What could I do with whatever you gave me? I have myself and my horse. As much treasure as I desired to amass I had of mine own, countless priceless coverlets of silk. What use could I make of yours? What do I want? I am but your companion. Moreover, I have some other dangerous business. Now of this countless treasure I have found here, each take what you wish. I shall be a claimant against none. One thing I entreat, grant my request, one not to be mistrusted. I have a certain matter to be kept hidden within you. Till the time comes, speak not of me as if I were not your master. Say, he is our chief. Call me not knight. I will clothe myself as a merchant. I will begin chaffering. Keep the secret by the brotherhood between us. This thing very greatly rejoiced the caravan. They came and saluted him, saying, It is our hope, the very request we should have made to you, you yourself have made to us, that we may serve him whose face we acknowledge as the face of the sun. Thence they departed and travelled on. They wasted no time. They met fair weather. They sailed ever pleasantly. They delighted in Aftandil. They sang his praises. They presented him with a pearl of the tint of the knight's teeth. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Man of the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The story of Aftandil's arrival in Gulansharo. Aftandil crossed the sea, with stately form went he. They saw a city engirt by a thicket of garden, with wondrous kinds of flowers of many and many a hue. What way canst thou understand the loveliness of that land? With 3 ropes they moored the ship to the shore of those gardens. Aftandil clad his form in a cloak, and sat on a bench. They brought out men that were porters, provided with drachmas. That knight bargains, acts as chief of the caravan, and thereby conceals himself. Thither came the gardener of him at whose garden they had landed. With ecstasy he gazes at the knight's face, flashing like lightning. Aftandil hailed him. He spoke to the man with faultless words. Whose men are ye? Who are ye? How call they the king reigning here? Tell me all in detail, quoth the knight to that man. What stuff is dearer, or what is bought up cheap? He said, I see thy face seems to me like the face of the sun. Whatever I know, I will tell thee truly. I will by no means inform thee crookedly. The sea realm is this, 10 months' travel in extent. This is the city of Gulansharo, full of much loveliness. Hither everything fair cometh by ships sailing from sea to sea. Melek Surkavi rules, perfect in good fortune and wealth. Even if he be old, a man is rejuvenated by coming hither. Drinking, rejoicing, tilting, and songs are unceasing. Summer and winter alike have we many-hued flowers. Whoever knoweth us envieth us, even they who are our foes. Great merchants can find naught more profitable than this. They buy, they sell, they gain, they lose. A poor man will be enriched in a month. From all quarters they gather merchandise. The penniless by the end of the year have money laid by. I am gardener to Hussein, chief of the merchants. I shall tell thee somewhat of the manner of his ordinance. This is his garden, your resting place for the day. First it is necessary to show him all the fairest of your goods. When great merchants arrive, they see him and give him gifts. They show him what they have. Elsewhere they cannot unpack their goods. For the king they set aside the best. They straightway count out the price. Thereupon he frees them to sell as they please. His duty it is to receive such honourable folk as you. He orders the caterers how to entertain them fitly. He is not here now. What avails it me to speak of him? To meet you and carry you away with him, pressing you politely, is the way that he should treat you. Patman Khatun, the lady his wife, is at home, an hospitable hostess, amiable, not rough. I shall inform her of your arrival. She will take you in as one of her own folk. She will send a man to meet you. You shall enter the city by daylight. Aftandil said, Go, do whatever thou desirest. The gardener runs. He rejoices. Sweat pours down to his breast. He tells his tidings to the lady. I boast of this. A youth comes. To him that look on him his rays seem like the sun. He is some merchant, chief of a great caravan, well grown like a cypress, a moon of 7 days. His coat and the fold of his coral-hued turban become him. He called me, asked me tidings, and the tariff for the purchase of goods. Dame Patman rejoiced. She sent 10 slaves to meet him. They prepared the caravanserais. She stored their wares. The rosy-cheeked crystal and ruby, glass jet entered. They who looked on him compared his feet to the panther's, his palms to the lion's paws. There was a hubbub. The hosts of the town all assembled. They pressed on this side and that, saying, We will gaze on him till sleep-time. Some were carried away by desire. Some had their souls reft from them. Their wives grew weary of them. Their husbands were left contemned. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Aftandil's arrival at Patman's, her reception of him, and her joy. Patman, Hussein's wife, met him in front of the door. Joyful, she saluted him. She showed her pleasure. They greeted each other. They went in and seated themselves. As I have observed, his coming annoyed not Dame Patman. Dame Patman was attractive to the eye. Not young, but brisk, of a good figure, dark in complexion, plump-faced, not wizened, a lover of female minstrels and singers, a wine-drinker. She had abundance of elegant gowns and headdresses. That night, Dame Patman entertained him right well. The knight presented beautiful gifts. They that received him said, They are worthy. Patman's entertainment of him was worth while. By God, she lost not. When they had drunken and eaten, the knight went out to sleep. In the morning he showed all his wares. He had them all unpacked. The fairest were laid aside for the king. He had the price counted out. He said to the merchants, "Take them away." He loaded them, and had them carried away. He said, "Sell as ye will. Reveal not who I am." The knight was clad as a merchant. He was by no means dressed in his proper raiment. Sometimes Patman calls on him. Sometimes he visits Patman. They sat together. They conversed with refined discourse. Absence from him was death to Patman, as Ramin's was to Vis. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Man and the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Patman becomes enamoured of Avtandil, writes him a letter, and sends it. Better for him who can bear it is aloofness from woman. She plays with thee and pleases thee. She wins thee over and trusts thee. But in a trice she betrays thee. She cuts whatever pierces. So a secret should never be told to a woman. Desire of Avtandil went into the heart of Dame Patman. Love grew from more to more. It burned her like a fire. She essayed to conceal it, but could not hide her woes. She said, "What am I to do? What will avail me?" She reigned. She poured forth tears. "If I tell him this, alas, he will be wroth, and even the sight of him will become rare to me. If I tell him not, I cannot endure it. The fire will become more intense. I will speak. Let me die or live. Let one or other be my lot. How can the physician cure him who tells not what hurts him?" She wrote a piteous letter to be presented to that youth concerning her love, revealing her sufferings, moving and shaking the listener's heart, a letter to be kept, not to be idly torn up. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Man and the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The letter of love written by Patman to Avtandil. O son, since it pleased God to create thee a son, thus a joy and not a desirer of woes to them removed from thee, a burner of those near united, a consumer of them with fire, thy glance seems sweet to the planets, a thing to be boasted of. They that gaze on thee become enamoured of thee. For thy sake piteously they faint. Thou art the rose. I marvel why nightingales quiver not on thee. Thy beauty withers the flowers, and mine too are fading. If the sunbeams reach me not timely, I am quite scorched. God is my witness, that I fear to tell you this, but luckless, what can I do for myself? I am quite parted from patience. The heart cannot constantly endure the piercing of the black lashes. If by any means thou canst help me, then help, lest I lose my wits. Till an answer to this letter reaches me, till I know if thou wilt slay me or reassure me. Until then shall I endure life, however much my heart pains me. Oh, for the time when life or death will be decided for me. Dame Patman wrote and sent the letter to the knight. The knight read it as if it were from a sister or kinswoman. He said, "She knows not my heart. Who is she that courts the lover of her whose I am, the beloved I have? How can I compare her beauty to this one's?" Said he, "What hath the raven to do with the rose, or what have they in common? But upon it the nightingale has not yet sweetly sung. Every unfitting deed is brief, and then it is fruitless. What says she? What nonsense she talks! What a letter she has written!" This kind of thought he thought in his heart. Then he said to himself, "Save thee I have no helper. For the sake of that for which I am a wanderer, since I wish to seek Nestan, I will do everything by which I can find her. What else should my heart heed? This woman sits here seeing many men, a keeper of open house, and a friend to travellers coming hither from all parts. I will consent. She will tell me all. However much the fire burns me with its flames, perchance she will be of some use to me. I shall know how to pay my debt to her." He said, "When a woman loves anyone, becomes intimate with him, and gives him her heart, shame and dishonour she weighs not. And being wholly accursed, whatever she knows she declares. She tells every secret. It is better for me. I will consent. Perchance I shall somewhere find out the hidden thing." Again he said, "None can do aught if his planet favour him not. So what I want I have not. What I have I want not. The world is a kind of twilight, so here all is dusky. Whatever is in the pitcher, the same flows forth." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Aftandiel's letter in answer to Patman's. "Thou hast written to me. I have read thy letter in praise of me. Thou hast anticipated me, but the burning of the fire of love afflicts me more than thee. Thou wishest. I too want thy company uninterrupted. Our union is agreed, since it is the desire of both. I cannot tell thee how Patman's pleasure increased. She wrote, 'The tears I, absent from thee, have shed suffice. Now I shall be unaccompanied. Here shalt thou find me alone. Hasten my union with thee, to-night, when evening falls. Come.' That very night, when the letter of invitation was presented to the knight, when twilight was falling and he was going, another slave met him on the way with the message, 'Come not tonight, thou shalt find me unready for thee.' This vexed him. He turned not back. He said, 'What sort of thing is this?' The invited guest went not back again on the withdrawal of his invitation. Patman sits troubled. Aftandiel the tree-like went in alone. He perceived the woman's uneasiness. He saw it forthwith on his going in. She could not reveal it from fear, and also out of complacence for him. They sat down together, began to kiss, to sport pleasantly, when a certain elegant youth of graceful mien appeared standing in the doorway. He entered, close behind followed by a slave with sword and shield. When he saw Aftandiel, he was afraid. "It looks," quoth he to himself, "as if the road were rocky." When Patman saw, she was afraid. She shook and fell a-trembling. The stranger gazed with wonder at them lying caressing. He said, "I will not hinder, O woman, but when day breaks I shall cause thee to repent that thou hast had this youth. Thou hast shamed me, O wicked woman, and made me to be despised. But tomorrow thou shalt know the answer to be paid for this deed. I shall make thee to devour thy children with thy teeth. If I fail to do this, spit upon my beard. Let me run mad in the fields." Thus he spake, and the man touched his beard and went out of the door. Patman began to beat her head. Her cheeks were scratched. The gurgling of her tears flowing like a fountain was heard. She said, "Come, stone me with stone. Let the throwers approach." She laments, "I have alas slain my husband. I've killed off my little children. I've given away as loot our possessions, the peerless cut gems. I am separated from my dear ones. Alas, the upbringer! Alas, the upbrought! I have made an end of myself. Shameful are my words." Aftandiel hearkened to all this in perplexity. He said, "What troubles thee? What sayest thou? Why dost thou thus lament? Why did that youth threaten thee? What fault found he in thee? Be calm. Tell me who he was and what errand he roved." The woman replied, "O lion, I am mad with the flow of tears. Ask me no more tidings, nor can I tell thee with my tongue. I have slain my children with mine own hand, therefore can I no more be gay. Impatient for thy love, I have slain myself. This kind of thing certainly should happen to the utterer of idle words. the chatterer who cannot hide a secret, the witless, mad, raving, help me with your lamentations. This will I say to all who see me. A physician cannot cure one who drinks his own blood. Do one thing of two. Desire nothing more than this. If thou canst kill that man, go, slay him secretly by night. Thus shalt thou save me and all my house from slaughter. Return, I will tell thee all, the reason why I shed tears. If not, take away thy loads on asses this very night. Escape from my neighbourhood, gather everything for flight. I doubt my sins will fill thee too with woe. If that night go to court, he will make me eat my children with my mouth. When Avtandil the proud, gifted with bold resolve, heard this, he arose and took a mace. How fair, how bold is he! To ignore this matter would be remissness on my part, said he. Think not any living is his like. There is none other like unto him. To Patman he said, Give me a man as instructor, as guide. Let him show me the road truly, else I want no helper, and cannot look on that man as a warrior and mine equal. What I do, I shall tell thee. Wait for me. Be calm. The woman gave him a slave as a guide and leader. Again she cried out, Inasmuch as the heart fire is to be cooled, if thou slay that knight to assuage the irritation of my heart, he has my ring. I entreat thee to bring it hither. Avtandil of the peerless form passed the city. On the seashore stood a building of red-green stone. In the lower part fair palaces, then above terrace upon terrace, vast, beautiful, numerous, hanging one over the other. Thither is the sun-faced Avtandil led by his guide, who says to him in a low voice, This is the palace of him thou seekest. He shows it to him and says, Seest thou him standing on yonder terrace? There he lies to sleep. Know this, or thou shalt find him sitting. Before the door of that luckless youth lay 2 guards. The night passed. He stole in without making a sound, put a hand on each of their throats. Forthwith he slew them. He struck head upon head. Brain and hair were mingled. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Beeswaxcandle. Here is the slaying of Chachnagir and his 2 guards by Avtandil. That youth lay alone in his chamber with angry heart. Bloody-handed Avtandil, strong in stature, entered. He gave him no time to rise. Privily he slew him. He could not have perceived it. He laid hold of him, struck him on the ground, slew him with a knife. He is a son to them that gaze on him, a wild beast and a terror to those that oppose him. He cut off the finger with the ring. He hurled him down to the ground. He threw him from the window towards the sea. He was mingled with the sands of the sea. For him nowhere is there a tomb, nor spade to dig his grave. Not a sound of their slaughter was heard. The sweet rose came forth. Whereby could he have been so embittered? This is a marvel to me. How could he thus steal his blood? As he had lately come, by the same road went he away. When the lion, the sun, the sweetly speaking night came into Patman's house, he announced, I have slain him. No more will that youth see sunny day. Thy slave himself I have as witness. Make him swear an oath in God's name that I did the deed. Behold the finger and the ring, and I have my knife bloodied. Now tell me of what thou spakest. Why wert thou so furiously enraged? With what did that man threaten thee? I am in great haste to know it. Patman embraced his legs. I am not worthy to look upon thy face. My wounded heart is healed. Now I am ready to extinguish my fires. I and Hussein with our children are now born anew. O Lion, how can we magnify thy praises? Since we may boast that his blood is spilt, I will tell thee all from the beginning. Prepare to listen. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Beeswaxcandle. Patman tells Avtandil the story of Nestan Varedjan. In the city it is a rule that on New Year's Day no merchant trades, none sets out on a journey. We all straightway begin to deck and beautify ourselves. The sovereigns make a great court banquet. We great merchants are bound to take presents to court. They, the sovereigns, must give gifts befitting us. For 10 days there is heard everywhere the sound of the cymbal and tambourine, in the public square tilting, ball play, the stamping of horses. My husband Hussein is the leader of the great merchants. I lead their wives. I need none to invite me. Rich and poor, we give presents to the queen. We entertain ourselves agreeably at court. We come home merry. New Year's Day was come. We gave our gifts to the queen. We gave to them, they gave to us. We filled them, we were filled. After a time we went forth merry at our will. Again we sat down to rejoice. We were not of their company. At eventide I went into the garden to sport. I took the ladies with me. It behoved me to entertain them. I brought with me minstrels. They discoursed sweet song. I played and gambolled like a child. I changed veil and hair. There in the garden were fair mansions beautifully built, lofty, with a prospect on every side overhanging the sea. Thither I led the ladies, them that were with me. Anew we made a banquet. We sat pleasantly, joyously. Merry I entertained the merchants' wives, pleasantly in a sisterly way. While drinking, without any cause, a distaste came upon me. When they perceived me thus, they separated, all that sat at meat. I was left alone. Some sadness fell on my heart like soot. I opened the window and turned my face to the sea. I looked out. I shook off the sadness growing within me. Far away I saw something small. It floated on the sea. Methought a bird or beast. To what else could I liken it? From afar I could not recognize it. When it came near it was a boat. 2 men clad in black, and black also of visage, on either side stood close. Only a woman's head appeared. They came ashore. That strange sight astonished me. They beached the boat. They landed in front of the garden. They looked thither, they looked hither, to see if any anywhere observed them. They saw no creature. Nothing alarmed them. Secretly I watched them. I was quiet indoors. What they landed from the boat in a chest, they took off the lid, was a maiden of wondrous form, who stepped forth. On her head was a black veil. Beneath she was clad in green. It would suffice the sun to be like her in beauty. When the maiden turned towards me, rays rose upon the rock. The lightning of her cheeks flashed over land and sky. I blinked mine eyes. I could no more gaze on her than on the sun. I closed the curtain of the door on my side. They could not perceive that they were watched. I called 4 slaves who waited upon me. I pointed. See what beauty the Indians hold captive. Steal down, go forth quietly, not racing hastily. If they will sell her to you, give them the price, whatever they may be wanting. If they will not give her to you, let them not take her away. Capture her from them, slay them, bring hither that moon. Do the errand well, use your best endeavour. My slaves stole down from above as if they flew. They chaffered, they sold not. I saw the blacks looked right ill-pleased. I stood at the window. When I saw they would not sell her, I cried, Slay them! They seized them and cut off their heads. They threw them out into the sea. They turned back. They guarded the maiden. I went down to meet her. I took her. She had not tarried long on the seashore. How can I tell thee her praise? What loveliness! What delicacy! I swear she is the sun. 'Tis untrue that the sun is sun. Who can endure her rays? Who can delineate her? If she consume me, lo, I am ready. No preparation is needed for this. When she had ended these words, Patman rent her face with her hands. Avtandil, too, wept. He shed hot tears. They forgot each other. For Nestan's sake they became as mad. The spring of tears flowing down from above melted the slight new-fallen snow of the cheek. They wept. The knight said, Break not off, conclude. Patman said, I received her. I made my heart faithful to her, I kissed her every part, and thereby I wearied her. I seated her on my couch, I caressed her, I loved her. I said to her, Tell me, O son, who thou art, or of what race the child? Whither were those Ethiops taking thee, lady of the Pleiades of heaven? To all these words she made me no answer. I saw 100 springs of tears dropping from her eyes. When I pressed her with questions of much discourse, she wept with gentle voice, sobbing from the heart. The stream flowed through the jetty trough of her lashes, from the narcissus upon the crystalline ruby of her cheeks. Gazing at her I burned, I became dead-hearted. She said to me, thou art a mother, better than a mother. Of what profit can my story be to thee? 'Tis but the tale of a chatterer. A lone wanderer am I, overtaken by an unhappy fate. If thou ask me aught, may the might of the all-seeing curse thee. I said to myself, It is not fitting untimelessly to carry off and summon the sun. The captor will become mad and wholly lose his wits. A request should be timely, the making of every entreaty. How know I not that it is not a time to converse with this sun? I led away the sun-faced one already praised. I cannot call her unpraised. By the longing I have for her, and by her son, I could hardly hide the ray of that sun. I enveloped her in many folds of heavy brocade, not thin stuff. The tear hails down, the rose is frost-bitten, from the lashes blows a snowy blast. I led into my home that sun-faced one, in a lowy tree and foam. For her I furnished a house. Therein I put her very secretly. I told no human being. I kept her privily with precaution. I caused a negro to serve her. I used to enter. I saw her alone. How, alas, can I tell thee of her strange behaviour? Day and night, weeping unceasing and unflowing of tears, I entreated her, hush. For but one moment would she submit. Now without her, how do I live? Alas, woe is me! When I went in, pools of tears stood before her. In the inky abyss of her eyes were strewn jetty lances. From the inky lakes into the bowls full of jet there was a stream, and between the coral and cornelian of her lips glittered the twin pearls. By reason of the ceaseless flow of tears I could not find time for inquiry. If I asked even, Who art thou? What brought thee into this plight? Like a fountain, a rivulet of blood gushed forth from the aloe tree. No human being could endure more unless made of stone. No coverlet she wanted, nor mattress to lie upon. She was ever in her veil and one short cloak. Her arm she placed as a headrest and reposed thereon. With 1,000 entreaties I could scarce persuade her to eat a little. By the by, I will tell thee of the wonder of the veil and cloak. I have seen all kinds of rare and costly things, but I know not of what sort of stuff hers were made, for it had the softness of woven material and the firmness of forged metal. Thus that lovely one tarried long in my house. I could not trust my husband. I feared he would inform. I said to myself, if I tell him, I know the rascal will betray my secret at court. Thus I thought at my frequent goings in and comings out. I said to myself, if I tell him not, what am I to do? What can I do for her? I know not in the least what she wants, nor what any could do to help her. If my husband finds out, he will slay me. Nothing can save me. How can I hide that sun-like light? Ay, alas, what can I do alone? The burning of my fires increases. Come, I will trust him. I will not wrong Usain. I will make him swear not to betray me. If he give me full assurance, he cannot doom his soul. He will not be an oath-breaker. Alone, I went to my husband. I frolicked and fondled him. Then I said to him, I will tell thee something, but first swear to me thou wilt tell no human being. Give me a binding oath. He swore a fearful oath. Now I beat my head on the rocks. What thou tellest me I will reveal to no soul, even unto death, neither to old nor young, friend nor foe. Then I told all to that kind-hearted man, Usain. Come, I will lead thee to a certain place here. Come, I will show thee the sun's pier. He rose to accompany me. We departed. We entered the palace gates. Usain marvelled, even quaked when he saw the sunbeams. He said, What hast thou shown me? What have I seen? What is she? Of what stuff? If she be verily an earthly being, may God's eyes look upon me with wrath. I said, Nor know I aught of her being of creature of flesh. I have no more knowledge than I have told thee. Let me and thee ask who she is, and who is at fault that such madness afflicts her. Perchance she will tell us somewhat. We will pray her to do us this great kindness. We went in. We both had a care to show her respect. We said, O sun, for thy sake a furnace of flame burns us. Tell us what is the cure for the waning moon? What hath ensaffroned thee, who art ruby-like in hue? Whether she heard or hearkened not to what we said, we know not. The rose was glued together. It showed not the pearl. The serpents were twined in disorder. The garden was built with its front to the back. The sun was obscured by the dragon. It dawned not upon us. By our converse we could not induce her to answer. The coursing panther sits sullen-faced. We could not comprehend her wrath. Again we annoyed her. She wept tears flowing like a fountain, and, I know not, let me alone, quoth she. This only with her tongue she said to us. We sat down and wept with her and poured forth tears. What we had spoken to her made us sorry. How could we venture to say aught else? We could scarce persuade her to be quiet. We calmed her, we soothed her, we offered her some fruit, but we could not make her eat at all. Hussein said, She has wiped away a multitude of woes from me. Those cheeks are fit for the sun. How can they be kissed by man? Most right is he who sees not her, if his sufferings be increased 120-fold. If I prefer my children, may God slay them. A long time we gazed at her. Then we went forth with sighs and moans. To be with her seemed to us joy. Parting grieved us greatly. When we had leisure from affairs of trade, we used to see her. Our hearts were inextricably imprisoned in her net. After some time had passed, and nights and days were sped, Hussein said to me, I have not seen our king since the day before yesterday. Thou advisest me. I will go and see him. I will go and pay my court and present gifts. I replied, Certainly, by God, since such is your desire. Hussein set out pearls and gems on a tray. I entreated him, saying, At court thou wilt meet the drunken court folk. Kill me, if thou be not wary of the story of that maid. Again he swore to me, I will not tell it. May sword strike my head. Hussein went. He found the king sitting feasting. Hussein is the king's boon companion, and the king is his well-wisher. The king called him forward. He accepted the gifts he had brought. Now behold the tipsy merchant, how hasty, rash, and ill-bred he is. When the king had drunk before Hussein many great goblets, still they quaffed and again filled more tankards and beakers. He forgot those oaths. What to him were Korans and Meccas? Truly is it said, a rose befits not a crow, nor do horns suit an ass. The king said to the witless, drunken Hussein, I marvel much whence thou gettest these gems to give us, where thou findest huge pearls and peerless rubies. By my head, I cannot return thee 1/10 for thy gifts. Hussein saluted and said, O mighty sovereign, shedder of beams from above, O nourisher of creatures, O sun, whatever else I have, whose is it, be it gold or treasure? What brought I forth from my mother's womb? By you it has been granted to me. By your head I make bold to say that gratitude for gifts beseems you not. I have somewhat else, a daughter-in-law for you, a bride to unite to your son. For this undoubtedly you will thank me when you see the sun's like. Then will you oftener say, Happiness is ours. Why should I lengthen speech? He brake his oath, the power of religion. He told of the finding of the maid portrayed by gazers as a son. This pleased the king greatly. It gave gaiety to his heart. He ordered her conveyance to court in the fulfilment of Hussein's utterance. Pleasantly I was sitting here at home. Hitherto I had not sighed. At the door appeared the chief of the king's slaves. He brought with him 60 slaves, as is the custom of kings. They came in. I was much astonished. I said, "This is some high affair of state." They greeted me. "Fatman," said they, "it is the commander, the equal of the sun, that made like 2 sons whom Hussein presented today. Now bring her to me. I shall take her with me. We have not far to go." When I heard this, the heavens overwhelmed me. With wrath hill struck hill. Thereupon, in amazement, I inquired, "What maid do you want? Which?" They said to me, "Hussein presented one with a face flashing with lightning." There was naught to be done. The day of the taking away of my soul was fixed. I trembled. I could not rise. Neither could I remain sitting. I went in. I saw that lovely one weeping and flooded in tears. I said, "O son, seest thou fully how black fate hath played me false? Heaven is turned towards me in wrath. I am despoiled. I am wholly uprooted. I am denounced. The king asketh for thee. Therefore am I heartbroken." She said to me, "Sister, marvel not, however hard this may be. Luckless fate hath ever been a doer of ill upon me. If some good had befallen me, thou mightest have wondered, what marvel is evil? All kinds of woe are not new to me. Old are they." Her eyes poured forth frequent tears like pearls. She rose as fearless as if she were a panther or a hero. Joy no longer seemed joy, nor did woe seem woe to her. She begged me to cover her form and face with a veil. I went into the treasure house. I took out gems and pearls on which no price was set, as much as I could. Every single separate one was worth a city. I went back. I girded them round the waist of her for whose sake my black heart was dying. I said, "Oh, my dear one, perchance this sort of thing may somewhere be of use to thee." I gave that face, the sun's peer into the hands of the slaves. The king was warned. He met her. The kettle drum was beaten. There was hubbub. She went forward with bent head, calm, saying naught. Onlookers flocked upon her. There was trampling and uproar. The officers could not hold them back. There was no quiet there. When the king saw her cypress light coming towards him, he said in amazement, "O son, how art thou brought hither from heaven?" Sunlike, she made those who gazed on her to blink. The king deigned to say, "I have seen sights. She hath turned me into one who have seen naught. Who but God could imagine her? Right is he who is in love with her if he wretched roam mad in deserts." He seated her at his side. He talked to her with sweet discourse. Quoth he, "Tell me, who art thou? Whose art thou? Of what race art thou come?" With her sun-like face she gave no answer. With bowed head of gentle mien, sorrowful she sits. Whatever he said, she hearkened not to the king. Elsewhere was her heart, of somewhat else she thought. The roses were glued together. She opened not the pearl. She made them that look on her wonder of what she thought. The king said, "What can we think of? With what can we comfort our heart? There can be no opinion save these two. Either she is in love with someone, she is thinking of her beloved, save him she has no leisure for any. To none can she speak. Or she is some sage, lofty and high-seeing. Joy seems not joy to her, nor sorrow when it is heaped on sorrow. As a tale she looks on misfortune and happiness alike. She is elsewhere she soars, her mind is like a dove's. God grant my son come home victorious. I will have for his homecoming the sun ready for him. Perchance he will make her say something, and we also shall know what is revealed. Till then, let the moon rest with waning ray far sundered from the sun. Of the king's son I will tell thee. A good, fearless youth, peerless in valour and beauty, fair in face and form. At that time he was gone forth to war. There had he tarried long. For him his father prepared her, the star-like one. They brought her and apparelled her form in maidenly garb. On it was seen many array of glittering gems. On her head they set a crown of a whole ruby. There the rose was beautified by the colour of the transparent crystal of her face. The king commanded, "Deck the chamber of the princess royal." They set up a couch of gold, of red of the Occident. The great king himself, the lord of the whole palace, arose and sat there on that sun, the joy of the heart of beholders. He commanded 9 eunuchs to stand guard at the door. The king sat down to a feast befitting their race. To Hussein he gave immeasurable gifts as a return for that peer of the sun. They made trumpet and kettle drum to sound for the increasing of the noise. They prolonged the feasting. The drinking went on exceeding long. The sun-faced maiden says to fate, "What a murderous fate have I? Whence am I come hither? To whom shall I belong? For whose sake am I mad? What will I do? What shall I undertake? What will avail me? A very hard life have I." Again she says, "I will not wither the rose-like beauty. I will attempt somewhat. Perchance God will protect me from my foe. What reasonable man slays himself before death comes? When he is in trouble, then it needs that the intelligent should have his wits." She called the eunuchs and said, "Hearken, come to reason. You are deceived, mistaken as to my royalty. Your lord is in error in desiring me for a daughter-in-law. In vain, alas, sounds he for me the trumpet, the kettle-drum and clarion. I am not suited to be your queen, else whither leads my path? God keep man far from me, be his sun-faced cypress-formed. You beg of me something different. My business is of another kind. With you my life beseems me not. Without fail I shall slay myself. I shall strike a knife into my heart. Your lord will kill you. You will have no time of tarrying in the world. This then is better. I will give you the weighty treasure wherewith my waist is girded. Let me steal away. Let me go free, lest you regret." She undid the pearls and gems that girdled her. She doffed too the crown, transparent of a whole ruby. She gave them. She said, "Take them. With burning heart I implore you. Let me go, and you shall have paid a great debt to your God." The slaves were greedy for her costly treasure. They forgot the fear of the king as of a bellman. They resolved to let her of the peerless face escape. See what gold doth, that crook from a devilish root. Gold never gives joy to them that love it. Till the day of death greed makes them gnash their teeth. Gold comes in and goes out. They murmur at the course of the planets when it is lacking. Moreover, it binds the soul here in this world and hinders it from soaring up. When the eunuchs had ended the matter as she wished, one took off his garment and gave it to her. They passed through other doors because the great hall was full of drunken men. The moon remained full, unswallowed by the serpent. The slaves, too, disappeared. They stole forth with her. The maiden knocked at my door and asked for me, Patman. I went. I knew her. I embraced her. Was I not surprised? She would not come in with me at all, saying, "Why dost thou invite me?" I regretted it. She said to me, "I have bought myself with what thou gavest me. May God in return reward thee with heavenly favour. No longer canst thou hide me. Let me go. Send me off swiftly on horseback ere the king get wit and send men to gallop in pursuit." Swiftly I entered the stable. I loosed the best steed. I saddled it, set her upon it. Cheerful was she, not sighing. She was like the sun, the best of heaven's lights, when it mounts the lion. My labour was lost. I could not harvest what I had sown. The day drew down to evening. The rumour spread. Her pursuers came. Inside the city was a state of siege. They raised a hue and cry. They questioned me. I said, "If you find her there in the house where I am, may I be guilty towards the kings and answerable for their blood money?" They sought. None could they discover. They returned abashed. From that time the king and all his familiars mourn. Behold the palace folk. They go clad in raiment dyed violet colour. The sun went away from us. Since then we lack light. Now I shall narrate to thee anon the whereabouts of that moon. But first of all I will tell thee why that man threatened me. I, lass, was his doe, he was my buck. Timidity slurs a man, and wantonness a woman. I am not content with my husband, for he is lean and ill-favoured. This man, the Chancher Gir, was a gentleman high at court. We loved each other, though I shall wear no mourning weeds for him. Would that one might give me a cup of his blood to sip. Like a woman, like a fool, I told him the story of the coming of that son to me, and of her stealing away like a fox. He threatened me with exposure, not like a friend, like a foe. Now when I think of him as a corpse, how relieved am I. Whenever we quarrelled alone, he menaced me. When I called thee, I did not think he was at home. He had arrived, he told me of his coming. Thou also wert coming. I was afraid, so I begged thee, do not come. I sent a slave to meet thee. You turned not back. You came, you brought beams of light to me. You both met, you were assembled to fight over me, so I feared. I could think of no way. He alas desired my death in his heart, and not only with his tongue. Thou hadst not slain him, and he had gone forthwith to court. In his wrath he would have denounced me, for his heart was burned as with fire. The angry king would have cleared away my house at one swoop, he would. O God, have made me eat my children. Then he would have stoned me with stone. God reward thee in return. What thanks can I render thee, thee who hast delivered me safe from that serpent's gaze? Now henceforth I can be happy in my star and fate. No longer do I fear death. Ha ha! Avtandil said, Fear not. Even in the book is it thus written. Of all foes the most hateful is the friend foe. If a man be wise, he will not heartily confide. Fear no more from him, now is he corpse-like. Tell me the same story, since thou spedst the maiden, all the tidings thou hast learnt or heard of her. Again Patman spoke weeping, again the tear flowed from her eyes. Quoth she, The ray which sunlike illumined the fields was brought to naught. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli. Translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The story of the capture of Nestan the Regent by the Kajis, told by Patman to Avtandil. Woe, O fate and falsehood, thou art like Satan. None can know aught of thine, where thy treachery is. That face apparent as a sun, where hast thou it hidden? Whither hast thou taken it? Therefore I see that in the end all seems vain or desolate, wherever anything may be. Patman said, The sun was departed from me, the light of all the world, life and existence, the gain of my hands. From that time unceasingly the burning of hot fires afflicted me. I could not dry the spring of tears flowing forth from mine eyes. House and child became hateful to me. I sat with cheerless heart. Waking I thought of her. When I fell asleep I thought of her in my drowsiness. The oath-breaker Usain seems to me of the infidels in faith. The accursed one cannot approach me, to be near me with his cursed face. One day at eventide, just at sunset, I passed the guards. The door of the asylum caught mine eye. I was in a reverie. Sadness at the thought of her was slaying me. I said, Cursed is the vow of every man. From somewhere there came a wandering slave with 3 companions. The slave clad as a slave, the others in coarse travelling garb. They brought food and drink which they had bought in the city for a drama. They drank, they ate, they chatted, thus they sat merry. I hearkened to them, I watched them. They said, Pleasantly we rejoiced, but though here we are joined as comrades, yet are we strangers. None of us knows who another is or whence we are come. We must at least tell one another our stories with our tongues. The others told their tales as is the wont of wayfarers. The slave said, O brothers, Providence is a celestial thing. I harvest for you pearls, you sowed but millet. My story is better than your stories. I am the slave of the exalted king, the ruler of the Kachis. It chanced that he was struck by a sickness which prevailed over him. The helper of the widow, the comforter of the orphan, was dead to us. Now his sister, better than a parent, rears his children. Dularducht is a woman, but a rock like a cliff. Her slave is wounded by none, but he wounds others. She had little nephews, Roshan and Rodia. Now she is seated as sovereign of Kajetti. The mighty is she called. We heard news of the death overseas of her sister. The viziers were distressed. They refrained from assembling a privy council. How can we venture to report the extinction of a face which was the light of the lands? Rorschach is a slave, the chief of many thousand slaves. Rorschach said, Even if I be killed for mine absence, I shall not be at the mourning. I go into the plain. I will rave. I will fill myself with booty. I shall come home enriched. I shall be back in good time. When the sovereign goes forth to bewail her sister, I too will accompany her. He said to us, his underlings, I will go. Come with me. He took of us 100 slaves, all chosen by him. By day in the sunlight we raved. By night we also watched. Many a caravan we broke up. We unloaded the treasure for ourselves. One very dark night we were wandering over the plains. There appeared to us certain great lights in the midst of the field. We said, Is it the sun straight down from heaven to earth? Perplexed, we gave our minds to torturing thought. Some said, It is the dawn. Others said, It is the moon. We, drawn up in fighting array, moved towards it. I saw it from very near. We made a wide circuit round it. We came and surrounded it. From that light came a voice speaking to us. It said to us, Oh, who are you, O cavaliers? Tell me your names. From Golonsharo I go, a message to Gajetti. Have a care of me. When we heard this, we approached. We formed a circle round about. A certain sun-faced rider appeared before our eyes. We gazed at the brilliant face flashing out lightning. Its glittering spread itself over the surroundings like the sun. Rarely she spoke to us with some gentle discourse. Then from her teeth the ray lighted up her jetty lashes. Again we addressed that sun with sweet discoursing tongue. She was not a slave. She spoke falsely. This we perceived. Rorschach discovered that it was a damsel. He rode by her side. We did not let her go. We made bold to keep her in our hands. Again we asked, Tell us the true story of that sun-like light of thine. Whose art thou? Who art thou? Whence comest thou, enlightener of darkness? She told us naught. She shared a stream of hot tears. How pitiable is the full moon swallowed by the serpent! Neither plain tale nor secret. She told us naught. Neither who she was, nor by whom she had been treacherously treated. Angrily she spoke with us, sullen, on the defensive like an asp attacking onlookers with her eye. Rorschach ordered us, Ask not. It seems naught is to be said now. Her business is a strange one and difficult to be told. The good fortune of our sovereign is to be desired by creatures, for God giveth her whatever is most marvellous. This damsel has been destined to us by God that we might bring her. We will take her as a gift. Dularducht will render us very great thanks. If we conceal it, we shall be found out, and our sovereign is proud. First it is an offence to her, then it is a great disgrace. We agreed. We prolonged not the discussion. We returned. We made for Gajetti, leading her with us. We ventured not to speak directly to her, nor did we annoy her. She weeps. With embittered heart she laves her cheeks in flowing tears. I said to Rorschach, Give me leave. Soon again shall I attend you. At present I have some business in the city of Golonsharo. He granted me leave. Hereabout I have some stuff to be carried off. I will take it with me. I will go and overtake them. This story of the slave greatly pleased those men. I heard it. The stream from the pool of tears dried up in me. I guessed. I recognized every sign of her who is my life. This gave me a little comfort. like a drama's weight. I laid hold of that slave and set him close before me. I asked him, "Tell me what thou wert saying. I too wish to hear." He told me again the same as I had heard thence. This story enlivened me struggling in soul with death that preserved alive. I had 2 black slaves full of sorcery. By their art they come and go invisible. I brought them out. I dispatched them to Gadgetti. I said, "Tarry not, give me tidings of her by your deeds." In 3 days they came and told me. Swiftly had they trod the road. "The queen, who was ready to go over the sea, has taken her. None can fix his eyes to gaze upon her as upon the sun. She has betrothed her as wife to the little boy Roshan." "We will wed her to Roshan." "This is the decree of Queen Dulaktukt." "At present I have not leisure for the wedding. Now is my heart consumed with fire. When I return home, I will make a daughter-in-law of her who is praised as heaven's son." "She has set her in the castle. 1 eunuch attends her. Dulaktukt took with her all those skilled in sorcery, for perilous is the road. Her foes are ready for the fray. She has left at home all her bravest knights. She would tarry, but little time has already passed. The city of the Kajis has hitherto been unassailable by foes. Within the city is a strong rock, high and long. Inside that rock was hollowed out a passage for climbing up. Alone there is that star, the consumer of those who come in touch with her. At the gate of that passage are continually on guard knights, not ill-favoured. There stand 10,000 heroes, all of the household. At each of the 3 city gates 3,000. O heart, the world hath condemned thee. I know not, alas, what binds thee." When Avtandil, the sun-faced, but woeful, heard these tidings, he was pleased. He showed nothing else. The lovely creature rendered thanks to God. "Somebody's sister has told me joyful news." He said to Patman, "Beloved, thou art worthy to be loved by me. Thou hast let me hear a welcome story, not with lowering looks, but let me hear more fully about Gadgetti. Every Kaj is fleshless. How can it become human? Pity for that maiden kindles me and burns me with flame. But I marvel what the fleshless Kajis can do with a woman." Patman said, "Hearken to me. Truly I see thee here perplexed. They are not Kajis, but men who put their trust in steep rocks," quoth she. "Their name is called Kaji because they are banded together. Men skilled in sorcery, exceeding cunning in the art, harmers of all men, themselves unable to be harmed by any. They that go out to join battle with them come back blinded and shamed. They do something wondrous. They blind the eyes of their foes. They raise fearful winds. They make the ship to founder midst the seas. They run as on dry land, for they clean dry up the water. If they wish, they make the day dark. If they wish, they enlighten the darkness. For this reason all those that dwell around them call them Kajis, although they too are men fleshly like us." Avtandil thanked her. "Thou hast extinguished my hot flames. The tidings just told me have pleased me greatly." Avtandil, shedding tears, magnifies God with his heart. He said, "O God, I thank thee, for thou art the comforter of my woes, who wast and art unspeakable, unheard by ears. Your mercy is suddenly spread forth over us." For the knowledge of this story he magnified God with tears. Patman thought of herself. Therefore she was again burned up. The knight kept his secret. He lent himself to love. Patman embraced his neck. She kissed his sun-like face. That night Patman enjoyed lying with Avtandil. The knight unwillingly embraces her neck with his crystal neck. Remembrance of Dinatin slays him. He quakes with secret fear. His maddened heart raced away to the wild beasts and ran with them. Avtandil secretly rains tears. They flow to mingle with the sea. In an inky eddy floats a jetty ship. He says, "Behold me, O lovers, me who have a rose for mine own. Away from her, I, the nightingale, like a carrion crow, sit on the dung heap. The tears which flowed there from him would have melted a stone. The thicket of jet dammed them up. There was a pool on the rose field. Patman rejoiced in him as if she were a nightingale. The crow finds a rose, it thinks itself a nightingale. Day dawned. The sun, whose rays were soiled by the world, went forth to bathe. The woman gave him many coats, cloaks, turbans, many kinds of perfumes, fair, clean shirts. Whatsoever thou desirest, said she, put on. Be not shy of me. Avtandil said, This day will I declare mine affair. The wearing of merchant garb had hitherto been his resolve. That day, wholly in knightly raiment, he apparelled his brave form. He increased his beauty. The lion resembled the sun. Patman prepared a meal, to which he invited Avtandil. The knight came and adorned gaily, not with lowering looks. Patman looked. She was astonished that he was not in merchant garb. She smiled at him. Thus is it better for the pleasure of them that are mad for thee. Patman exceedingly admired his beauty. He made no answer, smiled to himself. It seems she does not recognize me. How foolishly he behaved. How he invited her. Though he took some liberty, he did not go farther. When they had eaten, they separated. The knight went home. Having drunk wine, he lay down merry. Pleasantly he fell asleep. At eventide he awoke. He shed his rays across the fields. He invited Patman. Come, see me. I am alone, quite alone. Patman went. Avtandil heard her voice making moan. She said, Undoubtedly I am slain by him whose form is like an aloe tree. He set her at his side. He gave her a pillow from his carpet. The shade from the eaves of the eyelashes overshadows the rose garden of the cheeks. Avtandil said, O Patman, I know thee. Thou wilt tremble at these tidings like one bitten by a serpent. But hitherto thou hast not heard the truth concerning me. My slayers are black lashes, trees of jet. Thou thinkest me some merchant, master of a caravan. I am the commander-in-chief of the exalted King Roshtavan, chief of the great host befitting him. I have the mastery over many treasuries and arsenals. I know thee to be a good friend, faithful, trusty. He has one daughter, a son, the enlightener of lands. She it is who consumes me and melts me. She sent me, and I forsook my master, her father. That damsel thou hadst, to seek that same damsel, that substitute for the son, I have gone over the whole world. I have seen him who rose for her sake, where he, pale lion, lies wasting himself, his heart and strength. Avtandil told all his own tale to Patman, the story of the donning of the panther hide by Tariel. He said, Thou art the balm of him thou hast not yet seen, the resource of him of frequent eyelash, ruffled like a raven's wing. Come, Patman, and aid me. Let us try to be of use to him. Let us help them. Perchance those stars shall receive joy. All men shall know it. All will begin to praise us. Surely again it will befall the lovers to meet. Bring me that same sorcerer slave. I will send him to Kajeti. We will make known to the maiden all the tidings known to us. She also will inform us of the truth. We will do what she chooses. God grant that you may hear that the kingdom of the Kajis is vanquished by us. Patman said, Glory to God! What things have befallen me! This day I have heard tidings equal to immortality. She brought the sorcerer slave, black as a raven, and said, I send thee to Kajeti. Go, thou hast a long journey. Now will appear advantage for me from thy witchcraft. Speedily quench the furnace of the burning of my fires. Tell that son the means for her cure. He said, Tomorrow I shall give you full news of what you wish. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Letter written by Patman to Nestan. Patman writes, O star, heavenly son of the world, consumer and griever of all them that are afar from thee, elegant and eloquent in words, lovely, fair-tongued, crystal and ruby both welded in one. Though thou gavest me not to hear thy story, I have learnt the truth. Thereby hath my heart been comforted. Console with news, Tariel, who is become mad for thee. May you both attain your desire. May he be a rose and thou a violet. His sworn brother is come in quest of thee, Aftandil, an Arab knight, renowned in Arabia, commander-in-chief of King Roshtan, to be contemned of none. Write news of thyself, thou proud one, wise and understanding. For this purpose have we sent this slave to your presence. We would know tidings of Gajeti. Hath the Kajis come home? We wish to know in detail the number of warriors there. Who are thy guards, and who is their chief? Whatever thou knowest concerning that place, write to us, make it known, then send some token for thy lover. All the sorrow thou hast had hitherto, change it into joy. May it please God that I unite the lovers so befitting each other. Go, O ladder, hasten, if swift be thy knee. I envy thee, thou goest to see the crystal jet and rubies. In fate thou art far happier than I. O ladder, the eyes of her who consumes me will look upon thee. If thou hearest of my life after thee, thou shalt not pity me. Patman gave the letter to that cunning sorcerer. Give this letter to the sunlight maiden. The wizard donned a certain green mantle over his form. In that very moment he was lost to view. He flew over the roofs. He went like an arrow shot by a swift-bowed archer. When he reached Kajeti, it was just dusk, twilight. Invisible, he passed the multitude of knights guarding the gates. He gave to that son the greeting of her who longed for her. He passed the closed gates of the castle as if they had been opened. The negro entered, the black-faced, long-haired cloaked. That son was affrighted. She thought it was somewhat to harm her. The rose was changed to saffron, and the violets to sky blue. The Kaj said, Whom thou thinkest me to be, and why faintest thou thus? I am Patman's slave, dispatched to thy presence. This letter will justify me. I speak not falsely to thee. Let the sun's rays come forth. O rose, fade not so soon. The sun-faced marvelled at Patman's wonderful news. She split her almonds. The jets quivered with the rod of jet. The slave gave her the letter with his own hand. She sighs. She reads the letter. She wets it with her hot tears. She asked the slave, Tell me, who is my seeker, or who knows me to be alive, treading the earth? He said, I will venture to tell you only what I know. When thou wentest forth, since then hath our sun been darkened. Henceforth Patman's heart has been torn by lances. The tears she shed are such as to be united to the seas. Once already I brought news of thee to her. I call God to witness that for her since then the tear hath not ceased. Now there came a certain knight, fair of face. In detail she told him all, what trouble you were in. He with hero-like arm is thy seeker. They sent me. They entreated me to hasten with ceaseless haste. The maiden said, What thou hast said, O man, seems to me to be truth. How could Patman know from whom I was carried away? Doubtless somewhere is he who burns me with fire. I will write to her. Thou also shalt tell how my heart boils. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The letter written by Nestan to Patman. I, the sun-faced, write, O dame, O mother, better than a mother to me. See what the world hath done to me its thrall. Alas, there is added to those griefs of mine still another. Now that I have seen thy missive, it hath greatly encouraged me. Thou didst save me from 2 sorcerers, thou didst alleviate my woes. Now I am thus held here by the whole force of the Kajis. A whole realm, many thousand heroes guard me alone. Ill befell my counsels and resolves to flee from Patman. What other tidings hence can I write to thee? The king of the Kajis is not come, nor will the Kajis yet come, but countless hosts guard me, and with what bravery! What, the quest for me? It is not possible, believe me. Whoever is come seeking me is wearied in vain. He suffers, he is consumed, he is kindled for me, a flame for like fire burns him. But I envy him, he hath seen the sun, thus is he not frozen. Without him, alas, what great pity my life is. Formerly I told thee not my story, I hid it from thee, for that my tongue could not speak it. I spared myself woes. I entreat thee, beg my beloved to have pity and not come in search of me. Write to him, send him a message. What afflicts me is enough. Let him not slay me with a woe equal to this. I should see him a corpse. I should die a double death. None can help me. I know this for a truth. This is no gossip. If Taria will not hearken to thee, stone me with a heap of black stone. Thou didst ask me to send a token. Show this. I send a cutting from the veils he gave me. These for his sake are a fair sight to me, though in colour they are black, like my fate. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The letter written by Nestandarajan to her beloved. Now will I, sobbing, weeping, write to my beloved, by the tear of that one who burns him as a man's fire quench. She wrote a letter piercing the heart of the hearers. She splits the rose, there appears the translucent crystal. O mine own, this letter is the work of my hands. For pen I have my form, a pen steeped in gall. For paper I glue thy heart even to my heart. O heart, black heart, thou art bound, loose not thyself, now be bound. Thou seest, O mine own, of what deeds the world is a doer. However much light shines, for me it is but darkness. The wise know it, therefore they despise it. To them it is contemptible. My life without thee, woe is me, how exceeding hard it is. Thou seest, mine own, how fate and cursed time have parted us. No longer do I glad see thee, my glad loved one. What indeed can the heart rent by thee do without thee? Secret thought manifests to thee what is hidden. By thy son, until now I thought not thou wert alive. As for me, methought my life and all my resource had passed away. Now when I hear news of thee, I magnify the Creator and humble myself before God. All mine erstwhile grief I weigh as joy. Thy life is sufficient for my heart to hope in, a heart all wounded and so consumed. Think of me. Remember me as one lost to thee. I sit nursing the love I planted. Now, O mine own, my story is not to be written to thee by me. The tongue will tire, none that hear will believe. Patman took me from sorcerers. May God protect her. Now again fate hath done what befits it. Fate hath now added worse woe to my woe. My ill luck was not appeased by these manifold afflictions, and again it delivered me into the hand of the Kajis, hard to combat. Fate hath done to us, mine own, all that hath befallen us. I am sitting in a castle so lofty that eyes can scarce see the ground. The road enters by a passage. Over it stand guards. Day and night, knights miss not their turn as sentries. They will kill those that engage them. Like fire will they envelop them. Surely thou thinkest not that these are the same kind as other warriors? Slay me not with woes worse than the present. I shall see thee dead. I shall be burned up like tinder by steel. Since I am sundered from thee, renounce me with a heart harder than rock itself. Beloved, sorrow not with such grief. Tell me, can there be for me another with the form of an aloe tree? Life without thee is naught for me. Henceforth I should be full of regret. Either I would cast myself down from the rock, or slay myself with a knife. By thy sun, thy moon will fall to the lot of none save thee. By thy sun, to none shall she fall, though triple suns shine forth. Here would I dash myself down, the great rocks are very nigh to me. To thee would I commit my soul. Perchance wings would be given to me by heaven. Entreat God for me. It may be he will deliver me from the travail of the world, and from union with fire, water, earth, and air. Let him give me wings, and I shall fly up. I shall attain my desire. Day and night I shall gaze on the sun's rays flashing in splendour. The sun cannot be without thee, for thou art an atom of it. Of a surety thou shalt adhere to it as its zodiac, and not as one rejected. There shall I see thee. I shall liken thee to it. Thou shalt enlighten my darkened heart. If my life was bitter, let my death be sweet. Death is no longer grievous to me, since it is to thee I commit my soul. But I have laid thy love in my heart, and there it rests. When I think of parting from thee, for me wound is added to wound. Weep not and mourn not for me, O mine own, for love of me. Go, betake thyself to India. Be of some help to my father, who is straitened by foes, helpless on all sides. Comfort the heart of him who suffers separation from me. Think of me weeping for thy sake with undrying tears. Whatever complaint I have made against my fate is sufficient complaint. Know this, that true justice goeth from heart to heart. For thy sake will I die. I shall become the prey of ravens. But as long as I live, I shall weep and suffer enough for thee too. Lo, mark the token from the veil that was thine. From one end have I cut off a strip. O mine own, this is all that is left to me in place of that great hope. In wrath the wheel of the 7 heavens has turned upon us.
When she had finished this letter written to her beloved, she cut off a fringe from those veils. Bareheaded, the thick, long locks of her hair became her well. The scent blows from the aloe, breathing through the raven's wings. The slave departed, journeying to Gulansharu. In one instant he reached Patman's. He travelled not many days. When this matter so dear to him had been accomplished, Avtandil, with hands upraised, thanks God, with full understanding, not as one bemused. He said to Patman, The thing desired is timely finished for me. Thy great zeal for my sake is still unrecompensed. I go. I have no leisure to tarry longer. Last year's time is come. Swiftly shall I lead into Kajeti him who will annihilate and destroy them. The lady said, O lion, the fire now becomes harder. My heart will be sundered from thee, its light. Therefore will it be darkened. Hasten, grieve not for me. The madman will thus become furious. Should the Kajis arrive before you, going thither will be made difficult for you. The knight called Priden's slaves who attended him. He said, Corpses hitherto, now indeed are we enlivened. We are renewed by the hearing of what we wished. I shall show you our enemies wounded, and thereby woe-stricken. Go and tell Pridon this unvarnished story. I cannot see him, I am hurried, my road is one of haste. Let him strengthen his great voice to make it still more bold. I will give you all the treasure taken by me as booty. Great is the debt laid upon me by you. I will show my gratitude in another way when I join Pridon again.
For the nonce, take away all that was reft from the pirates. I can give you no more than this. I know that so I shall seem to you niggardly. I have no home near. I have no power to dispense gifts. He gave them a ship full, beautiful things, a host in number. He said, Go, take them away, travel the road to that same region. Give this letter from me, his sworn brother, to Predon. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Man with the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Of Tandil's letter to Predon. He wrote, Exalted Predon, supremely blessed, King of kings, lion-like in stout-heartedness, O sun, recklessly shedding rays, mighty, joyous, spiller of the blood of foes, thy youngest brother from far, far away barks thee a greeting. I have seen troubles, and I have too received recompense for what pains I have suffered. Well hath fallen out the matter planned by me. I have truly learned the story of that face likened to a son, the sustainer of that lion who was buried under the earth. The sovereign of the Kajis has that son. She is captive in Kajetti. To go thither seems to me sport, though the road is one of battle. From the Narcissi a rain of crystal falls. The rose is wet with rain. The Kajis are not yet with the maid, but countless is their host. Glad in heart I rejoice, for this my tear will not flow in channels. Wherever thou and thy brother are, the difficult will be made easy. Whatever you may desire, you will certainly do it. You shall not fail. Not only no man can stand against you, I trow that even a rock will soften before you. Now pardon me, I cannot see thee, so I have passed afar off. I have no leisure to linger on the road, for that moon is captive. Soon shall we come merry, rejoice at the sight of us. What more than this can I say to thee? Help thy brother in brotherly fashion? The attachment of these slaves is beyond reward. Pleasantly have they served me, and your heart too will be pleased at this. Why should he be praised who hath sojourned long with you? Every like gives birth to like. This is a saying of the sages. He wrote this letter, he tied it up and rolled it. The rose, the violet-haired, gave it to Predon's slaves. He communicated through them by word of mouth all that was needful, how he should do. The open door of coral showed its pearls to them. Aftandil searched. He found a ship of that region where Tariel was. That sun with the face of a full moon prepared to set out, but to leave the woeful-hearted Patman was a heaviness to him. Those who parted from him shed a rivulet of blood. Patman, Usain, and the slaves weep with hot tears. They said, O son, what hast thou done to us? Thou didst burn us with hot fires. Why darkenest thou us with the gloom of thine absence? Bury us with thy hands, which have already buried us by thy departure. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Man in the Panther Skin by Shota Rustaveli, translated by Marjorie Wardrop. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Aftandil's departure from Gulansharu and his meeting with Tariel. Aftandil has crossed the seas in a certain ship for travellers. He rides glad-hearted all alone. To meet Tariel with such tidings rejoices him. With hands uplifted with his heart he hopes in God. Summer was come. From the earth came forth verdure, the token of the rose bursting into bloom, the time of their tryst, the change of course by the sun, the setting out of the cypress formed. He sighed when he saw the flower long time unseen by him. The sky thundered, and the cloud rained crystal dew. He kissed the rose with his rose-like lips. He said, I gaze on you with tenderly observant eye. I rejoice to have converse with you in her stead. When he thought on his friend, the bitter tears flowed. He travelled those weary ways towards Tariel, deserted and pathless, unknown regions. Lion and panther of the reedy thickets he slew wherever he saw them. The caves came in sight. He was glad. He recognized them. He said, These be the rocks where my friend is, he for whom my tears have flowed. I am indeed worthy to see him face to face, to relate to him what I have heard. If he be not come, what shall I do? Vain will have been my travail. If he be come, doubtless he would not tarry within. He would go somewhere into the plain. Like a wild beast he would roam in the fields. It is better for me to go round by the rushes. He bethought himself. He looked about. Thus he spoke and turned. He went towards the plains. He canters along and sings with merry heart. He shouts to him by name with cheerful voice. He went a little farther. There appeared the sun in full splendour. At the edge of the rushes stands Tariel with sharp sword. Tariel had slain a lion. His blood anointed his sword. He stood dismounted at the edge of the rushes. His horse was not with him. He heard Avtandil shout. He was astonished. He looked at him, recognized him, started, ran towards him, bounded. Tariel flung aside his sword and went towards his adopted brother. The knight alighted from his horse. It seemed to him that he had attained his goal. They kissed each other. Their necks were as if riveted together. There was the sugary sound of the rose frequently opening. Tariel, weeping, uttered polished, exquisite words. A tear of blood dyed the jetty thickets crimson, the fountain of tears, many streams, waters the aloe. Since I have seen thee, what matters it to me if 8 pains oppress me? Tariel weeps, and Avtandil was speaking to him, laughing. He smiles. He opens his coral. The flash from his teeth quivers. He said, I have learned tidings which will please thee. Now the flower will be renewed, the rose hitherto fading. Tariel said, O brother, that which rejoices me today is enough. In seeing thee I have seen all my comfort, whatever other balm God gives. Hast thou not heard? How can man find in the world that which is not of heaven's doing? When Tariel was not convinced, Avtandil was ill at ease. He could no longer delay to tell the tale. He hastened. He drew forth the veil of her on whose lips the rose blooms. When Tariel saw it, he recognized it, seized upon it, started. He recognized the letter and the fringe of the veil and unfolded them. He pressed them to his face. He fell, a rose pale in hue. His spirits fled. The watchman of Jet bowed his head. Neither Can nor even Solomon could bear sorrows like his. Avtandil gazes at Tariel lying lifeless. He flew to him. He set about helping him, the sweetly speaking. He could not be of avail to the consumed one, completely burned up with fire. Her tokens had laid hold of his life. Avtandil sat down to weep. He mourns with melodious voice. Full oft he tears his raven locks. He rouses them by seizing them with his crystal. He breaks the ruby polished with a hammer of adamant. Thence issues streams which I liken to coral in hue. He scratches his face. Blood flows from his cheeks while gazing at Tariel. What I have done neither madman nor fool hath done. Why did I in my haste pour water on a fire difficult to quench? The heart struck hastily by exceeding joy cannot bear it. I have slain my friend. What befits me disgraced? I blame myself for a deed not thought out with heed. A stupid man cannot do well in a difficult matter. It is said, chidden slowness is better than praise at haste. Tariel lay unconscious, as if scorched. Avtandil rose. He passed through the rushes in search of water. He found the lion's blood. He carries it to quench the flame. He sprinkled it on Tariel's breast. The lapis lazuli became ruby-hued. Avtandil sprinkled the breast of that lion with the lion's blood. Tariel started up. The ranks of the race of India moved. He opened his eyes. He received power to sit up. Blue seems the ray of the moon, diminished in ray by the sun. Winter makes the roses fade, their leaves fall. The ardour of the summer sun burns them. They bemoan the drought, but upon them nightingales complain with lovely voice. Heat consumes, frost freezes. The wounds hurt them in either case. Even so, it is hard to deal with the heart of man. It is mad alike both in grief and in joy. It is always wounded. its fate is never whole. He only can trust this world who is his own foe. Tariel gazed again on the writing of his slayer. He reads, though the reading of her letter maddens him. His tears blind him to the light. Dark seems the beam of day. Halfdan rose. He began to speak with rough words. He said, "Such behaviour is unworthy of an instructed man. Why should we weep now? It behoves us to set about the making of smiles. Arise, let us go in quest of that lost son. Soon shall I lead thee to her. I must bring thee to thy desired one. What joy befits us, therewithal let us first rejoice. Then let us mount and set out. Let us wend towards Kajeti. Be our swords our guides. Let us sheath them in their backs. Untroubled shall we return. We shall reduce them to carrion." Then Tariel asks for tidings. He no longer fainted. He looked up. He raised his eyes. The black and white lightning glittered as a ruby by the sun, so was his colour increased. Who is worthy that towards him the sky turn ever in mercy? To Halfdan he gave thanks. He conversed with him. "How shall I speak thy praise, worthy to be praised by the wise? Like a spring up on a mountain, thou hast watered the flower of the plain. Thou hast cut off for me the flow of tears of the pool of the Narcissi. I can never make thee a return. May the God of heaven repay thee. May he in my stead reward thee from his height." They mounted and went home. They made great rejoicing. Now the world will indeed sate Asmat, so long hungering. At the door of the cave, Asmat sits alone, not fully dressed. When she had looked, she recognized Tariel, and with him a knight on a white horse. Both were sweetly singing like songs to nightingales. Immediately she recognized them. She rose hastily, bare but for her smock. Hitherto she had ever seen him come to the cave weeping. Now she wondered to behold him singing, laughing. Seized with fear she arose. Her understanding was like a drunkard's. She heard not yet the news she so longed for. When they saw her, they shouted to her, laughing and showing their teeth. "Ho, Asmat! God's mercy is come down on us from on high. We have found the lost moon. What we desired, that we have done. Now we shall have our fires quenched by fate, our sorrows turned to joy." Halfdan alighted from his horse to embrace Asmat. She laid hold of the aloe. Pliant to the touch was its branch. She kisses his face and neck. She sheds tears. "Tell me what thou hast discovered, what thou hast done. Beseeching thee, I weep on the field." Halfdan gave to Asmat the letter of her charge, the aloe with faded branch, the pale moon. He said, "See the writing of her who hath passed through troubles. The sun approaches us. It hath given us the putting away of shadow." When Asmat saw the letter, she knew Nestor's hand. She marvelled. Fear seized her. She quaked like one possessed. From head to foot, overwhelming wonder laid hold on her. She says, "What have I seen? What do I hear? Is it indeed true?" Halfdan said, "Fear not. The story is true. Joy is given to us. All sore grief is put away from us. The sun is come nigh us. Darkness is no longer dark for us. Good hath overcome ill. The essence of good is lasting." The king of the Indians merrily spoke somewhat with Asmat. They embraced each other. Joy made them weep. The raven's tail dropped light dew upon the rose. God forsaketh not man, if man comprehend this. They gave God great thanks. They said, "Thou hast done to us what was best. Now we recognize that your mouth would not have adjudged to us the worst." The king of the Indians, with uplifted hand, joyously shouted this. Merry they went into the caves. Asmat made ready somewhat for their refreshment. Tariel said to Halfdan, "Hearken to these words. I will tell thee something. Think me not a tedious narrator. Since the time when I captured the caves and slew droves of Devis, their precious treasury lies here. Never have I seen it, for I have not wished to do so. Come, and let us open it. Let us see how much treasure there is." It pleased him. Both arose, neither did Asmat stay seated. They broke down 40 doors. It was no great struggle for them. they found unequalled treasure, hitherto unseen by their eyes. There stood a heap of jewels of fair workmanship. There were seen pearls each as big as a ball for play. Who could make a count of the gold not to be numbered by any? Inside, those 40 rooms were full. They found an armoury newly made for armour. There all kinds of armour were placed like preserves in a store cupboard. Therein was a coffer, sealed, unopened. Upon it was written, "Here lieth wondrous armour, chain helmet, habergeon, steel-cutting sword. If the Kajis attack the Devis, it will be a hard day. Whoever openeth at any other time is a slayer of kings." They opened the coffer. They found in it 3 suits of armour fit for 3 warrior knights to don, coats of mail, swords, helmets, greaves of like sort. They were in emerald nests, as it were shrines. Each clothed himself with each. They tested them on themselves, chain, helmet, and habergeon, naught could dint. They struck the swords on iron, they cut it like cotton thread. I tell you, they prized them more than all the world. They would not barter them for it. They said, "There's a sign, this is enough for us. We are in good luck. God has gazed on us with his eye, looking down from above." They took up that armour, each put it on his neck. They bound up one set with leather thongs to present to Predon. They took with them some gold, some rare pearls. They went forth. They sealed up the 40 treasuries. Aftandil said, "Henceforth will I fasten my palm to the sword. Nowhere shall I go to-night. When day dawns, I shall not tarry." Now, Painter, limn the sworn brothers more steadfast than brothers, these lovers of stars excelled by none, both heroic knights renowned in bravery. When they go to Kajeti, you will see a battle of piercing lances. End of chapter 41.